Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
You know, the
Hikaru
well is
grabbed his
dry.
coat.
Oh,
He
yeah,
knows
you
it's
know
over.
what that means.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Mis amigos, welcome back to the 12th round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. We are live in Madrid, Spain at the Palacio de Santoña. As you see in front of you, the flags, they're blowing in the wind. The fans are trickling in to see the live commentary, the action unfold. And here we see the chess.com Spanish team as some people are sitting down getting ready for their favorite commentary sessions. And we are live in the venue. The players not quite seated at their chairs yet. That's Chandler. He's the videographer for chess.com, taking so much of this great content. And Ding Liren, the smallest chair in the room, but the player who's on a big winning streak. Welcome, everybody. This is International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we are super excited to be here. Almira, yesterday, another really battle-fought day.
Well, Jan scored such an important victory yesterday. He's getting closer and closer to the tournament victory, but it's not over yet.
Certainly isn't over, Danya.
It absolutely isn't. We've been commentating tournaments for a long time. We've been watching tournaments for a very, very long time, and we've seen crazier things happen. So the tournament is not in the bag. None of the players think it's in the bag. All of them have had their own crazy experiences. So this is reason enough to cancel all of your obligations and watch the last 3 rounds very carefully.
It is the weekend, and what's in the bag is 3 wins in a row for Ding Liren. He beat Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, and Jan Nepomniachtchi did the same against Alireza, Almira.
Well, first of all, Ding Liren realized such a tour de force, as French would say, and I think that you use this expression in English. He won 3 games in a row, and he certainly wants more. And Jan, he beat Alireza Firouzja, who was in a very difficult situation, tournament situation. He had nothing to lose, but he played in somewhat like what I would call a cavalier fashion, and he lost almost without a fight.
He did indeed, and well, Danya, Hikaru Nakamura, he tried his very best 90-plus move game against Richard Rapport.
Hikaru is in a great spot in the tournament, so he's trying to take some risk without playing anything crazy. Richard Rapport essayed the Sveshnikov Sicilian for the first time in his career. Now, we know Rapport is one of the most unpredictable players in the tournament. That's what makes him so fun to watch. Hikaru, he chose a pretty solid continuation. At one point toward the ending, it seemed like Hikaru had acquired winning chances, but Richard Rapport's endgame defense was stellar, and realistically, there was never a concrete winning chance of the game, very justifiably ending in peace.
And the other game between Radjabov versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda ended in peace, but all eyes were on Jan Nepomniachtchi as he took down Alireza Firouzja. Here is your recap from round 11.
Prior to round 11, Alireza Firouzja decompressed before his game with the tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi by playing hundreds of online hyperbolic games, many of them against commentator Daniel Naroditsky, who won their match. Inevitably, questions arose about Alireza's preparedness for the game. He played the first novelty in a unique line in the Petrov, knight to d4. After Nepo's natural queen to b6, Alireza struggled to find a way to untangle his queenside, and he struck out, first with the dubious but playable g4, and then with the extremely aggressive, probably overly aggressive, h4. Jan calmly sipped his tea, stared Alireza down, and began targeting his pieces towards Alireza's weaknesses. On move 21, Nepo rapidly offered a piece, with knight takes f4 check, and he followed up a few moves later with the beautiful hammer blows, 24 bishop takes g5, and 26 rook takes d4. Though Alireza defended stoutly, after his knight wandered into b7, Nepo's bishops and rook were able to turn their attention to a vicious attack on the king. With either checkmate or catastrophic material losses looming, Alireza resigned. With 8 out of 11, which, as chatters noted, is a score more typically seen in Title Tuesday than in the candidates, Nepo has not yet mathematically clinched first place. But even his competitors are starting to concede that he has essentially locked up a victory.
Wow, wow, wow. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the devil is in the details, and he scores another nice victory with the black pieces. And Almira, I mean, that game yesterday, it was probably a lot to do with an over-eager Alireza.
Well, Alireza certainly overpressed it, as chess players might say. And what a different trajectory for both players. Alireza is clearly last. He's at the bottom of the standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading the tournament. And what I wanted to say that it might come as a surprise to you, but Jan Nepomniachtchi has never crossed the 2800 barrier. And after this game, you know, he reached his all-time high, and he is galloping towards the 2800.
He wants that rating spot just like he wants another shot at the World Championship title. And Danya, on the other side of things, Alireza Firouzja, he was at 2800. His rating has been dropping. But these players who may be at the bottom of the standings, they will play their part down the final stretch of the candidates.
They absolutely will. We should not underestimate the role that rating plays in motivating these players. They are not just going to give any games away just because first or second place is out of reach. So that group on the bottom, Alireza, Richard Rapport, JKD, if anything, with nothing to lose, they might play some of their best chess in these last 3 rounds of the tournament. So we shouldn't take our eyes off of them, and we certainly shouldn't take our eyes off of the group in the first half of the tournament standings.
We certainly can't, because while Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's sprinting ahead of the field in first place by 1.5 points, there's a trio, and maybe you can even call it quartet if we want to include Timur Radjabov. They're fighting for second place, which may be very important. And as we caught up with Ding Liren yesterday, Dina Belenkaya had a great interview with him about his game with Fabiano Caruana and what should happen in the event of a tie for second place.
Ding, 3 wins in a row. How does it feel?
Of course, today is very lucky. I was in defensive mode entire game, but in time trouble he blunders the position very badly. So today is very lucky.
It all started with a very deep line analyzed by computers apparently. Was knight g7 in your preparation?
Yeah, I briefly checked this line, knight g7, rook f8, knight f5, rook e8. It's equal. But he played h3, so I was more or less on my own. And after 96, here I have so many choices here. I believe my position won't be worse, but I don't know where I went wrong. The position seems very unpleasant for me. Yeah, he played very well after 96, I think.
Yeah, apparently there was this moment to play b4 that Fabio didn't use, and then Bishop g5 in the time trouble that was giving a perpetual. Did you see that one?
When I take on e8, bishop g5, sacrifice the bishop, and yes, rook e1, queen e1, f g5, queen e7, king g8, queen g5, and he might exchange the queens at some point on h3. Yeah, I was worried about bishop g5 since I didn't find a clear win, but also no clear draw for him, so he didn't go for this sacrifice. But after queen g4, I think my position is should be winning, yeah, slowly.
So was that moment when you sensed the blood that the win was coming to you?
Well, I think the moment he missed queen g3, he had to defend after that, and also I have much more time also more pleasant position. So at that point, yeah, I smelled blood.
You are now in a clear fight for the second place, maybe even for the first, who knows. We were wondering, in case there are several players tied for second, what do you think would be the perfect tiebreaker?
If more than one player, then might be a rapid round robin tournament for if 3 or 4 players.
There's a lot to unpack from that fantastic interview with Ding Liren and Almira. He says he was lucky yesterday. They often say better lucky than good. I say best lucky and good. Ding Liren knew the preparation. He got himself in a little bit of a pickle. He worked his way out of it. And then, as he said, he smelled blood.
Well, talking about lucky, his girlfriend is certainly a very lucky girl. Because every time I watch Ding's interviews, it makes my heart melt. But, his opening preparation is certainly working now. What a comeback it was. And as he said, he is smelling blood, so he wants more.
He certainly does, and the fight for second place is important, and Dina touched upon that with Ding Liren. Magnus himself in Madrid, whether or not he plays for the World Championship, that remains to be determined. But if he does not, then second place matters, and Ding Liren gave his thoughts that there should be a playoff if there is indeed a tie for second.
Yeah, and we are privileged to be watching the first candidates in history in which second place is as important as it is until the world champion gives us further notice. It used to be winner go home, gold or bust, but now there's a dogfight going on for second place, and someone like Fabiano Caruana, who has had a disaster of a second half of the tournament, that doesn't mean that he's out of contention. Ding Liren has only a half-point lead over the group of wolves, or to use Magnus's word, the group of sharks or wannabe sharks, who are tailing him. So lots of intrigue remaining, and of course, as I said at the start of the broadcast, Jan, he doesn't yet have it in the bag. He cannot take his foot off the gas pedal.
It is win or go home for several of these players. They're all going to go home at the end of the tournament anyway, some happier than others. But as we look at the first pairing here, Danya, Richard Rapport against Fabiano Caruana, a great lifetime score for the American, but both players have been struggling in the second half.
Yeah, it's been a tremendously frustrating experience for both, especially for Fabiano, who called it a two-horse race after the first couple of rounds. He seemed to be in excellent form, and yesterday was just another frustrating entry in this line of incredibly maddening games that he's played, whether it's been losses or draws. And today he has to put that behind him. He has to play solid chess and harness his opening preparation. Richard Rapport's preparation, it's been spotty with both colors, and Fabi just has to play the position. Richard usually gives you chances. He goes for a fight every game. So I'm expecting an interesting, drawn-out battle where Fabiano Caruana tries to get out of this tailspin in the last 3 games of the tournament.
Okay, you heard it from Don here, the Fabiano. He's put those games in the archive and probably lose them. But Ding Liren, he's on a 3-game winning streak. It seems like he's in the best shape of maybe his life, of definitely in this tournament. We haven't seen 3 wins in a row since 2013. So Almira, as he takes on Timur Radjabov with the white pieces, what do you expect?
Well, first of all, to paraphrase Danny, it's about to get extremely violent. I think that Ding Liren is coming to this game well prepared. And this is sort of a remake of their World Cup final where Timur Radjabov deprived Ding of, probably a well-deserved title at that time, but both players were fighting ferociously. And we all know how Ding needs to win this game. So, I cannot wait.
I think the fans are with you on that one, Amir. They cannot wait either. And I'm going to stick with you. 2 players in their first candidates, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Alireza Firouzja. Not the results they were hoping for, but they play here. Alireza has a massive score against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but Duda, with the white pieces, beat Fabiano Caruana a couple rounds ago. What do you think is going to happen when he gets the white pieces today?
I wanted to ask Daniel. Well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firouzja, they're playing their first candidates tournament, so they're the wannabe sharks, yes?
The baby sharks
makes it into the category.
The baby sharks, okay. So I think that it doesn't matter how your tournament goes, you always want to finish it on a positive note. Well, play some creative chess, and let's not forget to win some rating points. It's very important for the chess players, especially at the top level, because it can affect their standings and while they're going to remain in the top 10 or going to exit the top 10, so it's very important.
Right, because the rating carries over with them, unlike many other sports. So that's very true. These players remain hungry. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, the tournament leader, the winner of the previous candidates. He takes on the biggest chess content creator. Danya, your thoughts about that one?
Well, Jan has, I wouldn't say dream pairings in the last 3 rounds, but dream colors. He's got 2 whites in a row. And I think the most important, the most pertinent aspect of this game is going to be the first move. We're expecting 1e4 from Jan, but will Hikaru play his typical Berlin? And if he does, I fully expect Jan to force the queen d4 draw, and we certainly would not be able to blame him for that because the tournament situation makes a draw more than sufficient for Jan. If Hikaru wants to guarantee a fight, we might see a Caro-Kann or a Sicilian. He's basically played everything throughout his life. But yet again, we shouldn't hold it against Hikaru if he goes for a Berlin, because beating Jan in his current form with the black pieces, that's an incredibly tall order. But we're going to keep a very close eye on how that game begins.
And we see Jan Nepomniachtchi at his chair. And after that eloquent breakdown by both Almira and Danya, it's my turn to quickly vote, make my predictions for today's matches. And this is not going to be easy, but as I go through them, I'm going to go with Fabiano Caruana. I just think that he has more at stake. I know it hasn't been a good stretch for him, but with Richard Rapport's shaky preparation and sometimes feeling like he just wants to go home, I'm going with Caruana in this one. In our next game between Ding Liren and Timur Radjabov, Ding Liren seems unstoppable. He's won 3 games in a row, 2 of which were with the black pieces, and he just beat Fabiano Caruana, so I'm going with Ding. With white, and actually a lot of people going with Ding.
Oh my goodness.
We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alireza Firouzja.
I think the only people who voted for Timur there were his parents. His
well, one of these players, unfortunately, will keep on struggling, and I think it's going to be Alireza with the black pieces, so I am going with the Polish #1, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, to get his 2nd win in a row with the white pieces. And last but certainly not least, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. Sorry, everybody, don't mean to disappoint, but I'm going with a draw in that one. I just think that Jan will kill the game very quickly. And I see you, Hikaru fans. I see you voting with his win with the black pieces, double the amount that of people predicting Jan to win. But as we have the players on screen in front of us, remind you, you have until move 10 to go to chess.com/events and vote on each and every game. If you're the top guesser, you get $1,000, and even 10th place gets a diamond membership. Well, look at Jan Nepomniachtchi staring at the board, Hikaru Nakamura doing the same. And the big question, as Danya posited, will Hikaru play e4, e5? Will we get something else? And that is the biggest question of all.
Yeah, it's impossible as Hikaru inspects the score sheet. There's nothing written on it yet. But will the first move be a vowel move or a consonant move? Will it be a C-pawn? Will it be an E-pawn? I think that's the big choice facing Hikaru Nakamura as he fights for 2nd place. Now, Hikaru is going to, I believe, have a game against Ding Liren. So, as Almira pointed out before the broadcast started, Hikaru's approach might be to allow a quick draw in this game and then to take the big risks in his only remaining white game and then his game against Ding Liren. Or he could try to make his entry into chess history. If he defeats Jan Nepomniachtchi, that completely opens up the tournament, especially if Ding Liren can score this much-needed 4th win in a row against Timur Radjabov. It's a big question, and it is about to be answered in just over 1 minute.
And we don't even have Radjabov in his chair just yet. He'll arrive shortly, but Ding Liren in his much tinier chair than everybody else in the field. He's been focused. He's been really excellent in the last bunch of rounds. And as we see Alireza Firouzja hoping to bounce back after a tough defeat there, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's had a much better last couple of rounds, Almira.
Sorry, it's like I was so concentrated.
You were mesmerized by the chair. Yes, I think I was as well.
I was concentrated on the opening theory. Well, first of all, Jan-Krzysztof, I think that he won a very important game against Fabiano. Then, he drew against Timur. So I think he is eager to play this game, and I think he's a very interesting player himself. So he wasn't able to show his true potential in his tournament.
Whoa.
That is trolling.
That's a joke. That's got to be.
That is trolling. On Jan Nepomniachtchi's board in the top right, great camera work by our producers. The move B3 was played as the ceremonial first move. So that is amusing stuff. Hikaru, that's his pet line when he plays on all these chess.com events that he wins. And look at Richard Rapport. I know I'm not Danny, but I'm going to act like him for a second. Look at that jacket.
It's that same jacket. I think Danny Wrench just is about to call in, because he is obsessed, veritably obsessed with that red jacket.
He is, and I'm obsessed with this 4-camera scene here, where we get all boards at once. Some players blitzing through their opening choices. Richard Rapport, once again, he delays his first move.
But you know, do you remember the opening that Jan-Krzysztof Duda played against Richard Rapport, and like he played the bishop before in Taimanov? That was the opening that Richard played against Fabiano Caruana.
I need to cut both of you guys off. We have a Berlin in the Nepo Nakamura game, so let's keep a very careful eye, because Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru's move knight f6 is essentially a veiled draw offer.
Yes, because, and we'll bring up this game to analyze, because unfortunately, it's possible the game might not be going on for very long. So Jan, he takes his sip of tea here, but we will bring this up on screen for you to show you that after e4, e5, answering Danya's question, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, Hikaru could have played a6, the open Spanish, as Fabiano Caruana did when he had black against Hikaru, and knight f6 played. So the reason why we're saying this is a veiled draw offer is you follow Hikaru Nakamura online, you would have seen him play this opening many times and have quick draws. So, okay, castles, and that quick draw is in the event of knight takes e4, which Hikaru is likely going to do here. He doesn't look thrilled about it, but it was his choice on how to play the opening. We're going to see it.
Now, there is the move rook e1, which is a move you play if essentially you want to play for 2 results, but the game goes on. Rook e1 is a very, very solid line. That's what people used to play when the draw wasn't all that popular. But if Nepo wants to make the draw, we will see the move d4. That is also the entry point into the Berlin endgame. So if Nepo plays d4, that doesn't necessarily mean he will go for the draw, but I'd give it about a 90% chance that this game is going to end Nepo taking a sip of his pure tea. But all that caffeine might be unnecessary if Nepo decides to end this game.
And I'm just going to show that this is the start of the Berlin variation. Vladimir Kramnik, he used it to great effect against Garry Kasparov in their World Championship match. The queens are off, black has the pair of bishops, but the compromised pawn structure. But why we think this might be a draw is not this position, this would be a fight, but instead, if after knight to d6, white takes on e5, sacrificing this bishop on b5, that's a free piece. White plays a4, and now this knight is trapped. So black brings the knight into d4, white takes on d4, and here, after knight takes d4, queen takes d4, d5, this is not illegal. Look, chess.com lets me do it. E takes d6, even though the pawn wasn't on the square, you get this position. The queen takes, queen e4 check. Here, the king's in check. If the bishop on c8 moves, you lose b7. If you block with the bishop on e7, white plays bishop f4 and knight c3 and develops very quickly. So the move is queen e6, queen d4, and back and forth we go. This might be a very,
by the way,
very quick draw.
Nepo's not actually thinking. He knows what he's going to do. He's just sort of steeling himself against what I think will be the audience reaction if he goes for the draw. But I will say preliminarily, we cannot blame Nepo for taking the draw here if, in fact, he takes on e5 in this position. We can't blame him because the first priority, the only priority of the players, has to be to maximize their chances to win the tournament. And if that means disappointing the fans and making a quick draw, then so be it. He has to operate within the confines of the tournament format, and we can't expect anything other than that. But feel free to disagree.
No, Amira, for being honest, the onus, the burden is on Hikaru Nakamura because, as Danya's saying, Jan is happy to make draws and finish this tournament because if he draws his final 3 games, it is quite likely that he will be alone at the top of the leaderboard. So for Hikaru Nakamura, if he was trying to fight for a second and get a victory or even come closer to first, he would have had to play something different and maybe risk more.
Well, I think that Hikaru is playing wisely today because if he would to take any risk, then it should be against Liren in the last round with black pieces. So, like, he's still having a game with white pieces tomorrow, and then he's playing his direct, concurrent, like, adversary at the last round. So I think that maybe from a mathematical point of view, this decision is justified for both players.
I completely concur, because for Hikaru, he knows how important second place can be. He still plays Ding Liren later in the event. And here's the big moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi, because after knight d6, will he go into the mainline Berlin that Vladimir Kramnik, the former world champion, used to great effect? I know. We all know that he is just pretending to think at this point, because if he plays d takes e5, we will likely go down that variation. But a big question is there anything that Hikaru Nakamura, having played this position so many times, can he avoid a forced draw? And as Brewer's Gambit asked, why would Hikaru go for a draw? Well, we were just talking about that. It's because he wants to fight for second place, and with Ding Liren still on his docket of opponents, he doesn't want to throw away his chance in that going to that last round. So we have d takes e5.
Hikaru with a little wry smile there.
We have it.
He certainly expected it.
And why not?
And I would add that after a4, there is an old-fashioned move, d6. But this move has fallen out of favor because of e6. That forces black either to take with the bishop, making the king vulnerable, or to ruin the pawn structure with f takes e5. I won't delve into the details because this will not happen. They are blitzing out these very, very famous moves. These moves have been made even more famous by all of the times that Hikaru and Magnus have made the draw, that Wesley and Magnus and Wesley and Hikaru have made this draw.
And Fabiano and Hikaru, and Moron and
you
Fabiano.
named the Grandmasters, and I've made this draw a couple of times. I made this draw against Wesley in the last round of the US Championship a couple of years ago. And Jan and Hikaru, they're looking at each other. He's sipping his tea, but this game is over. And Jan Nepomniachtchi will move to 8.5 out of 12.
Well, I think it's important not to burn all the bridges now for Hikaru.
Yes, I think that's a great way to sum it up. That you just don't want to throw all your chances away because you play with the black pieces. And Hikaru said this. And everyone in this tournament who's tried too hard with black has lost the game. So we see e takes d6, en passant queen takes d6, and Jan trying to at least wait for the photographers to leave before the game ends. I don't think that's happening. We're about to see a draw with the queens going back and forth as we have been highlighting. The white queen goes here, and the reason why this game is a draw is that black's best bet is to follow the white queen. And wow, I mean, this is just this is the result both players, I guess, won.
Jan might repeat this tomorrow. I mean, he's got a second white. And I think that Hikaru, he's probably going to get the brunt of the negative fan reactions because people are going to be asking, you knew that this would happen. Why didn't you play a Caro-Kann? Why didn't you play a Sicilian? I want to make one thing very clear. Apart from the fact that the Berlin is Hikaru's main opening the last couple of years, so it's not that easy just to pull something, pull some trick out of his sleeve. It doesn't work like that at the top level. The other thing I want to point out is that if a 2760 wants to make a draw against you with the white pieces, they're usually going to succeed. There is no opening that does not permit any solid lines. Against the Caro-Kann, you can take on d5 and play a line that Jan is not going to lose in a million years in the kind of form that he's in. Against the Sicilian, there's drawing lines in virtually every variation of the open Sicilian, and we have our handshake there. There is no opening, save something incredibly dubious, that would allow Hikaru to guarantee the ability to play for a win.
And what I would say is it's not Hikaru's fault that Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja went all in against Jan Nepomniachtchi. First, Rapport didn't take a draw when he could have. Then Alireza Firouzja just threw his kingside pawns forward and found his king in danger. So it's not Hikaru's fault that Jan is so far ahead of the field. And for Hikaru, he needs to do what's best for himself. And what's best for Hikaru is making this draw, getting the white pieces in one of the next games. And then if he's behind Ding Liren in the standings, he's not going to make a quick draw against Ding Liren. He is going to go all out, and that's where we'll see him use all his energy. So for Hikaru, this is a very, very good decision. For Jan, obviously, he's thrilled because he made a draw. All the pressure now is on Ding Liren. And with currently a 2-point lead over Ding, that if Ding Liren can win his game, now all of a sudden he's really getting close to Jan Nepomniachtchi. So 3 games remain. Even though the leader has his game done with, it doesn't mean we won't have excitement. In fact, Ding Liren's position in the upper right, and Ding playing quickly, that knight on a6. I mean, Radjabov throughout this tournament has done some obscure things, some avoiding mainline theory but playing energetically, and I'm not sure that's always the recipe for success against someone like Ding Liren.
Well, it's interesting to notice that Ding's opening choice was to play d4 in the first move, because during their match in the World Cup, that was a very intense theoretical battle in the English opening. And Ding won an incredible game when he sacrificed a pawn. Like, I can show it a little bit later when we have the analysis position on the board. So here we can see the classical Nemtsovich with this e3, which has the reputation of being a very solid opening.
Okay.
That is also a very solid
Took me
opening.
right back to the more solid opening. Here we go.
Yes, I wanted to show you just at the very beginning, when one game when he started with c4. I don't know if we, oh yes, with the analysis board. So c4, c5, knight c3, knight f6, e4, e6, e5, knight g8. That was the line played by Ding, well, Radjabov and Ding. So knight f3, knight c6, d4 here, takes, knight d4, and Ding sacrificed a pawn here, played, so Radjabov played knight e5, knight b5, and he won like a very nice game after a6 and knight d6, and it was a chef-d'oeuvre.
But here the flavor of the game is quite a bit different.
Yes.
Yeah, so Nimzo Indian from Timur, and I think the move that might raise eyebrows from fans who are not as used to the Nimzo Indian, and it raised some eyebrows for me, is knight a6. So this is the Rubinstein variation, as Elmira pointed out. Incredibly solid. This is all pretty normal stuff. It almost looks like a Carlsbad structure, but this move, knight a6, not only does it allow white to take that knight and ruin black's pawn structure, but that knight seems to have absolutely no prospects. And I think it's important to understand two things. One, the light squared bishop is white's most important piece. If you give it away, you weaken all of the light squares in the center. Black can get his bishop to f5, and the dark squared bishop for white is the inferior of the two brothers. Second thing is that the knight on a6 isn't actually trying to go to b4. What it's trying to do is support the c7, c5 pawn break. And if you were to try to do the same thing from d7, if instead of knight a6, Timur had played knight bd7, you would have allowed the very nasty knight b5. As it stands, the knight from a6 protects the c7 pawn, and knight b5 would be harmless owing to bishop e7. So I think this move makes a lot of logical sense, and Timur followed it up with even more logical c5.
Agreed. I mean, it's still very strange to see the knight on a6, and it's predictable what happens. c5, take on a6, because if you don't take on a6, black sometimes plays this move c4, expands on the queen side, and if you take on c5, thinking that you gave your opponent an isolated pawn, this knight very happily takes on c5, puts pressure on the bishop, and also this file can be a problem, the c file, the b3 square can be a bit vulnerable, so that's why Ding Liren takes on a6 first, and as we get to the live position and Ding Liren takes a think. Almira, as you look at this opening, black with the double isolated A pawns, the isolated D pawn, who would you say should be happier about how the opening has gone?
Maybe both of them are very happy. I think that the pair of bishops guarantees here, well, sufficient compensation for black, because, well, their pawn structure is certainly somewhat weak, but on the other hand, there are a lot of attack perspectives in this position for black, because as you can see, if you castle, then I can always play knight g4, queen h4, bishop d6, yes, and also even try to bring my rook to play rook b8. That's actually one of the most important moments. Okay, you have these double pawns, but you can play rook b8, rook b6, and transfer the rook to the 6th rank. It's one of the ideas of this opening.
We saw Hikaru Nakamura do something like that against Alireza Firouzja when he brought his rook all the way from the queen side over to the king side. So the open b file, anytime you have double pawns, you gain an open file for your rook. That is good news for black, and this bishop looks worse than the counterpart. And if you try to play b4 to fianchetto, you eventually allow this pawn to come up to a5. So just to show what that looks like, this bishop can come here, and let's say I play bishop to b2 to try to develop. Black can always try to get at this pawn. Oop, I dropped the bishop back on c1. But yeah, you can try to get at this pawn directly, so the double pawns will be double no more as you trade them off.
And if you play b5, then the other double pawn can advance to a6 and continue harassing white's b pawn and try to get that light squared bishop an excellent post on a6. But from my perspective, white has made a very serious positional concession in giving up the light squared bishop. Like, the light squares are now going to plague white for the rest of the game as long as black's light squared bishop is alive. So you might ask, well, what does Ding get in return from that? Almira pointed out the damaged pawn structure. I would also point out the d4 square, which is a very traditional parking space for white's knight. You don't want to go there immediately because the trade is not necessarily favorable if a pawn has to move to that position. But Ding Liren expanding on the queen side despite the possibility of a5. Robert, you look like that surprises you.
It certainly did, and Ding Liren has been taking a bit of a think in this game, so he's down 10 minutes. But I've learned not to read too much into Ding Liren's time usage, because there are games when he's down an hour against Hikaru Nakamura, plays perfectly, even though he wasn't familiar with the theory. He understood the fundamentals of the position. But this b4 move, it just feels like it will allow black to play a5. But maybe he felt it was better to at least expand first, because black could play a5 anyway. And if white had castled instead of playing b4, then maybe now or in the near future, black plays a5 to take away this possibility.
Well, I think that after b4, well, black first of all has two moves. Maybe bishop d6 is more flexible, but Ding's idea is probably to deprive black of this typical breakthrough in the center and to exchange the pawns to play d4 at some point. So if he castles, but now the problem is that if I play bishop d6, are you forced to play h3? Is bishop h2 is the threat already, for example, if you castle?
Yeah, these are always risky decisions because the king is open, and if you're king g1, this is how you lose games, everybody. Queen h4 comes in, your rook has to move because queen h2 is checkmate, and once the rook moves away, f2 falls, and then the king is still being hunted. So you really don't have that option to castle because of this check. Your king would have to go up to g3, and while in this position it looks like it pans out for white, it's very, very dangerous with the king out in the open. So as we look at the live position, we are joined here by Hikaru Nakamura, the most popular chess streamer, the biggest content creator on Twitch for chess. Hikaru, not a very long day today.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple things, obviously. First of all, Jan's very fortunate because he's in the situation where he seems to be playing for draws and then winning with black. Like, he's like being solid with black and then winning with black. So, I mean, if you're going to win every game with black and you have the white piece, it's like, I mean, what can I really do? I thought about changing it up, but when I played the RCC right before I left the States, I played against Firouzja actually, and I played a Sicilian, and he just like killed me. I just got absolutely destroyed in that game, so I didn't think the risk reward was there really.
Mm-hmm. How much does that weigh on you? A recent game, as you're saying, against Firouzja, if that game hadn't happened, do you think you would have been more likely to play the Sicilian?
Maybe, but also there's a problem that I played Richard yesterday, and I was looking at a lot of Sicilians before the game. From the white side, and so even when I look at it from the white side, the problem is I think a lot of people forget that Jan, he only had to face e5 in the match against Magnus, but he obviously did a lot of preparation across the board, and it didn't seem practical. I mean, if I think about the risk reward, even if I were to win the game, I don't think the chances of me catching Jan were very good, since I had black against Ding in the last round. So I didn't think that makes sense. And then if I lose the game, of course, there's no shot at second place either. So it didn't really make sense. And I had a feeling Jan would do this because, I mean, let's be honest, Ding is not going to win the last 3 games, I don't think. So it's just, yeah, it's what it is.
Hikaru, I know you're focused on your own tournament, but a quick question about Alireza. What do you think might be behind his overall lacking performance, and how disappointed were you in the fact that he lost a pretty one-sided game yesterday?
Oh, I thought you were about to say.
Other than the 5
how disappointed was I that he lost you in a match?
Right, and how disappointed were you that he couldn't even beat a commentator in a hyperbullet?
Yeah, I mean, I thought what he did was fine if the intention was to make a draw. If the intention is to just make the quick draw with the white pieces, then I think it's completely reasonable. But as soon as he went c4, I had a feeling that it was going to go downhill. And I mean, he was fine. He was fine out of the opening, but it just. You can't play till 6 a.m. and then play a game of classical chess. And actually, that was kind of the thing is when I think about when I was in Berlin, I think that I was playing something after the first game against Wesley, but I think I knew quite well that I was going to be solid and try to draw the second game. So like I already had that in mind. But if you're going to play a lot of blitz or bullet and then play a classical game against a top player, it's ill-advised. And I understand he was trying to let off some steam, but at the end of the day, it's too much. It's just too much. So
yeah,
that's my general take on it. But you know, I think a lot of people have been critical of Jan. They feel like he's gotten a lot of gifts. He's been lucky. But you know, when you play well throughout the way he has, I mean, you make your own luck, and so I think it's very deserved in terms of how Jan has performed.
And something you mentioned here is, you know, you're still in the fight for second place. So you played Ding Liren in the last round. So if you are within distance of him, or I think what you're maybe implying is that you're willing to take a risk in round 14, but not this early.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big difference when you look at it overall is, well, I guess first let's back up. First things first is that if you look at the way, I'm going to use Fabiano as an example because he's the best example. Fabiano has been playing every game, taking huge risks. So it's very clear that Fabiano does not believe for a second that second place is in play. It's very clear that he thinks Magnus is full of baloney. Let's put it that way. And I generally have the same attitude as well, but I still want to have a chance where maybe there's that backdoor option where I can get to second place. So yeah, I mean, if I have a chance, we'll see what happens. The situation obviously determines a lot, but realistically, I don't think it's there. But it's still something where if there's a chance, you want to have that possibility.
And what would you think about that? Like, you want that possibility, but a World Championship match not featuring Magnus Carlsen, is that at all odd to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's very weird that the best player in the world suddenly doesn't play. Especially when he's very clearly the best. Like if you go back in time, I'll look at Fischer. I assume Fischer probably would have beaten Karpov, but it's kind of close already after 72 if they play in like 74, 75. Whereas Magnus, I don't think you can look at it and say someone else on paper is going to beat him. It just doesn't look realistic right now. So it's kind of strange to hear that, but I mean, maybe Magnus, he's tired and he wants to do other things. So he wouldn't be the only one. I mean, I've certainly transitioned away a bit too, but. Yeah, but I mean, poker is one of those things where it's fun when you have a deep run in a tournament, like he did in the whatever it was in Oslo. But I mean, if you go into like the main event in the World Series and you bust on day 1 or day 2, it's not really very exciting. So, and that is going to happen if you play tournament poker. So, yeah, I mean, maybe he'll find other things. But at the end of the day, I think he said it in the heat of the moment. I think he's done a little bit of trolling as well. But I mean, if he doesn't play, I'd be shocked. I just don't buy it.
I mean, we asked Jan this yesterday. And we were wondering, the players, like, what kind of input would you give about a World Championship match? Because it seems like for Magnus, that's a big part of it. I'm sure the lack of prize fund relative to how chess is growing is also an issue. But what would be your preferred format for a World Championship match?
I think the thing is, when you look at the candidates and the World Championship, they're very different than other tournaments. So for example, I'll just use the Grand Prix or the Grand Swiss. I spent a couple of weeks preparing before the Grand Prix in Berlin. Just a couple of weeks, that's it. Nothing special. I think everyone else did the same. So you kind of go in, you're sort of freewheeling. You're not freewheeling. What's the word? You're sort of you're sort of just going in and you come with ideas on the fly. Everything is on the fly. Nothing is really set. And when you play in the Canada's tournament where players have like 6 months or more to prepare, everyone's repertoire is very, very solid, and they have a lot of really, really good ideas. So it's very different. It's just like, if I go play the US Championship, people will prepare for maybe a month before the event, if that, and you go play. So everyone's coming up with things on the fly, whereas in the candidates and the World Championship, you have months and months to prepare. So because of that, there's far less room, I think, to kind of be creative and take chances. And I think for Magnus, that's probably why he's so frustrated, because it's not fun having to prepare for the Petrov for months on end. I mean, he had to deal with it with Fabiano and obviously Jan as well. So I think that's maybe the thing, is perhaps if they had it where it wasn't such a long break, where let's just say this tournament ends today and you go play the match in let's say September, for example. I think that's probably the biggest thing that could be done right off, to also make it more exciting. Because if players have 6 months to prepare, you're not going to have many decisive games no matter what, because that's the nature of chess. If you're well prepared, you play a good game, it's going to be a draw. So I think that's probably the biggest thing that I would suggest changing, which doesn't require like adding rapid or blitz or other things into the mix.
Mm-hmm. One more question for me on a slightly different topic. This is a 14-round event, super grueling. You're no stranger to 14-hour streams and incredibly grueling online events. Do you feel like all of the focus that is required to conduct a long stream and keep up a high level of chess online helps you keep your level of play sharp as this tournament nears its conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought in the Grand Prix as well, it was definitely the case. I think I alluded to this, but when I was playing against some of the younger players, I think Yasipenko in particular from Russia, it seemed like he was getting tired before I was getting tired. I was kind of confused because he's half my age. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a different skill set, but just being sharp for so many hours on end, I think it does help. And And also when I'm playing against really strong players online nonstop, that definitely it makes a difference. So I think for sure it's helped me. But I think probably the biggest thing that's helped me with this tournament specifically is that I had the experience in 2016 playing the candidates where things really didn't go my way at the start, and I was able to kind of win a couple of games in the middle, had a decent result. And like to use an example, I think like for Alireza, if he had the right people around him who were sort of like keeping him calm, telling him that you'll get your chances later in the event, I think it could have been very different. No, but I mean I think it could have been very different. But I think the problem is he doesn't have that experience. He doesn't have people around him telling him to just like you just stay solid. There are going to be opportunities, and like even if I look at my games, I didn't win yesterday, but I got this opportunity out of nowhere against Richard. And those opportunities, you're going to get them in a really long tournament. And so I think that actually is the biggest thing, is the fact that I had that experience in 2016. It's really helped me just sort of focus on one game at a time and not really think about the bigger picture.
And well, how much classical chess can we expect to see you in, and has the candidates inspire you to play more?
I mean, we'll see. I don't have any classical tournaments planned in the next 6 months at least, so I don't really know. I'll probably play the Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis at the end of August. I think there's like 960 there too. Maybe I'll play something in India close to the end of the year on the World Rapid and Blitz, but
not the Olympiad.
But the Olympiad, I mean, there are a couple things. First of all, it's right after this tournament. Normally the Olympiad's in September or October. It's in the fall as opposed to suddenly being in the summer. It's very far to travel. The event, certainly, it's going to be a little bit weaker than usual as well without I think China or Russia. France also doesn't have their top players. So I think it's just a situation where you pick and choose. I think one of the things with all the tournaments online and over the board now is there's so many events that people are not going to be able to play everything. They're clashes no matter what, and because of that, you just have to pick and choose. You see Maxime, Alireza skipping. They're playing, I think, the Grand Chess Tour event instead, if I'm not mistaken. So we're in a world where there are just going to be more tournaments, and you're not going to see all the top players playing in every single event because it's just the nature of what happened with the boom. So. And then just as far as classical, I mean, maybe if a tournament like Gibraltar returns in 2023, I might want to play there. I've always had great memories there. I think I've won that tournament like 4 or 5 times, and it's one of my favorite opens, and I've always enjoyed that. So maybe an event like that, maybe Tata Steel, but remains to be seen, of course.
Well, of course, we'll see you online a ton, but before we let you go, any parting thoughts about the games here? I mean, Ding Liren, he wants to continue his winning streak. He's got the white pieces in the upper right side here against Timur Radjabov. Do you like the opening that he's gotten, or are you thinking that Timur's done a good job?
I mean, I actually hate the opening. So it looks like something where if they have 30 minutes and they're nearing control, maybe it's something where you can get play, but with Timur having an hour 50 on the clock, I mean, I have a feeling this one's going to fizzle pretty fast. That's just my guess. I mean, it just looks. I don't know. I have a feeling that if the players had less time, this could be dynamic. But I'm guessing Timur is going to find a way to simplify this pretty soon. Although apparently computer likes black here, which I guess makes some sense perhaps with the pawn on b5. Maybe black has e4 c file. I mean, I actually the more I look, especially the more I think I'd rather be black than white here because bishop b7, rook c8, and rook e8. And I mean, black has very obvious ideas, and white. I mean, for white, you need like so many moves. Like after bishop b7, let's say you play knight d4. But after rook c8, it's like you need so many moves. You need like queen d2, rook c1, castles, rook d1, and then knight e2. Just I think to possibly claim anything, and I think that feels like way too much to expect here. And at some point, black might even just have a6 somewhere to just simplify everything on the b file. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I kind of wonder if Ding's going to get into some trouble in this game actually, because it looks. Yeah, this is not what you want. This is definitely not what you want. So, not that surprising. But also, that's why it's good to be the leader, because when everyone has to chase the leader down, you're seeing people take risks. You have to take risks to try and catch the leader. And I mean, it seems like in this tournament, whenever people have been creative, whether it's against Jan or whether it's in other games, everyone's gotten punished. I got punished against Timur. Fabiano's gotten punished a few times. Everyone who tried against Jan, obviously. So it seems like the moral of the story is when you try really hard, just it's not working. And Alireza also had that happen too.
Fair enough. And actually, really last question, I promise you. Ding Liren, we had him for an interview, and he said, in response to what do you think should happen if there's a tie for second place, he said it should be played out over the board.
Yeah, I mean, if it matters, of course. Like I said, if it matters, then yes, I think there should always be a tiebreaker. Actually, FIDE changed the rules, I think, for this candidates tournament, where if there was a tie for first place, unlike in the past editions, there would be a tiebreaker. So yeah, if it matters, there should be a tiebreaker. But I again, it's one of those things where I'll believe it when I see it.
But
basically,
if this tournament ends in a tie for second, do you think the players should say we should play it just in case?
Yeah, actually, that's interesting. Probably that is one way to do it. I mean, whether FIDE goes along with that, I mean, who knows? But yeah, I think if the players got together and said let's just play some kind of tiebreaker, I think that would be a reasonable way to resolve it. And yeah, see what happens.
Okay, the only thing we have to resolve is: are you wearing pineapple socks?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I wore them in Berlin as well. My mods gave them to me, so yeah, I figured I would do that.
Well, props to the mods. Thank you so much, Hikaru, for joining us, for sharing your thoughts. And the game wasn't long today, so enjoy your double rest day.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
You heard from Hikaru Nakamura, Super Grandmaster, having a good result here in Madrid. As he said, he didn't want to burn his bridges. He will leave his chances open because Liren, the player on screen, is the man he faces in the 14th and final round at the Palacio de Santonia. So no need to go all in against Jan. That's how you get in trouble. And he gets white against Jan-Krzysztof Duda after the rest day. Almira, and it's always good to hear Hikaru's thoughts, but he does certainly have chances to catch up to Liren because he plays in the final round and the white pieces against Duda. That's a pretty good pairing, all things considered.
Well, that's exactly what I thought, I think, at the beginning of the round. And I actually love how rational Hikaru is, you know, so he's very calm and he explains his point of view, like point by point. So I think that those two rounds are going to be very interesting, and we will see.
And now I'm very curious if the players will group together to ask FIDE for a playoff, because we know that in the regulations, for first place tie, you'd have to play it out. But nobody expects second place to be involved with the World Chess Championship. And I don't know if I just gave Hikaru the idea, but he seemed to be receptive to it, that if the players say, you know, we don't believe in this, you know, these tie breaks, it feels like that's not how you should ever settle a chess event. And Liren, you know, if those two are the people who are tied, and Liren himself said we should play, maybe those two can agree to play. There's a lot at stake there, and the person who ultimately finished in second may change their mind, like, no, it's good this way. No match, you know, for the tie here. Let's just go with it. But I think the players always want to settle out on the board.
I think the fact that there even is an active discussion is a great thing, because when you have an unprecedented situation, you need the input of everyone involved. You don't just want some higher up making a pronouncement, you know, this is how we're going to do it. You want a rational, open discussion where the facts are laid out. And I completely agree with you. I think it's only fair that in a situation like this, you decide who qualifies over the chessboard. Everything in chess should be decided, the maximum number of things should be decided over the chessboard rather than on a piece of paper and with a calculator. So it's great that we're discussing this. I know Magnus is in Madrid, so I'm also hoping for a pronouncement from the world champion himself before the end of this tournament, maybe the day after this tournament concludes, for us to be able to figure out whether a tiebreak would actually be a relevant thing to conduct. I hope that Magnus saves these players from playing a bunch of useless tiebreak games if, in fact, he wants to play.
Everyone wants to see them play rapid tiebreak.
That's true.
Regardless,
Even if they're
for nothing, rapid
true.
chess between these players, 2 thumbs up.
That's true. It's a net positive.
You know, I was thinking that, like, with the so many people behind Ding and the huge community behind Hikaru, there might be like very important leverage finally, you know, on the side of the players, so they can negotiate against FIDE.
Absolutely. And the players are saying they want it. And also changes the dynamic of that last round. We know in the 2016 Candidates Tournament, Fabiano Caruana, Sergei Karakin were tied for first place. Fabiano had the black pieces, but because there was no tiebreak match, Fabiano had to play for a win from move 1, which is really uncomfortable. And if Hikaru Nakamura wins round 13 and Liren draws the next 2 games, and somehow Ding has better tiebreaks, we might be in that same exact situation where instead of a draw being okay, they tie for second, they play a match, that now Hikaru from move 1 has to play for win if in fact they're tied heading into the round. So we'll see what happens with respect to that. We see Fabiano Caruana on screen. We heard Hikaru's thoughts on Ding Liren's game. So why don't we go to Fabiano's game against Richard Rapport? They're already 12 moves in, so if you haven't voted, well, you missed your chance because it's only up to move 10. But here we see a pawn structure where both sides have double pawns.
Yeah. Go ahead, Amira.
Isn't it like with the same variation that Fabiano played with white? You know how important it is like to study the opening theory for both colors. But I think that Fabiano went for bishop b6 or not bishop d6.
Okay, we'll bring up the analysis board and show that moment for you all. Okay, just to go through the opening.
What a surprise.
Anti-Berlin. And Almira mentioned the move bishop to b6 here instead of bishop to d6.
I don't remember which move is more common, to be honest.
I think that was like, already this line was sort of considered to be very rare because Fabiano used it against Hikaru. Like knight d2 and knight b3 then. So what is more flexible?
Well, bishop b7, I know, is also a possibility here that prevents knight g5. Bishop b6, I think, might be more natural from the perspective of controlling the maximum number of squares, putting pressure on f2. I mean, you're not exactly going to develop a mating attack in the next like 4 or 5 moves, but that bishop looks pretty safe and sound. But Richard did try to exploit the fact that knight g5 is possible, and he played it straight away, essentially forcing black to give away the light squared bishop. I don't know what to make of that, though. Who does that favor? It's hard to say.
Can we talk about how many knight moves have been made? Like, okay, knight f3, that's one knight move. Knight bd2, that's a second. Knight b3, third. Knight g5, fourth. This is captured. Fifth move.
Oh my God.
Move, 7th knight move of the game, and we're only 13 moves in.
Black should play knight d4 just for the heck of it, even though that's a bad move.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear what Richard is doing. And Almir, I have to ask you stylistically, it looks like Richard's trying to avoid anything that could get him in trouble. Like he's playing the most solid position that you could ask for in a chess game.
Well, and that's actually for me is a very strange opening choice because that's what the story that I was telling right at the beginning of the round, that Richard himself played against Fabiano Caruana, this Taiman of Sicilian, with bishop f4, this crazy line. But Fabiano went for a solid opening himself here, so he doesn't want to take any risks, and he's been struggling in the second half of the tournament. I wanted to show you that we might get this very strange looking pawn structure if white takes on b6, so it's very compact.
Oh, so
I mean, no,
you made the worst possible.
Yes, you cannot say.
Yeah.
Let's say you castle, and if knight b6, you have this. It's not very often that you get this type of structure in a game.
I like it.
A pawn cube. People on Twitch love that. I know chat is probably going crazy right now.
Well, you know, we don't typically love double pawns, but they occupy so many squares. I mean, look at this. They can go up, and the second one can join the party, then you can keep going over here. So it's like a convoy. You know, you keep moving it forward, and they have your back. So Queen d7 is played by Fabiano, and that means after knight takes b6, no longer can you take with the a pawn. Your rook is loose on a8. That's why you needed the queen over here. So he's willing to take away from the center with c takes b6. And in the event this happens, look at this little, like, what is this, like I don't even know what this is, like a lightning bolt or something?
Yeah, this is some sort of parallelogram shaped pawn structure. Also not something you see every day. I guess there's only one set of double pawns here, even though it looks like there's more.
Yeah, I feel
only the B pawns are double.
I feel like I'm playing Blockist or Tetris or something.
Right, exactly.
With this kind of piece. So, well, what do you make of this, Almira? That the fact that Fabiano is willing to capture away from the center, we typically don't advise that if we don't have to. But what do you think his ultimate goal in this position is? Well,
actually, it's even more complex than that. I was thinking about positionally. Which piece is better, the bishop on c1 or this knight on c6? I think that Fabiano wants to play c5 here and to establish a very, a Maratzi bind with black pieces. Richard will most certainly play for f4 here. He will castle and play f4, maybe on the next move. But then if I'll take bishop b4, I will always have this queen d4 and queen b2. That's why I think Fabiano wanted to keep his queen on the g file.
I'll just show that Almira's points f4 would be a nice, useful move to get the bishop open, but there's a tactical flaw that after bishop takes f4, this knight captures, this rook captures, and after queen d4 check, you may just be dropping a pawn over here on b2. It's not the end of the story because black's king is in the center and things of that nature, but you don't want to just drop a pawn like this.
Yeah, and I would also make one more point, which is that if you give up the knight, it's like that feeling of not having the right screwdriver. I don't really experience that feeling because I don't really use a screwdriver. I don't do any repairs myself. But after something like bishop e3, c5, if only you had a knight on c3, that knight would have a mouth-watering square on d5. So that's the problem. Oh, or a light squared bishop on c4. So you have the worst possible minor piece. Now, the bishop on e3 isn't terrible because, as Almira pointed out, it can potentially support f2, f4. But black has this incredible bind on the d4 square with no downside because white doesn't have the machinery to exploit the drawback of black's pawn structure. So yeah, the fact that black has to take away from the center is a little bit unpleasant, but it's really not a big deal. And I think that Richard is going to keep his knight on c4, at least for the time being.
Yeah, there's no reason to capture right away and Rapport. He doesn't look thrilled right now. He's kind of slouched in his chair, and Dina Belankaya caught up with Richard, and he gave us insights into what's going on in his head.
For joining, how satisfying is your game today?
I don't know. I don't really care at this point, so I again got in totally normal position, then I decided to lose, and then after making the decision that I will lose again today, I changed my mind and I drew it, yeah. So yeah, very strange game. I mean, I guess there was many people who would have bet that after, I don't know, a takes b3, bishop takes b3, the game will finish within 5 minutes, but not for me, not on this tournament apparently, yeah. So it's okay.
According to the computer, it was a relatively clean game, and in fact, Hikaru was the one, let's say, who didn't use the white color. You were playing really solid.
Yeah, I mean, this opening is generally very solid. He went for this line with g3, which I think is not the most ambitious one. And after that, okay, there was some minor complications, but with bishop pair, you should always be fine. And of course, this final position, which he played forever, is totally drawn. I mean, it would be really okay if my pawn was on g5, let's say, probably it's lost, or possibly it's lost. But right, what we got, all he could do is just, hope that I will blunder something in 1 or 2 moves, which I haven't done, fortunately, this time. Yeah.
What do you think about this tournament situation when Jan is the clear leader? Do you think he already guaranteed himself a first place, or he still needs to be really careful?
Pretty much, especially because he's still playing with me. So I think he's kind of guaranteed to win the thing. Yeah.
So are you saying that you still have some motivation regardless of what you have said before?
We will see. Yeah. I don't want to reveal some secrets. Okay.
Right. Thanks a lot, Richard.
Richard Rapport has a great sense of humor, very self-deprecating, hard to tell when he's being serious or when he's just joshing around, but he is a fantastic player. He should be invited, I've said this earlier in the event, to every single chess tournament because of his creativity and his exciting play. We know that the result didn't go his way against Jan Nepomniachtchi early in the event, but he declined to draw. He called himself stupid, and he said he should throw his laptop out the window. But it's just great to see a player like
didn't do that.
Yeah, no. That would not be good. You need to look down and make sure nobody's there before you toss anything out your window, which you shouldn't do in the first place. But Almira, I mean, we just heard his interview, and he's ready to go home.
Well, it's quite surprising for me because Richard is such a fighter. But he certainly had high expectations for this tournament, and he looks so disappointed. He's like, I wanted to make a joke, he looks like a suicidal fish, But, well, he keeps joking about it, as you said, so we can call this interview Unraveling the Mysteries of Richard Rapport. And, well, there are three games ahead of him.
And Donna, he said that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has this win in the bag. He still plays me. But we know that when Richard takes him on, he is not going to play lightly. He's going to take that game very seriously.
And I'd say 2 things. I think, chess fans need to be very discerning of the way in which Richard said self-deprecatingly that Jan is still playing him, and he said at one point, "I don't care." I think none of us can actually accuse him of not caring. He's putting in his best every game. Somebody like Richard Rapport, it's not that he consciously puts in effort every game. He can't help it. He lives and breathes chess. The guy gives all of his energy every single game, and you can sense the disappointment even at very minor inaccuracies, because that was all he committed yesterday. And the second thing I'd say, I think some people might look at this interview and say, well, I can sense his disappointment, but did Richard really think that he had serious chances to win the candidates? Yes. That's why we want to invite him to every tournament. We don't want to invite someone who's just there to fill up the tournament standings. We want to see players who believe in themselves and who obviously have the results to back that up. Richard does have the results to back that up. He has the rating to back it up. And I love seeing a fighter, and even a disappointed fighter is better than a happy non-fighter. That doesn't really roll off the tongue, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, he has been fighting. We see a win against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in round 8, followed by 2 consecutive losses against Alireza Firouzja and Liren. Some disappointing results there. He drew Hikaru Nakamura, but that wasn't for lack of trying from Hikaru's point of view. And for Richard, he defended for over 90 moves. So now he gets the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. They are actually very good friends. And from Rapport, he hasn't played that much overall, but in the last year, it seems like he's playing everywhere, right? He actually was also going to play in the Norway chess event, but he dropped out of that because it ended a few days before the tournament. Timur Radjabov did take part in that one. So for Rapport, we are getting to see him much more over the board. We know that there's this whole thing with him transferring from his native Hungary to Romania. He has some sponsorship. He has previously spoken about the lack of sponsorship in chess. Now he feels like he doesn't have support. So it seems like he's doing well, and his wardrobe, of course, it is only natural that he's attracting sponsors with that.
Absolutely. And he's so fun to watch in every way imaginable, from his wardrobe to the moves that appear on the board. And I remember Richard has been 2,700 for 6 or 7 years now. Yeah. And there was a point at which he dropped below 2,700. Let me tell you, playing Richard Rapport when he was like 2,670 was the most nightmare pairing imaginable. So now he is back to his rightful place, over 2,760. And he's taking his time in this position, deciding whether to take on b6, whether to castle queenside, delay castling, to throw in a check on h5. It's symmetrical from the point of view of material, but very positionally complex given the pawn structure and given all of the options available for both sides.
I also wanted to say that given his psychological state, it was very important to stop the bleeding yesterday. So he made a draw against Hikaru, and well, he still has 2 games with white. And, well, maybe a more difficult game with black.
It remains to be seen what he's capable of. But we haven't touched upon this one final game in the bottom left between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firouzja. So let's bring that one up. Let's give the youngsters, the 2 youngest players in the candidates, their due. It's their first candidates tournament. And before the game, I had to make a prediction. And I said that Jan-Krzysztof Duda was going to win. I have to pick somebody, but if we look at the live board here and we look at Jan-Krzysztof Duda, his position, at least the outline of it, looks really nice for white.
Well, do you remember, Danny, if Alireza Firouzja played the Moron before?
I don't even really know what he plays against d4. The funny thing is, this started as an Imzo-Indian, and then Alireza transposed into a semi-Slav and played the Moron. So to answer your question, I don't remember Alireza in these positions.
Well, actually, what I wanted to say, it's true for Timur Radjabov and for Alireza Firouzja that both of them played the King's Indian. As kids, that was their first love, the opening they loved so much. So how do you come from the King's Indian and then you play the Queen's Gambit and there are more solid openings?
Yeah, I mean, one of my criticisms of Alireza this tournament, I think Hikaru echoed that, was his opening choice. I mean, he hadn't played for many months. We were expecting, opening wizardry. And at times, his choices and his play overall hasn't been totally aligned to what we think his stylistic preferences are. And yesterday, he definitely over-relied on the engine assessment by his own admission. So we're keeping a close eye on Alireza's opening choices in the last 3 games, the Moron has the upside of being a very tactical weapon. It's existed for decades. It's very reputable. It's incredibly well studied. This move b7, b5 is what really defines the Moron. It's named after a city in I don't know which European country where this was first played. So black expands very quickly on the queen side. Fianchetta's the bishop on b7. And in the Moron, black has a lot of possible pawn breaks. That b pawn, it can move forward to b4. The c pawn can move to c5 and open up the light square bishop. And finally, you often see black playing the third pawn break, which also featured in this game, and that is e6, e5, which is often played in response to white pushing the pawn up to e4. Robert, the position is complex tactically, structurally, positionally. This is one of the most well-studied and yet one of the most open-ended openings in existence.
Yes, and you mentioned the B pawn push first, and that's why Jan-Krzysztof plays A3. If you play C5, you're going to drop this pawn on B5. And there are times where you can do this because this bishop slices across the board to take this knight, and this bishop is aiming towards H2, but not in this position. C5 would be a mistake too soon because this pawn on B5 can be captured. And it doesn't end here, right? We've seen games like Bishop B8 and Viswanathan Anand, the 5-time former world champion. He won a beautiful game against Levon Aronian in such a position. So you have to be careful from White's perspective. Don't just take pawns and assume you're good. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda has undoubtedly studied these positions. So Firouzja goes A5. We saw E4, and as you said, Danya, E5 is the response. After the swap of pawns and then knights, we get this position where White plays H3. Almira, you called out in the Ding Liren game against Timur Radjabov that you have to look out for bishop takes H2 and knight G4 check. So H3 takes care of that problem.
Well, first of all, I still remember this game, Levon Aronian against Visha Anand, and maybe we'll have some time also, and we will show you the final sequence. This game is absolutely breathtaking. But here, this opening actually reminds me of a boxing match because it's very concrete. So you should always be aware of the threat of your opponent with both colors, and you play B5, A3, then every time White plays E4, you should almost always reply with the E5, the counterattack in the center. Then Black's on E5, you have to play H3. What was the next move? Bishop A6, I think, here. And yes, Bishop B3 was played. Could he play Rook D1 here? Or it's unnecessary? I was not sure.
Yeah, Rook D1 is possible. I guess Duda's keeping his options open and waiting to see how Alireza will react, because after bishop e3, you've completed your development. Maybe this rook wants to go to d1 and this pawn goes to f4 at some point, so it does feel like a flexible approach. And when I'm looking at this position, I understand that bishop a6 was played so that you could play b4
but
next.
That's why I wanted to play rook d1, because you should always consider the tactical consequences, because once again, bishop a6 with the idea of playing b4, so we should calculate what happens next.
Just showing why b4 would be impossible. The queen would be loose there, or hanging, because the rook is on the same file. So after rook d1, the queen would have to move, and I don't know, where should it go to? Here or here?
That's an interesting question. Almost always we ask ourselves where to put our rooks, but here queen e7 or queen c7 is also possible.
I mean, I would be inclined to put it on c7 to prevent f4. But maybe f4 with the rook gone from the king side is too weakening, so maybe it's not even a danger in the first place. But I'm impressed with the fact that Duda clearly identified Alireza's idea. I mean, bishop a6 is not exactly a mysterious move. Like, I'm wondering what he's preparing. He stared it in the face and he ignored it. Duda just continues developing as if nothing is happening. So the question we have to ask here is what happens after b4? Because it's clear that Duda is planning to sacrifice a pawn. You have to take on a6. Now, rook a6, a takes b4, and the rook hangs, so that's not what Alireza is intending. He wants b takes c3 instead. And I think a lot of people, you guys can co-sign me on this, would reject the line right here, out of hand. The pawn will take on b2, black will get a monster passer that's supported by the bishop, looks terrible. But let's keep calculating. Bishop back to c4. The upside is that white has gotten control of all the light squares. The bishop has no equal. And here, white has rook a d1. It's very important that this move comes with tempo. because after the queen moves, let's say queen c7, white can now chase the bishop away from e5 with f4. Queen c7 here is actually a very, very bad move because the bishop walks inevitably into a fork. So the queen has to go elsewhere, but I think Duda has seen this idea of f4 and he has decided that his initiative and the fact that he has a light squared bishop is fully compensating him against that very nasty pawn on b2. It's a very, very sharp and interesting decision.
Yeah, I mean, what a pawn sacrifice down there on b2. I think you're right that most people would dismiss this. You visualize a passed pawn one square away from promotion, protected by a bishop, while attacking this rook, and you say, no way, no, I can't do this. But you're absolutely right, and Almira, your point about f2 to f4, keeping that rook staying on f1, it feels like white has the activity, black has the material, and if you don't kick that bishop out and get that pawn back, you might just lose the game as white. But Duda, he's calculating this. He's not just seeing the future, he's assessing the position, and he says, I like my chances.
To be honest, now I have the feeling that he's still in his home preparation.
Wow.
Even though he spent 30 minutes or so.
Well, but as you've said, Moron is such a complex opening. There are so many lines and plans to remember.
Yeah. No, that's totally true.
And maybe he had this idea in store for a while, and finally, well, he got the chance to use it.
So, yeah, as the old proverb goes, the faintest ink is is more powerful than the strongest memory. So maybe this is in some file that was recorded 5 years ago, and Duda just has to access it. It's in the far reaches of his memory. I totally wouldn't rule that out, Almira. A move like bishop e3 isn't played unless you've either calculated it very, very carefully or you've studied it beforehand. I don't think Alireza, though, has much of a choice. Having said A, you have to say B in this case.
Positionally, you might just be borderline lost if you don't play b4 because your bishop on a6 looks silly. The c6 pawn becomes a target. And maybe yesterday's debacle might influence him today. He pushed pawns forward, pawns can't move back, and then you get yourself in some trouble. But I think, as you said, Donna, you say A, you have to say B. He's already all in on the b4 move. So we'll leave Alireza Firouzja to it. We'll leave Ding Liren and Timur Radjabov to slug out that position, which looks interesting and not clearly defined. And of course, Fabiano Caruana, he looks to rebound today with a win with the black pieces over Richard Rapport. But Richard, he is playing a sturdy opening. So we're about an hour into the round. We are going to take our first break here in round 12 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. And we want to remind everybody of the upcoming I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship featuring Eric Rosen and FIDE Master James Canty III. This is the finale. These players are playing for gold at the razor sharp Canty and the always tricky Rosen. So you'll not want to miss that matchup on Thursday, July 7th, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be right back here for more coverage for the 2022 FIDE Candidates. This is Chess.com's broadcast. We'll return shortly.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
It took some good fortune, but Ding Liren arrives at the candidates with some very legitimate reasons to think he can secure a bid to challenge for the world title for the very first time. A visa issue originally kept Ding out of the last opportunity to qualify. But when a spot opened, Ding was next man up based upon his hot streak of late. The timing couldn't be better for Ding. An entertaining and unpredictable player, Ding enters the candidates rated higher than any player in the field.
The chat went nuts. They love their man Ding Liren. We said this is an engine move. Humans don't find it, and he found King F1.
I'm absolutely stunned once again. This is such a difficult move.
The strongest player in China's history, Ding is the only player from that country to earn a 2800 rating. Launched by an undefeated streak across 100 straight classical games, Ding has sat amongst the world's top 5 for the past 5 years. Once out of the tournament completely, Ding now aims to bring China into a World Chess Championship match for the first time in his native land's history.
El ajedrez puede ser jugado por todo el mundo y ese es el enfoque primordial de ajedrez con cabeza, demostrar que todo el mundo, aunque no sepas nada de ajedrez, puede acercarse al ajedrez y disfrutar del ajedrez.
Pues en este club ahora mismo hay 300 personas de socios, entonces hay de todas las edades, de niños que van de los 4 años hasta señoras y señores que tienen 85.
We always say we are a family. The people who come here say that it is like being home. Everyone is very comfortable here.
Empezamos un grupo de amigas y empezamos sin saber nada. Y ahora jugamos mucho y estamos súper enganchadas al ajedrez.
He salido muchas veces a jugar por las calles de Madrid con el Club de Ajedrez con Cabeza y hoy, por ejemplo, pues en la primera inauguración de este club no me la podía perder y nada, pues estaba aquí esta mañana pues jugando con todo el mundo.
Tuve, la verdad, el honor de ser invitado a la fiesta de inauguración del torneo de candidatos. Fue un auténtico privilegio pues, ver a los jugadores y estar a menos de 1 metro de ellos. Cualquiera de los 8 jugadores yo creo que puede dar la sorpresa y retar a Carlsen.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess player.
Okay. And as we see here, the players are on screen. Well, there are some empty chairs here because Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura have ended their game after a short draw in the Berlin, and only 1 player at each board. So I think we know whose move it is. Fabiano Caruana on the clock, as is Liren. Oh wait, no, I think Liren has made his move. So Timur on the clock, and Alireza Firouzja trying to work through his position. And as we have seen and mention.
Still tired.
What? Still tired? No,
Guys are
I was
rubbing
not
his
going.
eyes.
I was not going there, Danya.
And
No
someone
more
is
blame
falling asleep,
on you.
yes.
I'm trying to avoid that storyline, and you're just bringing it right back into the discussion,
Trying to
Danya.
avoid your face.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, here we do have 3 games remaining. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the short draw because it allows him to maintain his lead in this event. All eyes on Liren because he needs to win. And Almira, just during the break, we were talking about Fabiano Caruana, what he needs to do, and also the type of preparation he does.
Well, first of all, I think it's very important to remind everyone how important the physical preparation is for a top chess player. And I remember when Fabiano was preparing for the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, I read a very interesting article where he revealed, well, some secrets of his preparation, and I was absolutely amazed to see that his physical preparation consisted of like 1 hour of swimming, 1 hour of tennis, I think half an hour of basketball, and also some running and cardio training, and all this in 1 day. And we are talking about a chess player. So now you can see, well, how important it is to be able to last in a tournament like the Candidates, which we have 14 rounds.
And that was one of the things with Bobby Fischer. There are many interviews with him. There's Sports Illustrated videos and interviews where he discussed his physical routine because he believed that playing chess wasn't just about making moves on a board and doing nothing else. You need to be on tip-top shape, and we have seen that more and more from chess players, Danya.
Yeah, and I read that article with great pleasure. I read the article that scientifically analyzes the fact that a lot of chess players lose weight during the tournament because of the stress. And then I heard an NPR show where they were making fun of that. And I just thought that, a lot of people do have this very short-sighted idea that, you're just sitting at a board for a couple of hours, and then there are a lot of rest days, and, you get to watch your favorite shows in the evening. It's hard to convey that when you're in a tournament like this, especially one that is 14 rounds, you're in a capsule. And every single second is filled with stress. The moment you wake up, you're thinking about which opening you're going to play. The moment the game ends, you're not thinking about which paella you're going to order. You're thinking about the mistake and the inaccuracy you made on move 32. And why didn't I play bishop c4 and move 48? And maybe I would have won. And then maybe Nepo wouldn't have been leading. These thoughts are constantly cycling through your head every second of the day. And combine that with the fact that you actually have to play. A single move can totally shuffle the standings of the tournament. The pressure is unimaginable, and it's a great privilege to have courtside seats to this kind of entertainment.
Yeah, it really is an absolute privilege. And I just saw the move H4 played in the top left of our screen. That's good news for Fabiano Caruana because he needs to win today. Amir, you were just talking about how he stays in shape. He hasn't quite been in shape over the chessboard in the last 4 rounds. Ever since the second half of the tournament started, he has lost 3 games, only drawn 1. I don't think we would ever conceive of that possibility. But right now with the black pieces, as we pull this game up, he's happy to see a move like H4 because even if it makes sense and it's a logical choice, whenever someone starts launching pawns forward, it could be scary for your king, but it also creates problems for white. So Amira, Fabi, we have him on screen here. What do you make of it?
Well, first of all, we are sure that he's playing against Richard Rapport when we see this move on the board. It's a very creative approach in this position. I think that Richard doesn't want to trade his very powerful knight, first of all. He doesn't want to take on b6. And he wants to play h4, h5, h6, and to create another weakness, the pawn on f6.
It's a very good idea, right? Because if we just show that, let's say I make some move like a6, h5, and I'll just make a random rook move like rook d8 and h6, you're saying that this f6 pawn can become a target, so you have to push it, and then the pawn chain shrinks, and a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. f6 is more approachable by white's pieces.
Well, then it can be justified to take on b6, to play on f4. There are similar ideas in Rosolima. Then you triple on the f-file, and at some moment you can even make use of your h6 pawns and to combine some mating ideas and to win the game.
So you're a fan of h4 is what I'm...
Well, I like it.
Okay. Danya, what about you? Are you a fan of this for Rich Rapport, or if you're a Fabiano Caruana fan, are you happy to see it?
Well, I have some thoughts on this position, but I want to make a more general point. about how fashion and how general knowledge has shifted in the anti-Berlin. So when it got popular about 10 years ago, people were castling short automatically. That was just something you did. That was the teeth brushing in the morning. I mean, that was like putting your pajamas on in the evening. Castles happened very, very early. But just like knowledge in any field, when the knowledge progresses, certain basic assumptions start being questioned, right? Does the Earth actually revolve around the sun? They asked after it had been assumed as a given for thousands of years. And in the same vein, people have stopped castling. At first, black started castling queenside, and now both sides have started to delay castling altogether, and it's become totally normal. And you can see in this move h4, the cat and mouse game, where both sides are trying to get the other side to be the first one to commit. And as Elmira pointed out, if you castle too early, this move h4, h5, it either induces a weakness on the g6 square, black plays h6, or if white advances the pawn to h6, then the f6 pawn really softens up. So if I'm Fabiano Caruana, I'm very seriously thinking about castling queenside. Not immediately, but maybe after a preliminary a6. And as I say that, that is exactly what Fabi has just played. I think he's preparing queenside castles and trying to punish Richard for weakening his kingside.
Good explanation. A6 looks like an odd move because we were talking about pawn chains before from a7 to c5, but the pawn chain, it may shrink in the event of bishop e3, but black can still play c5, and the pawn on b6 is quite difficult to get to. So both sides delaying their castling. This has been a topic of conversation throughout the candidates that people ask, my coach always tells me that you should castle in the first 10 moves of the game. And as you get stronger and stronger, you can break those principles because you know when to break them. And as you've been pointing out, the cat and mouse game, Elmira, when are they going to move their kings?
Well, first of all, I wanted to ask for us to show like a very beautiful mate, just in case, like if you castle and knight b6, a b6, rook a8 mate.
Oh gosh, if black had made this mistake, knight takes b6, you don't want to lose your pawn on a7, so you capture with the a pawn, and then unfortunately, you get checkmated in one move. That would be pretty tragic.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen. Right before he came to Madrid, he played a Bundesliga game in which he blundered an exact mate like this on move 15. I'm kidding. That didn't happen.
Yeah, no, I think that people sometimes believe what you're saying and they realize that they shouldn't.
I have a very funny story about that. But
okay, scale of 1 to 10, how funny?
Okay, it is funny. This is worth telling.
Give me a number.
7.
Okay, wow.
Okay, go to the starting position. I hate doing this. I hate
high expectations.
Changing the course of the game. Put on the Najdorf.
The Najdorf, okay.
Yes. So when I taught at a very strong chess camp a couple of years ago, I was teaching the top group, 2,000 plus. I was able to convince an entire group of kids that bishop f4 in this position was a legitimate move that was recently played by the opening maverick Alexander Morozevich. Of course, there's e5 forking the two pieces. They literally believed me until the end of the class.
What was the rating?
2,000, 21, 2,200. That's the power of
authority.
A GM saying something, you know, even though half of the things I say are untrue.
So now everybody who's watching, the tens of thousands of people, are thinking about everything you said on the broadcast. And
right.
Like, do I actually believe a word that he said?
You shouldn't.
Yes, but it's very important. We were
you have to question authority, you know?
Not only authority. We were talking about questioning everything and every dogmatic way of thinking. So here we are.
And I did say that I give puzzles where the answer is just an equal position because you should always be using your own brains, not just relying on somebody else. So that is true. That is good advice.
Robert Hess's brain.
Never do that.
Coming back to the position and, well, to your question, Robert, when they're going to castle. This is a very interesting dance we have here. So after a6, Fabiano wants, well, at least he has this possibility to castle long. What can Richard do about this?
Well,
we're about to find out.
With h5, it looks like. He's just going all in with that pawn. And a question I had, can this bishop move? The knight on c4, it's a very strong piece, but maybe I want to move my bishop to c5 and say you're not going to trade off ever on b6, and that might give Fabiano some more winning chances because the more pieces that remain on the board, the more options you have. So I have been wondering if Fabiano can move his bishop and maybe even to the d4 square, because most times you put a piece on d4, it gets kicked out immediately, but you're inducing a weakness in c3. And I wouldn't even mind going all the way back to a7. That's another thing a6 did, because this d3 pawn is a huge target. A knight comes to c5, a rook comes to d8, whether or not I castle, and then I'm going to go right for that pawn. So I feel like Fabiano, who understands these positions very well, he might just keep his bishop here. We do want to have the opportunity to put our knight here, but h6 in and of itself isn't that scary. I push g6, and I can always put a rook on f8, and now that my pieces are out the way, I can castle queenside and maybe even play for f5.
Actually, it's a very interesting opening strategy. He kept his bishop on b6. He prevent white with the most obvious, from the most obvious plan, c3 in d4 or d4. And now, well, I like your idea. He can play bishop d4, bishop c5, and to keep this bishop alive on the board. And maybe bishop c5 is also possible because it could be transferred to the king side and to protect the, in order to protect the f6 pawn. So it's very interesting. But on the other hand, if you play bishop d4, can I start with knight d3 and knight f5?
Certainly can. And the thing is, once your knight gets there, now h6, g6 will come with a tempo against this knight. So it feels like this knight on e6 is really the great piece in black's position, because not only does it defend g7 from any attacks, it can always hop forward, and it stops the move f4. So I do like these positions from the black side. I have a slight bias because I play them from the black side, and Fabiano, instead of moving his bishop, just castles queenside. He is not afraid of the capture. But I feel like for Richard, if he doesn't capture that bishop, Fabiano will move it out the way, and then it won't be easy for him to play because it's not clear what his plan is.
I think maybe now it's very important to take this bishop because you can play bishop b3 with a tempo, so you develop a piece. Well, most probably Richard will castle long as well. So what do you think? Knight b6, he takes b6, bishop b3. If Fabi plays c5.
Okay, we'll analyze that here. Knight takes b6, pawn takes bishop e3, and c5. I mean, at some point you may consider the move
yeah,
b4.
queen d2 could be an interesting candidate move here to potentially, as Elmira said, prepare castling and simultaneously.
It's kind of funny because black has so much control of this board. Like, this knight is great. This bishop, even though it has a pawn in sights, that pawn is defended by a knight. The queen can always move up the board to defend the pawn. I like this position for black. I really do. I just feel like the bishop doesn't have as much promise as the knight, and the side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage, and I could see an f5 coming or even a c4. So I think that black has a little bit more control.
I agree with you conceptually. I do think that if white castles queenside in a position like this, now you could throw an h6, g6. We could debate the usefulness of that. But white does have this plan of going g3 and f4 and trying to expand on the king side. And I much preferred black's position had Fabi saved the bishop. I really think Fabi should have put more thought into playing your move bishop d4. There's also a very powerful psychological effect that such a move produces, because when there's an option that you dangle in front of your opponent for several moves, and then your opponent doesn't take it, and then that ship sails, I feel like Richard would have started questioning himself. Maybe I should have taken that bishop when I had a chance. Maybe I shouldn't have let Fabi keep that bishop on the board. Now he gives Richard another opportunity, and I very strongly feel that white needs to hop on this opportunity train before that bishop moves, because if he doesn't take the bishop here, then I think Fabi will probably move it to d4 or a7.
Agreed. So Richard, he has his work cut out for him. Will he take on b6? That's the big question. He is down a little bit on the clock, but still doing fine. As we look at our, well, I was going to say four-board view, but one game's already done as Richard takes the knight on b6. The bottom right, we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura make a very quick draw. And, bottom left, by the way, we see that Duda and Firouzja are going down this variation. It's going to be a slugfest between those two. And Liren, he has a lot to prove because it looks like his position, as Hikaru Nakamura predicted, is worse with the white pieces. And every single half point in this tournament is meaningful because the players, they get additional money for every half point. It's 3,500 euros per half point. So thus far in the tournament, the players are adding that up until they see the final standings and may add 24k euros for third, 36 for second, and not bad, 48,000 euros for first. So what have the players earned thus far? That's the big question. I know a lot of people, when they watch chess tournaments, they're like, how much do the players make? Why do they get these secret appearance fees? And we can't figure it out because, of course, everyone wants in on everyone else's business. But we do have that information that Jan Nepomniachtchi has already made 60,000 euros approximately.
Wow. I'm mesmerized by those numbers.
Not bad.
He's going to raid that Tesla dealership when he comes back home.
And, you know, Alireza Firouzja down there in 8th place still has made 28,000 euros. And with every half point he scores, that's 3,500. So if he wins a game, that's 7,000 euros for each win.
Well, it's a very important prize pool. And, well, it looks like a poker tournament. You were discussing poker tournaments with Hikaru. So. And I think that's the first time that the money is distributed in this way, that players get additional money for half the points. And what is also interesting is that Fabiano said at the press conference that he doesn't even know what was the first prize. All what mattered to him is, as I told you, is the first place and, well, to play for something greater. To have a shot for the World Championship title.
And that prize is much bigger than even these, but still, it's good to see the players getting rewarded for their efforts. They put a lot of energy in, and these prizes do not include the first through third additional prize fund. So with Jan Nepomniachtchi already securing at least 59,500 euros, if he keeps this, he'll gain that extra 48,000 euros to that. So he's making a huge payday here in Madrid. So on that note, we're going to remove the money, but the players are hoping to find money moves here. My eyes are on that Ding Liren Radjabov game. Ding Liren down on the clock with the white pieces, and his position just looks worse, right? Black has the bishop pair.
And Timur's taking a page out of his book, using that queen's rook and doing work with it. Usually it's Ding Liren with the rook on b6 or b3 by move 17. This is... I mean, Hikaru called it. I think Hikaru called it even when the position was closer to equal objectively. And things are kind of getting worse for white. And we should explain, by the way, why knight takes d5 isn't just a free pawn here.
Yes.
But more generally, do you agree with my general assessment that this is souring for Ding?
Yeah, just going to show why it looks like it's just a free pawn in this position. But the problem is this king is still in the center. So you're giving black all of this time to make moves like queen to b8, hitting the bishop here. This rook is going to come over to c8. And if you just move your bishop away, like say bishop a1, rook c8, look at black's play here. All the pieces working together. And you think, yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm going to move my queen. Well, where do you think you're going to move your queen to? If you go queen a2, that runs into bishop e6. Thank you very much for your rook. It's pinned here. If you move your queen to d2, you blocked your rook's access back to d1. So here comes rook b1 check. And the position falls apart immediately. So Ding Liren can't go pawn grabbing. And Almiro, we were looking at this knight a6 move back in the opening. Timur clearly coming prepared. And it looks strange, but it's paying off.
Well, I think this move looks very natural after you have played bishop d3. There are similar ideas in the Caro-Kann. Very often you wait for white to play bishop d3, and then you want to play knight a6, and almost always black has sufficient compensation for this very strange looking pawn structure. But coming to the position on the board, what explains that Ding is thinking for such a long time, because there is no comfortable way for you to castle here. Because one of the maneuvers for black is to play bishop b8 and queen c7 at some point, and you cannot play g3 in this position because the pawn on h3 is hanging, and knight f4 is always met with g5.
Yeah, just going right for the attack, and little things make the biggest differences at the top level. So I'm going to go back to that moment with knight a6. This actually might have been a really critical moment. Ding Liren did take time. He put his knight to e2. Maybe he should have put his knight on f3. And the reason you don't typically want to put your knight there is that at some moment bishop g4 will be annoying to deal with, because with the knight on e2, bishop g4 is a non-issue. But with knight on f3, potentially capturing here would double white's pawns. But knight f3, if we continued with the same line, c5, bishop takes, pawn takes, like this, then white has an easier time castling because the knight is better place on f3. The second knight can also go to e2 to blockade the isolated pawn. So I wonder if Ding Liren got a second chance. He plays this game and then immediately plays another game right after. If he would pinpoint that move on move 9 and say knight f3 was actually an improvement, oops.
It's a very interesting idea. And I also wanted to ask you, what was the black's idea if I would play b4, not knight f3? Because I was thinking, how do you justify playing knight a6 here?
Maybe c6, knight c7, and a5 is the general queenside strategy here. Something like this. I still think Ding would have probably preferred this position over what he got. But here I think he was concerned about black using the pawn as a hook.
Right, because the Carlsbad structure and white sometimes plays for b5, but that opens up the queen side and can be problematic. And the knight quickly hopping around to c7, maybe into e6 later, and black will have more firepower on the king side.
And I've seen better dark-squared bishops in my life. So bishop c1 and g5 would have been an excellent move here.
Of course, but maybe we can make it work here. Bishop a6 here, and knight a4.
Yeah, just trying to go for this pawn. It looks like that this pawn, unfortunately, going forward, it's a little slow because the king is in the center. White's down several moves in development, and maybe you can protect the pawn or just play a move like a5, because if you steal this pawn here, I think that, whoa. I was just going to say a rook b8, but I'm looking now, and it says a takes b4. Giving up this rook in the corner is good for black.
The catastrophic lack of development here is what destroys white in these positions.
Yeah, the queen is trapped in the corner. So black's next move is like bishop a6, the queen's trapped, your king's in the center. No good all around.
This line helps us to understand the nuances in the position. So this line is very tricky.
Yeah, it is. And Ding didn't push the pawn or bring his knight up to f3. He goes to e2, and as we catch back up, b4, bishop b2, and a5. Black's play is so simple, right? He goes b5, black plays a6, and exactly what we're talking about with Hikaru. And Ding Liren tried to develop, but the bishop comes out to d7, and that rook comes up the board here. And finally, after rook b6, there's so much pressure in this position, and Ding has nothing to show for it, right? It's a pair of bishops, a very healthy position for black. Every single piece except for the rook on f8, and maybe that will go to c8, or as we were showing, more likely queen b8 and rook c8. But every piece is doing something for black, and white hasn't castled. The bishop on b2, it would like to get an open diagonal, but it could just become a target. The queen is in line here when a rook comes to c8. Really nice position for black.
Yeah, I'm surprised about two things. The first is I'm wondering where exactly Ding's preparation ended, because the move knight a6, while it seems very cutting edge, it's been around for a very long time. Our very hardworking producers, they told us that this move actually occurred in a Yefim Bogolyubov game. Bogolyubov game, Hilberg in 1794.
I believe it was Bern 1932.
It was, yeah, 1932. And Bogolyubov was a world championship challenger. He did lose to, I believe, Alexander Alekhine, one of the leading opening specialists of his time. So this move was known. And the second thing that shocked me was b2, b4, because he played this move, Robert, as you were indicating, that this move essentially hands black queenside play on a silver platter.
Yeah. No.
And it allows black to play a5. And I thought that Ding had some sort of follow-up idea, but he really didn't. And he hasn't come up with an adequate response to Radjabov's massive queenside pressure. And now he's in big trouble.
Almira, the last 3 games that Ding Liren has won, he probably didn't feel any pressure, right? Because he was in a minus score. He won a game, even score. He wins again. Okay, I'm still, in the running, but far away. Do you think he's starting to feel more pressure now that he's won a bunch?
I was sure that it was more about pressure than feeling maybe over-optimistic, about his position, and maybe losing his objectivity, like at this concrete moment of the game. So now I'm pretty sure that he realizes that his position is, very dangerous, to put it the least. And I wanted to ask you the question. So, is he thinking about like a very concrete lines, like to exchange a few pieces and to make a draw here?
I think he would love that.
Yeah, I think he does. As you said, he realized he's worse. So if he could exchange pieces and make a draw, he probably would do that. Especially Hikaru just drew. So he knows that if he draws this game, he'll still have a half-point lead on Hikaru, who he plays with the white piece in the last round. So there's no reason to go all in. But I think he's worried that he's going to slip from being slightly worse by the evaluation bar to like really worse. Because the pawn on A3 won't make moves necessarily, but if we just look at the outlines, if the queen comes to B8 and you say, oh, I'll just put my bishop back on A1, then his pawn A3 could drop as well. And you definitely don't want to put your bishop back on C1, staring into your own pawn. So Ding is faced with many tough decisions here. And if he has any hope of catching Jan Nepomniachtchi, he will need to win this game. And Jan, he spoke to Dina Belankaya. So let's hear his thoughts about his game and his tournament standings.
Jan, Berlin, we kind of expected it, but still had some hope, for Hikaru going for a fight. And yet he chose Berlin. Do you think it was the right choice?
Well, it's hard to say. So basically the ball was on his side. So, obviously one can try few ideas against the Berlin, but because, a lot of players here, for example, at least Hikaru and Timur, they play Berlin. So, surely it could be played differently, but in general, once again, tournament situation probably screams that so far I shouldn't burn some bridges. So I was preparing for all kind of, murky lines, maybe some Birk or some, rare Spanish lines, but yeah, I thought okay, if Berlin, then that's it. And in general, I would say he shows very nice level of prep here with both colors, so it's, I can't say that I was really into, refuting the Berlin today.
Right, and in general, overlooking at all your games here at the candidates in Madrid, what do you think so far has been the reason of your success?
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep, my head calm and not, let, any emotions drive me. So trying to do my job more or less, and maybe this could be the difference with the players who play their first candidates. But it's hard to judge. Yeah. So once again, it's we as spectators, we can see only very few aspects, and a lot, the bigger part of iceberg is surely hidden, yeah, so we don't really know what's happening in every player's team.
Now that the stress is slightly going down, any particular plans for tomorrow, rest day, apart from lying in the bed?
Lying in the bed, yeah, so, okay, the tournament is nothing over, yeah, so it's still, I have 2 games which could be extremely tense. And so far, once again, so far it's so good, but it's too early, to give some promises.
Thanks a lot, Jan.
Thank you.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, he draws Hikaru Nakamura. He just has 2 games remaining, including white after the rest day against Rapport, and in the last round black against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He showed a lot of respect for his fellow competitors because he mentioned how Hikaru has been in great form, has shown great preparation. He said, I don't want to refute the Berlin today.
Well, of course, he knows that there are still 2 games left. And what I liked about this interview that that's why I didn't want to talk about Jan yesterday. I know that he doesn't allow himself to feel, he's restraining himself. And he knows there is still a lot of pressure on him. And it might not seem like this, but he's a very sensitive guy, so he showed a very impressive play till now, and he feels that he needs to stay very focused in order to finish the tournament. But one also interesting thing is that he said that we don't know what is the bigger picture is. It's just what we see is just the tip of the iceberg, and what is the preparation, what players feel during the tournament, and this was a very important comment.
Yeah, and he also said at the end, Dinah, the tournament's not over yet, that it's tense for him. So do you think he really believes that, or do you think at this point he's seeing the finish line and seeing everybody else behind him?
I think both can be true at the same time. Jan is obviously aware of the reality. He knows that while the tournament isn't in the bag just yet, barring a miracle, if he continues playing, even 80% of the strength that he's played thus far in the tournament, he should be able to lock up first place. With that being said, I need to keep coming back to the point that I made at the start of the tournament. Anybody in the candidates is capable of beating anybody else. And Jan understands that perfectly. He's playing Richard Rapport in the next round. There's a very high probability that Rapport, with nothing left to lose, isn't just going to play the Berlin or even the Sveshnikov again, both of which are openings against which there are reliable lines that essentially always lead to a draw. Rapport might play the Scandi or a Perk or something crazy. So Jan knows that he has two very difficult fights ahead of him, and he knows that if he messes up his next game with White, the tournament is going to be blown wide open. And his last round matchup against JKD with the black pieces is no easy matter as well. So tomorrow's rest day is a critical one for him, and it's one that he will spend in a disciplined way, alternating between the bed and the laptop.
And I think what might play a part in this is what happens in Jan-Krzysztof Duda's game today, because Jan-Krzysztof gets White in that 14th and final round against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he could spoil Jan's tournament. So Duda beat Fabiano Caruana. Right now, he's playing against Alireza Firouzja in a very sharp game. And if he can win this game with the white pieces and then gets White in the final round against Jan, Duda is the type of person who's not just going to hand Jan the tournament. He's not just going to say, we'll make a Berlin draw from the white side. He will play, and he has come to play today.
He absolutely has, and what a fascinating turn of events. Now, we got word that at least up until Bishop C4, and we'll update you, they were following two Alexei Shirov games from over a decade ago. And Shirov is one of the main proponents of Moron-type structures. He is an expert in the Slav, and our team is very hard at work verifying whether they are still following any games. But the interesting decision was Queen E7, and they are still indeed following a game between Daniil Dubov and Alexei Shirov. That is incredible. And looking at from 2013 and looking at the clock remaining on their times, at the time remaining on their clock, looking at the clock remaining on their times, it's quite clear that neither of them are aware of it. In an exchange sacrifice by Alireza Firouzja, Robert, I think you'll second me on this, Queen E7 that he played 2 moves ago, I'm pretty sure it was not a blunder. I think it is a conscious decision to get rid of White's dark squared bishop and make it impossible to play f2, f4. And there we see JKD grabbing that exchange on f8.
And what a sequence this is. And first of all, shout out to Alexei Shirov. Always fire on board when that man plays. And it makes me think, if they didn't spend so much time, I would have said, is Alexei one of these players' seconds? Is he working with somebody? But clearly, they haven't seen this position before because you don't spend this kind of time to get here. But that move, Queen E7, as Donnie pointed out, it wasn't a blunder. Bishop C5 is a wonderful move. If you think you have a free piece, think again, because when pieces are in line with one another, think about what happens when the piece in between gets out the way. And here it can do just that with check to the king on G8. Thank you very much for your queen, and thank you for the game. So the queen slides over to C7, and we see bishop takes F8 is the last move played. And after black recaptures this bishop, I'm not sure if you take with the king or with the rook, but either way, what black has accomplished by giving up a rook for a minor piece is that you also have this pawn. And it's not any pawn, it's a pawn on B2. And that's 1 square away from promotion. It's protected by a bishop on the dark squares. And then we'll have this dynamic with bishops of opposite color. I'll just take with the king just so I can get the position to be finalized here. When you have a material imbalance and you have not just a rook for a knight and pawn, but also opposite colored bishops, it's the side that can control squares, has a safer king, than the side that's happy. So Almira, which side would you be happy playing with after Alireza recaptures on F8?
I actually like black's position, but I had a question. Yes, I wanted to ask you, given a choice, and one of my favorite movies, once again, is like being John Malkovich. So if you could spend the night in one player's head and to have a look in some of those
fly on the wall
folders, would it be Daniil Dubov, or what player would it be?
Don, you go first because I need to think about my answer.
Oh my goodness, this is a mouth-watering question. I mean, Alexei, I'd settle for Alexei Shirov. I would definitely settle for Alexei Shirov. But I also, if I got a chance to play Blitz on chess.com, then I choose Hikaru Nakamura because I want to experience what it's like to be that good at blitz. But from the point of view of creative thinking, Alexander Morozevich, Alexei Shurov, Daniel Dubov, all of those names come to mind as Alireza, without much hesitation, decides to take an f8 with a rook. But let me put you on the spot.
Do I only have to hear their thoughts about chess? Anything
you want.
Oh my gosh, then that's
Open-ended
dangerous.
question. Fly on the wall.
Wow. Maybe I'll go with Levon Aronian. He's a man with many interests, so I feel like he wouldn't spend all day just thinking about chess. And because, you know, I do talk about chess, and that's my profession, but I also like a lot of other things, and I love learning. I feel like Levon, he's well-versed in so many things. He really is a curious guy. And also his chess style, right? He comes to the board with some kind of cat t-shirt and really fancy outfits of all sorts of colors, but the way he plays kind of matches his style, his fashion sense. So Levon's, I think, a pretty decent answer, and I don't know. I've never thought about that before.
No, I was just thinking, but maybe we can ask our chat about
Yeah, that's a great. Let's ask the chat. That's a great thing.
And then we
Let's
could pull up some of the interesting responses.
Look at Elmira. She's getting used to the chat. Get involved. We may feature some of your responses here. Who would you like to be inside the head of? What chess player? There are so many great answers now that I'm really thinking about the question. I mean, of course, Hikaru, Morozevich, as you mentioned. So, I mean, just countless. Vishy Anand. Just so you know, does he sit on a big chair and just think about the world championships he's won? You know, is he just sitting there, oh yeah, my game against Kramnik where I beat him, that was just really a brilliant game.
Yeah. If Hess was in my mind, I would never make a single mistake in my life.
I think that is just not true, but that's an incredibly flattering comment.
That is totally true, and you know it.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And this is interesting, by the way, as we pull up more fascinating chat answers. G2, G3 quickly played by, I was going to say Dubov. Dubov did play this move. Duda and Dubov have played this move, and they are still following the game.
Any chance that one of the players played a psychological trick? That do you think it's possible that Jan-Krzysztof, who allowed this series of events here, do you think that he's been spending time and luring Alireza into a sense of comfort, or that we're both on neutral territory, whereas Jan-Krzysztof is, you know, still in prep? Or is he just such a strong player that he's going to play the best move that came in a predecessor?
I think that they've seen so many games that there is a particular image that they still have, you know, in their head. They might not be sure, you know, of the concrete variation or the pattern, but anyway, this variation is very sharp, so you have to be sure, first of all, about what you're doing. And they're pretty aware, I think, of several games that have been played in this variation, but we will ask them after the game.
Yes, we certainly will. And we have another chat, the Mis Amigos guy. Well, Danny, while he is back in the United States, and I'm sure he's watching the broadcast, I don't know if I want to know what's going on in his head half the time, because the way he comes up with all sorts of pop culture references, and he electrocuted himself at 12. He's told that story a bunch of times. So, no, Danny, just kidding. We love you. So, Irina Krush, especially for her efforts in the world match against Kasparov. That would be interesting to hear about. But what if she doesn't think about that every day? I doubt that she thinks about that every single day. So you might be in her head and she's just, you know, living her life. Not saying that it wouldn't be an interesting mind to get into, but if you want something specific, then Anish Giri, yeah, that's a great answer. Want to know what makes him think what he tweets? Who says he thinks before he tweets?
No.
Aren't all the best tweets just spur of the moment decisions?
I wouldn't know. I don't really tweet.
I don't really tweet
I have
either, so.
only twat a few times in my life. Fascinating chat engagement. Thank you to everybody for putting that into that question. Anyone saying Danny just wants the diamond membership?
And I have that power, but I'm not giving you one, homie, fun uncle, because Danny would, just for your username.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Not from me here. Nice try. You want to call everybody else out just so you seem like the cool kid who's trying to get, you know, the diamond membership, pretending like you're not interested. I see right through you. No, no diamond membership for you.
Damn girl. You blasted that attempt at free merch.
I saw right through that.
I feel so sorry for you students.
Why? I'm nice to my students. But I don't know homie fun uncle.
But back to the game, you know, G3 was played. White's idea is pretty obvious. He wants to play F4, E5, and to open, well, the big diagonal also for the light square bishop. Was this played in the game that we were analyzing?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is
they're
indeed
still
what
following,
Dubov
yes.
played.
They're still in that game from Dubov and Scheer, which was the draw. Black played c5. We'll keep showing white played f4 here. And maybe that's not the best move as we see the eval bar start going down. So, of course, because Jan-Krzysztof and Alireza are seeing it for the first time, they are very likely to deviate. And then bishop d4 check was played, king to h2, queen went to b7, rook e1. And just in general, this position is one where this pawn isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but the bishop has found a safe haven on d4. So the only way to get rid of that bishop is by sacrificing your rook for it. The game continued, rook to b8. The bishop went to a2, pawn to g6, pawn to e5, knight to d5. Now the knight's trying to jump into the action, and rook d3, I don't even know if I would consider the move a4. It seems so random over here.
That's a sure-of move if I've ever seen one.
a4, I guess I would, now that I'm actually looking at what white's plan was, taking away the b3 square. And all right, the game continued and finished relatively shortly, it looks like. Queen d2. Wait.
And a repetition of moves.
Repeated moves here?
Weird computer-like repetition.
That, not there.
Although that actually would have been fine.
But what a strange end to that game. I don't think we're getting that, but we are getting a move. And wow!
And Alireza with g4 in the previous game, and now g5 in this game.
Oh my gosh! And you know who else played g5 against Fabiano Caruana? And I made a mistake there. Against Jan-Krzysztof Duda and regret it. It was Fabiano Caruana. He plays g5, does Alireza Firouzja. He's trying to stop pawn to f4, but I don't think he stopped the move.
Has he only made it stronger, in fact?
He might have, because if white plays f4, black has 1, 2, 3 pieces covering the square, and that means it's a pawn sacrifice. But let's not forget, the bishop is doing a very important job. It is defending this pawn on b2. So bishop takes f4, there's queen takes b2. Sure, the bishop can go back to e5, but white is very happy about this because white has an extra rook for a knight and now has increased pressure. Pawns are gone, open files are there, and this looks very, very good for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah,
It looks like Alireza Firouzja was doing a lot of positional studies while he was not playing. You know, it seems like he wants to fix the structure. It's a very thematical move when you have a knight on e5, for example, the pawn on e4, and then you play g5, but with queens on board.
Yeah, it's almost like he's only adding more kindling to the fire rather than extinguishing it. Now, to your question about whether there is any possibility that the players have seen this before, I think the answer actually is yes. I think what a lot of people might overlook is that Duda might have actually just remembered that this is in his files. He might have forgotten it, and then when you're analyzing a large swath of openings, you need memory markers. And maybe he hit upon one of those memory markers and said, wait a second, this must be the sure-of game that I found an improvement in. But g5, if that is the case, is definitely a move that he hasn't seen before. He's on his own. And you know what the problem is with this move? It's that Duda just doesn't have all that many ideas here, which I think makes f2, f4 easier to find and a lot easier to play. Because if you're not playing f4, what else are you doing? There's no other way to dislodge the bishop on e5, and that means there's no other way to get to the b2 pawn. I think we're going to see f4, and I think Alireza might be in trouble yet again.
It helps that he was already thinking about f4, right? He played g3 to make sure that f4 could work, so he's much more likely to find it. And let's not forget, the game he won against Fabiano Caruana, his amazing move, f4 right near the time trouble, that was a tactical shot that earned him the victory. So f4 makes perfect sense. The game doesn't just end. There are all sorts of ideas with his queen eventually coming to b6 with check, and the bishop trying to come to d4. But the bishop doesn't have the stronghold over the square with the pawn as it does the pawn c5. It feels like black's pieces, a queen to b6, a bishop d4, you're going away from this king on g8. And with the move f4 coming and files opening, this king looks like it's the one that's going to be in trouble because white has the extra rook for a knight.
Maybe this is where I could use that Alireza Firouzja flew off the handle.
Yeah.
Because I cannot understand this move.
I think I might have an idea about what Alireza might have underestimated here.
Okay, let's analyze
If we go down that line one more time, f4. Gf, Gf, bishop f4, that seems essentially forced from a human perspective. Queen takes b2, bishop back to e5. If you look at this superficially, you might say, well, that bishop on e5 is pretty stable, and black has this clear idea of going king h8 and rook g8. That knight from f6 also has a pathway to g3 via h5 or e4. So from those angles, it might seem like black is full compensation. But let's go 2 more moves ahead. Queen g2 check. Looks like it only fans the flames. Rook g8 is a threat. But white has the cold-blooded queen f3, which does 3 things. Prevents knight takes e4, it prevents knight h5, and it takes the sting out of a check on g8. Why does it take the sting out of that check? Because the king shifts to the right, and rook g1 is going to follow. And once black's temporary initiative is extinguished, it could just be lost.
Yeah, the queen defends everything over here on the king's side, and as you said, rook g1. White has 2 rooks, and while black still has a pawn and knight, it's not the same pawn. Give me one of these. Let's put that down there, right? That's a really good form of compensation. A pawn in f7, no, that's not doing the trick. So Almira, as we see Jan-Krzysztof on screen here, is he just really focused, or is he uncomfortable? Do you think he didn't expect g5 and now is feeling some discomfort?
I'm not sure. He's such a strong player. So first of all, he doesn't believe his eyes that this move is even possible. And it's also like, I think if we would be in his head right now, it's like the computer switch. You know, he understands that now is the moment where the evaluation of the position changed completely, and he needs to find a clear-cut line.
He's looking at f4. I'm watching his eyes. I mean, he is 100% looking at f4, and maybe he knows what he is going to do, and that's why he's kind of sitting in this position. But we've seen in previous rounds, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, even when he's fine according to the engines, even when he knows he probably is doing okay, we've seen him have some body language, some slumping in his chair, or some slouching, I should say. So there are moments throughout this event where Jan-Krzysztof hasn't looked comfortable, but I think he is going to play f4, and it's Alireza who is not going to be happy.
Oh, and he's smiling.
Yeah, now he's smiling because he knows that he's the topic of conversation.
Right.
I'm saying all the wrong things.
And he knows Robert Hess is talking about him, which is a very special occasion.
No, but I think he knows that I'm wrong, and so he's going to have the last laugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and as Bonanza Bros, I think, is making a great point, I think Jan just holds his head while he's calculating LOL. He always looks stressed. I agree, and I think that's why I don't like to base firm conclusions off of looking at someone's facial expressions, because you might grimace just because on move 10 of the variation you're calculating something didn't work out. It doesn't mean that you think your overall position is bad. You know, he might be thinking about move 20 of the game he played 4 games ago. You just can't know for a fact. I think Jan is perfectly happy with his position, and I think we're going to see f4 within a couple of minutes.
I will just quickly, not counter, but maybe raise a specific moment when he played against Jan Nepomniachtchi. After the game, he pretty much said, like, oh, it was all going downhill for me. It seemed like he felt like he never really had a chance. And you're right, that we never really know what the players are thinking.
No, but I agree that in that case, you could know.
Yeah, but unless we do Almira's experiment, where we get in the player's head for a day. So we never will know the truth behind their thinking unless they tell us. So I think Duda, I think the commenter is right, that Duda just happens to like that pose. Maybe that's his modeling look, but either way, he does look really focused, and I would have a hard time imagining him not playing f4. And these players, I think everybody who's trying to chase down Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren in particular, he's looking at Jan-Krzysztof. He knows that Jan-Krzysztof plays Nepomniachtchi in the final round. So Ding Liren just made what a move he made. That looks terrible. We're going to have to go over to that game because I was just mentioning the world #2 player, the #1 player from China, and he just made the move pawn f2.
Oh my God.
f3, and he doesn't have a... Oh my gosh, his problems on
not
e3.
Be good.
This looks very suspicious.
Well, he wants to play king f2, knight d4, and to hold this position.
Wow. Will it work, though?
Because if black positions his queen on b8, the thing is, there's a hole on g3, and if you play king f2, knight d4 is always going to be met with bishop g3 check, so you could tack on some pressure with rook f8 to e8. And oh my lands, does this position suck for white.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Ding Liren, we knew after the opening stage, we started thinking he wasn't comfortable, but now his position is just bad. He's got weaknesses all across the board. There's pressure down the B file, there's pressure on the E file, there's pressure down the diagonal, and white, by comparison, is extremely passive without any very clear ideas. So Ding Liren, I don't know what's going on in this game. And Timur Radjabov, if he wins, he's back to an even score. If he wins this game, he's only a half point behind Ding Liren, and out of nowhere, Timur will be fighting for that second place.
And more importantly, Jan Nepomniachtchi guarantees himself at least a 2-point lead, right?
Yes.
Unless, no, even
That's
if Fabiano Caruana
That
wins.
is correct.
Let's pull up the standings for a second just to verify that. That would be absolutely huge. That means Jan would guarantee himself a playoff, even if he loses the last 2 games, and either Ding or Hikaru win the last 2 games, which is already exceedingly unlikely.
Well, and he reached like 8.5 points out of 12, which was the tournament victory for the previous candidates and a few of them before. He still has 2 rounds.
And he gets the white piece against Richard Rapport next. So if he wants to do what he just did against Hikaru,
he would definitely
against
do it.
Rapport, he would force that draw, win the candidates for a round to spare for the second time in a row. So Jan gets the white piece against Richard. Everybody else in the field, I think Richard himself will play something combative because Richard seems to be a very sporting individual, right? He regretted his decision against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first half because that objectively should have been a draw, and then he just lost the game because he didn't take the draw. But on move 1, you can do whatever you want, and nobody's going to blame you for trying. And honestly, who cares what anybody else says? But even if Rapport can't get first place, can't get second place, I feel like he's the type of player, for the sake of the tournament, will give it their all, where many other people would just say, here's a handshake, congratulations, you go to play Magnus, or if Magnus declines, the second place finisher.
Well, and he's not going to throw away the game, which is even more important.
I do not see losing the last 2 games. So for Ding, it's going to be critical right now to play perfectly. He has to be perfect the rest of the game. If he wants to save this position, I don't know how it's going to happen, but he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat. Radjabov is 20 minutes up on the clock. He's flat out winning out of the opening with the black pieces against a Ding Liren who's won 3 games in a row. That's why we watch the candidates. You never know what's going to happen.
And much has been said about Timur Radjabov. He hadn't won a game since 2019 in classical chess before this event. He beat Hikaru Nakamura, who Jan Nepomniachtchi was saying is in great shape with great preparation. And if he can beat Ding Liren, who just won 3 in a row, now the fight for second is wide open. In this position, I mean, it really does not look pleasant for white because of the piece placement, because of the weakness on E3. But there's a lot of fight left, because if Radjabov can't find the right sequence of moves, we have some plans for white now. The king is going to F2. He didn't want a castle. And just to show you that the reason you don't want a castle when a queen and bishop are lined up is because there could be sacrifices. So just a turn to go, castling might have just allowed bishop takes H3. And that's what Ding Liren was afraid of. After G takes, the queen happily takes on H3. There's a checkmate threat here. If you block the checkmate threat with your pawn, in comes the knight. This is just devastating. You lose the game, and you also lose everything in the position, and just no hope. This is game over. So Ding Liren feels like he has the castle by hand, starting with F3. He'll put his king on F2, bring the rook into the game, and if Radjabov can't find a knockout, then he'll still have chances. Whew, we have so much going on in this round. 1 game happened to be a draw very quickly. We still have 3 exciting games in store for you all. And 2 hours into the round, it's time for our second short break. And there's not much of a break after the Candidates Tournament, because when the Candidates Tournament concludes, the Blitz Champs event is coming your way. Watch your favorite NFL stars compete for their share of the $100,000 charity fund. There's Hall of Fame wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald, hoping to receive the most of his opportunities against linebacker Micah Parsons. We have top 5 pick Kayvon Thibodeau, and of course, new Cleveland Browns receiver Amari Cooper. So the biggest names in the league will be there July 9th and 10th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So as we leave the players in the hall trying to work their way through the calculations, we'll head to break. We'll see you soon for more from round 12 of the FIDE Candidates.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Apparently, this is the horse she rode in on, literally. Queen Isabella herself on a knight, a noble steed, you know, changed the world forever. It's why everyone in Madrid knows the game of chess. They know that the Candidates is here. They know that, that this is one of the capital cities of our great game. And it's all because of that lady right there on that noble steed. Now that's a knight. Thank God for Queen Isabella changing the rules, right? And giving the queen her powers.
I know that in the filming we're really running with this, but in my head it was the Queen of France. So that begs the question, who is the chess.com historian and can I fire them?
Well, you'd have to fire yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's called as an outtake, I believe they call it in the business.
Outtake. So read it. Mike's going to say it was the Queen of Spain next time. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah.
We got to find more about this lady and find more about what the people know here. You guys excited for the Candidates? Hey, can we talk for a second about this? Here we go. To the plaza we go. Which way's the plaza? You guys play chess?
Yeah.
Yeah? There you go. Are you excited for the Candidates?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is?
I do, actually.
Okay, what is it?
We've watched the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, you watched the Queen's Gambit?
No,
Me
I
too. Okay. You guys actually play chess, like on your phone?
No, he does.
Yeah? What are you playing, on chess.com?
Yeah.
You're about 1,300 on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
So it means you'd be like 900 on chess.com, actually. Yeah. Give me your username, I'll give you a diamond membership.
No way.
Not kidding.
He's going to be a contender in like 3 years.
There it is.
He's up and coming.
So I'll give you a premium membership and then you won't have an excuse. Then you can use our...
Yeah, I'll go back to it.
Yeah, all right, man.
Oh, you're an IM?
That's me, man.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Magnus. He's like #1. Oh yeah, the guy that like beats.
Yeah, so this tournament decides who plays Magnus Carlsen. So the next challenger comes out of this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Have fun.
So much.
See ya.
Great trip, guys.
There you go.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Actually, yeah, we're 18.
Still
true.
no drinking.
That's true.
You guys are connected now?
Yeah, no, we're buddies on. We're gonna send each other some ticks.
Do you think they already talked about
and then
this?
we'll talk about it.
Is that your phone buzzing? Are they already
Yeah,
talking?
they're already hitting me up for my digits.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe wearing a pager wasn't the smartest idea to fit in with them.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh,
no! Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
Oh,
You know, the
Hikaru
well is
grabbed his
dry.
coat.
Oh,
He
oh,
knows
you
it's
know what
over.
that means.
And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
And we see players at Retiro Park. They are playing in a simul, having a good time. And wow, there's many people there. So they're enjoying the chess. Always a bright day in Madrid. And it's good to see so many fans coming, not just to the venue, but getting their games in.
It absolutely is. I believe that was Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro, but don't quote me on that. Great to see the atmosphere inside the Palacio de Santoña, but it's also great to see that the atmosphere outside the Palacio is also filled with chess and filled with the beauty of Madrid.
And how lucky are those actually who got the tickets for the candidates tournaments? Because every day it's like we are sitting here and doing the commentary, but every day outside the Palacio de Santoña, there are like a group of 20, 30 people watching the games live, you know, on their phones, discussing like for 6-7 hours and waiting for the players after the game. And so players are signing autographs, but this is an absolutely amazing scene.
It certainly is. And just to reset here, International Master Amir Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and it is a great scene here in Madrid. But all we're looking at right now, in addition to Timur Radjabov on screen, is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's sitting in clear first place. He is the happiest man in the Candidates tournament, and the players, they're trying to catch up, but it's been all Jan from the very start.
And Jan is keeping a very close eye on Timur Radjabov's position. We said the word pretty plenty of times. One thing that isn't pretty is Ding Liren's position. Wow, it's over on your top right. Ding Liren with 51 minutes, but more importantly, he's got that king on f2. His position is in shambles, no control over the light squares, and Timur Radjabov's position is bustling with activity. It's like a Madrid market, every part of the game, hustling and bustling with the 2 bishops and that rook on b6. Ding Liren needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
I think he's sweating. Like, he's wiping his head. He doesn't look very comfortable right now at the board. And part of the discomfort is undoubtedly because he has so many appealing moves. And when you are in a position and you have 7 different options that all look equally good, I mean, if we just started making move candidates, bishop f5, very reasonable move, attacking the queen. If we don't do that, we talked about queen b8, using the other bishop to form a battery with the queen while putting pressure down the b file. I mean, so many moves look good here. This rook to c6, why not? If we want to use a queen and rook, why not pin this knight? So there's so many options, and he has just played a move, queen to b8, that is the best one. And for Ding Liren, still so much to figure out as he scurries back to the board.
My lands, this position is terrible. What is the purpose of a move like queen b8? Those, I think, can be the hardest moves to make, but also the most instructive. As we pointed out previously, it builds a battery, queen and bishop, and you might say, and a queen and rook battery. If the knight on e2 ever moves, there is the devastating check on g3. There are also rook sacrifices on e3. Don't rule them out, because that queen, after a bishop check on c5, can dive into the attack via the e5 or g3 squares. You can show this here, bishop c5, and if knight d4, Oh my god, there's a bunch of winning moves, such as queen e5 check, and everything collapses here. Ding's position. Oh, I can't believe this. I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that Ding has this position with the white pieces in 20 moves.
Well, he played a very long game yesterday, and Timur Radjabov had, well, quite an easy and a short draw. So maybe Ding is exhausted right now.
He is going to be even more exhausted, and he thankfully gets the rest day tomorrow. But if in this position, his best move is like bishop c1, just to make sure that you can defend this pawn here. That shows how sad this is. And I think, though, that we shouldn't make this sound like a foregone conclusion, because it's very far from it. Black is up no material. Black doesn't have any checkmating threats. There's not a pawn that's immediately going to be won. So it still is very appealing for Black, but you have so many different good-looking moves. And as we see this comment here, Ding has turned bad games around before, like yesterday.
And I remember a game that he played against Vichy Anand in the Sinkfield Cup a couple of years ago. I think that game really stands out for me because at one point it was like -5 or something, but Vichy had to find an accurate sacrifice. At one point he didn't find it. He was still much better, but Ding turned that game around and actually won it. So he has a track record of resilient defense. You can tell that Radjabov is nervous. He senses that he's very close to scoring. And I don't think it would be an exaggeration to call this, you know, one of the most impressive victories of his career, to beat a Ding Liren who's won 3 games in a row. Radjabov also defeated Garry Kasparov with the black pieces in 2003, so that probably takes the cake. But he's going to have to keep his composure and keep finding powerhouse moves like queen b8 if he wants to supersede what I'm positive is going to be a very dogged resistance by the Chinese Grandmaster.
Well, rook e3 is a very concrete threat. So bishop c1 is the only move. Why can't we play something else?
It's not easy
No
to
moves.
find moves.
Name a move. Knight d1 maybe?
Oof. That's sad. I mean, it does protect the immediate threat, but then this rook says, you stop that, let's go over to c8, and where's this queen going?
Bishop c3. If I had to predict a move, I would.
So at the very least, now Black can turn a good position into materially ahead position. So I can just snag your a3 pawn, be happy about that, and I don't know. Ding Liren, he might try to hold on to everything, or if he senses he can get some activity, he will give up material, but this looks really, really bad.
But on the other hand, Black just played, queen b8, but before rook e8. Psychologically, are you ready to play rook e8, then rook c8?
That's a good point. I didn't think of it that way. But I think if the knight moves from c3, it's quite obvious that like the c file opens up. So I think that increases the likelihood that Timur plays rook c8 because it hits the queen.
And the queen just doesn't have squares. And this position is really difficult. And you know, we're mentioning this bishop c1 move. It's not like this solves all of White's problems. Still, rook c8 looks reasonable. But yeah, there's no clear breakthrough. And that's always frustrating when you know you're better. And Ding Liren also knows that Radjabov was better, but you don't find a way to crash through like Jan-Krzysztof Duda is doing in his game. Because while this one is very favorable for Timur Radjabov, we see in the bottom left-hand side of our screens, Jan-Krzysztof Duda plays the move f4. We are clamoring for it. He goes with it. It earned him a victory over Fabiano Caruana, and it could very well do the same in this game against Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, and as Duda returns to the board, he will play g takes f4 immediately upon recording Alireza's capture. It surprises me a little bit that he took, I want to say, about 20 minutes on f4. On the other hand, that is a move that there's no going back from, right? You're pushing a pawn on the king's side, changing completely the nature of the position, so it was worth double and triple checking some of the key lines. But we've said this many times this tournament, Alireza is in trouble once again.
Do you think he missed f4? Because he played g5 to stop f4, and then the move happens anyway, and then you start thinking after the move is played, and yes, Duda spent a lot of time, but if we look at Alireza, he hasn't made a move yet, which really leads me to believe that he thought he had stopped f4.
Well, on the other hand, this is the most principled continuation in this position. So when you make such a committal move as g5, you have to be sure that everything works after f4. So what could he possibly miss in this line? is the maneuver queen g2, queen f3, which controls all the squares.
There's also bishop d4 check here, which we haven't pointed out, a very creative tactical idea.
We'll analyze that because that is a piece sacrifice, at least temporarily. With bishop d4, if the rook takes on d4, give me that free piece. There's queen b6, and normally this queen could just go into the diagonal, protect the rook, stop the pin, but the queen is needed to stop this pawn push. And every other move runs into things like rook to d8, so you can't protect the rook and keep the b pawn stopped in place.
They're not forced to take.
Exactly. That's the problem.
The key.
White can play king h2, for example.
No, not only you're not forced, you should not take it. King h2, next move e5, and it seems like White's pieces are coming right into the attack.
And we should point out that White can sack the exchange back in certain positions. So for example, Black plays c5 because the bishop is now hanging, e5, and this reveals why you should keep the king on h2 and not on h1. e5 opens the long diagonal, so you want to eliminate the possibility of a queen check. And after the knight moves back, you could very well consider the move rook f1 to g1 check. Nope, scratch that. Alireza takes the pawn on f4.
Oh goodness, I could see this game ending in the next 10 moves. And it's only move 24. Alireza plenty of time on his clock, but we know for a fact this position is good for Jan-Krzysztof. He missed f4. I think you make the move g5 to stop it, and then it's a cold shower when your opponent plays it anyway, and Jan-Krzysztof confidently walks back to the board. He's going to take Black's best piece, that pawn on b2, and he's up material.
Alireza's in free fall right now, in complete free fall, because the move c6, c5 to establish the d4 square, to me that was a given that he would play it. f4 is the threat. You can't prevent it. So, you have to adapt to it. And the fact that he missed f4, I mean, it is shocking to me. It just seems to keep getting worse and worse for Alireza.
And he has no attack against the White king. So White's going to have all the fun here. And Almira, the players, they always try to be objective. And after queen takes b2, I'm sure Alireza thinks he has some chances to hold. But would you be surprised if you could get into his head if he thought he was already lost?
Well, I would certainly be surprised because I think that he was counting on this idea of playing knight h5 and knight g3, and then it seems very logical. So king h8, rook g8, and you have the control over the dark square cases. I wanted to say dark squares, the French again. So
how do you say the word in French?
Casse.
It's square.
Yes.
Yeah, casilla in Spanish, so it's similar.
Hopefully.
But he can't get all of it, right? That's the big problem, right? Once the queen takes on b2, you're already forcing some action here because this knight's under attack, this bishop is threatened, and we're solving that all at once by bringing the bishop to e5. But with the open f file, White's rook is so happy. The queen joins the party, and
oh my God!
Wow, we have to go to the game. I mean, we're excited with this one, but the game between Timur Radjabov and Ding Liren, I predicted a win for Ding Liren with the white pieces. But after his move queen to c1, he has overlooked the tactic.
C3.
Oh my gosh! We'll bring this up. We'll bring this up on the analysis board here. That the rook takes e3 is a shot that Ding Liren has just missed, and we were talking about it in a different variation. Here it still works. We'll show you why. Rook takes e3. You have to take, otherwise you've given away a free pawn. But after king takes e3, this king is out in the open. So bishop c5 check. It's the same exact variation. Knight d4 and queen comes to e5, and White's position falls apart completely here, as if you run your king back. Thank you for this one. Where's your king going?
King f1, there's even knight h5, knight g3.
We were just talking about that idea in the other game. Here's knight h5, here's knight g3. It's Swiss cheese on the king's side.
This is shocking, stunning, unbelievable. Choose your adjective. Radjabov is going to find rook takes e3. He looked over at the camera there. I feel like he's thinking to himself, is this really happening? Is this too good to be true? Am I misevaluating this? And the answer to all those questions is no. He's got almost an hour on his clock to calculate a forced variation. Insane. Insane.
and I think everyone cast Timur Radjabov aside in this tournament. They said, no way he can contend. He's going to finish in last place. Hasn't been winning classical games. His rating, the live rating, was the lowest in the field. But we know what Timur Radjabov is capable of, and he has now become a very solid player. But from a very early age, as a teenager, when he became a grandmaster, he had the style where he could sacrifice pieces left and right, play the most ambitious but risky openings, and he beat Garry Kasparov with the black pieces. He's beaten many of the luminaries of chess with the black pieces, and Ding Liren might just be his next victim.
Robert, I was thinking, after rook e3, can we play knight d5?
I guess knight takes d5 and rook takes e2 check.
Yes, exactly. So if you take back, rook takes e2 check, because Almira's point is that if you first take the bishop on b2, this queen takes the other rook.
Although even that's winning with bishop g3.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, even this is winning.
Yeah, but let's just show the more natural variation. Rook takes e2. So I was going to lose this rook. I take your knight. You take back. I take a second minor piece, and your king's not really going anywhere. It's going to get checkmated. So if it goes to the first rank, there's always rook to b1, things like that. If the king has to go up, well, that's terrible. And after rook to d2 here, we can bring more pieces into the tag. Bishop b5 check. Check here, check there, check everywhere, and white's king is being hunted down.
I think a point that isn't made often enough is that Radjabov is actually a very unpleasant opponent for all of the players in this field because, you know, accurate or not, people are expecting the participants to defeat Radjabov with white. And I think very unreasonably so, because Timur is perhaps the most solid player in this field. And when there is that additional expectation coupled with the fact that Ding has won 3 in a row, people are voting for him to win, he's aware of that pressure, obviously. That creates additional anxiety on top of the anxiety that comes from needing to win based on the tournament standings. And that is a very powerful force. And what else is a very powerful force is rook takes e3, which is on the board. No hesitation.
A huge moment there by Timur Radjabov. He rested his head for a moment, but he is not going to rest on this position. He goes rook takes e3. He steals that pawn. And for Ding Liren, when he gets back to the board, sees it, he is not going to be happy.
I just found yet another crazy line. Rook e1 in this position.
Rook e1? Just so
Bishop c5.
Okay, we'll bring up an analysis board.
King f1, bishop c5, king f1, rook takes f3, and you have a Boden's mate on top of everything else. This would be mate without the rook, the queen, and the knight.
Yeah,
you can believe that.
That is a gorgeous checkmate. This is why you study your checkmate patterns, because when it happens in your game, you have the opportunity. You don't want to lose it.
This is just crazy. Almira, can you believe this?
Well, first of all, this mate is very beautiful, and what I was thinking that it's also very easy to play with black in this situation. Like, I'm not looking at the position because psychologically he is fine with the draw, so he knows that Ding will overpush it at some moment, and that's what happened today.
Oh, and you can see Ding Liren, he knows what just happened. He is not the happy Ding we've seen over the last 3 rounds. Rook takes e3, and his winning streak is about to come to an end. Just what a shot by Timur Radjabov. And the points that we're making about, you can't try too hard to win. You need to keep your objectivity. Otherwise, you're just playing into your opponent's hands. We keep talking about Ding Liren is, like Fabiano Caruana usually is, the most objective player. And I don't think that he was unobjective. I honestly think he just played well below his standards today.
He just played terribly. I mean, he really did. Now, this is not to take anything away from Timur, who played a phenomenal game and found queen b8 and found so many accurate moves. But really, starting from bishop takes a6, Ding, he completely lost control of the position in a very, very uncharacteristic way.
And it may go to show that Timur Radjabov's preparation throughout this event, while it didn't work on, look at Ding, he knows it's over. He sees the end. He knows that Radjabov found a vicious tactic that will only end in Ding's defeat. But for Ding Liren, you win 3 games in a row. You don't expect to have this happen to you like this. And Radjabov, he just has played an excellent game where Ding never quite felt comfortable.
Can we play rook f1? King G1.
I mean, bishop C5 is coming. The king is on the back.
Ding might resign here, actually.
I could see him resigning.
King C5. I cannot play knight D4. Everything is hanging in this position.
Yeah, everything, and he's going to try and find a solution where one doesn't exist. So, yeah, rook takes E3. What a move to have him played against you. And Timur Radjabov is going to make Hikaru Nakamura happy because Nakamura drew his game very quickly. I don't think he could have expected before the round began that Ding Liren would lose with white. But now that means that Hikaru and Ding will be tied in second. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, nobody can score more points than he can once Ding Liren loses this game. He is 8.5. Both Ding and Hikaru will have 6.5. 2 games remain. A single draw locks up first place for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And Ding and Hikaru are playing in the last round. So, as you said, a single draw locks it up. And if either Ding or Hikaru, draw the next round, then the tournament is over. So there is still a mathematical chance that Jan is cut, but that will require a world-ending turn of events.
And we forgot about Fabiano's game, because he is back in the race.
Yes, he is. I mean, Fabiano on the top left over here. It's a knight versus a bishop. The pawn structure features doubled pawns in the B file for both players. And we have seen a trade on the F file. White's pawn is gone. Black's E5 pawn is gone. But it's anybody's game in that one. It just has been such a mesmerizing show with both Jan-Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces and now Timur Radjabov with the black pieces. The way those games have gone have stolen our attention, but we of course cannot forget about Fabiano Caruana, as Amira said. Now he has a chance to tie for second if he can defeat Richard Rapport with the black pieces.
Although that game being in your top left, it feels to me increasingly unlikely that Fabi's going to win. I think ever since he missed the opportunity to preserve his dark squared bishop, the position has simplified, and we don't have to delve too deeply into the game, although we can. And I feel like Richard's position has improved tremendously over the last 5 or 6 moves.
Well, Amira's F4 has been played, and there's pressure on the F file. At any point, you can take on G6 to open up the H file, and the knight on E6, well, it's still stationed there, and it's fine. It's not creating any threats, and already there's certain threats from White's perspective that are going to cause Fabiano some concern.
Well, I have another idea once again. Can Fabi play something like, first of all, he protects the F6 pawn, maybe rook F8, and then A5, A4?
So you want to play rook HF8 or HF8 probably?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, White also has to find a move here. The most tempting move to me is bishop F4 to H6, chasing the rook away once again, and softening up the F6 one, but then rook Fe8. And you could argue that the bishop on H6 is quite awkward.
I think the pressure on the F file will persist, and that could be an issue. So what did Fabi do?
F5.
He went F5. He is trying to get rid of the F6 weakness by pushing it to F5. And if we see a trade of pawns on F5 after G takes back, where is this queen going? This knight is happily going to hop into D4. A rook's going to come to E8. And let's not forget that this pawn on H5, if you're unable to take on G6, that could be a long-term target, an overextended pawn that black could go after.
Yeah.
Well, the knight will jump on D4, and then maybe if we can use the idea of playing A5 and A4, Queen A2.
Ah, Amira's going for the attack over here.
Well, I'm ready to sacrifice it all.
Well, that's
smelling blood.
As a commentator, I say I always enjoy sacrificing other people's pieces, so I'm with you.
So as a result of this, I think Richard might do well not to take on F5 and to drop the queen back to H3. F takes C4 is ill-advised, not due to bishop E5, but due to bishop B8 check. It's kind of a cool discovery.
Just like we were saying before, when there are pieces in line with each other, think about what happens when the piece in between goes out the way, and bishop E5 would win the rook in the corner, but why win a rook for a bishop when you can win a queen for a bishop? That sounds like a much better decision. So you're right, F takes E4 not possible. Maybe black can play knight to D4 or bring the rook towards the center because already white has a big threat. If black makes some random move, H takes G6 this looks like a trade that I don't think black really wants, even if the material imbalance is even, according to the evaluation. It doesn't look that pleasant to play from black side.
I think a draw is actually very likely in this game. Black can take the bishop on f4, and we shouldn't overlook that option after...
In the live position?
After queen h3, in our analysis. After f5, queen h3. Knight takes f4, rook takes f4, and there's this very weird-looking move, rook hg8. The point is to indirectly defend the f5 pawn. If, let's say, white takes on g6 and then takes on f5, black takes back, and I guess after rook takes f5, you just play a move like queen e7 or queen g7, and you have full compensation because white's king, as Almira has been pointing out, is very vulnerable. Black has excellent heavy pieces, and as you're pointing out, Robert, it's only a matter of time before that pawn on g3 is surrounded and won back. So if I had to predict a result here, I think we might see a liquidation pretty quickly.
But Fabiano wants to avoid that, right? He's been playing for wins, it seems like, in every single game. So he could liquidate, or he could take a bit of a risk and try and play on. It may cost him another game, but he does need to catch up to Ding and Hikaru in second place.
Well, do you think he had a look at that game? He knows what's going on?
In Ding Liren's game? Oh, yes. He's definitely going to be walking around, checking out the positions and looking at Ding Liren's game. And when you see rook takes e3 in that one, Ding Liren hasn't moved, all the players can just look, calculate, and be like, all right, Ding Liren, his winning streak has come to a close.
Yeah, there's not much to say, not much left to say in his game as he continues in vain to look for a way to prolong the game. You can see the despondency, the desperation written all over his face. You can't help but feel sympathy for Ding. His hopes dashed in a very cruel way by Timur Radjabov in this game.
And Radjabov has dashed Hikaru Nakamura's hopes as well early in the tournament. So Hikaru was looking to pounce on Timur Radjabov. Radjabov said nope. Here in this game, Ding Liren just couldn't really get out of the opening stage of this game. And what move number is it? I don't think I've ever seen Ding Liren be lost with white in 21 moves. That seems unfathomable.
I don't know if that's ever happened since he hit 2,700.
Well, against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first round. First of all, he almost never loses with white.
Yep.
This result is absolutely exceptional. And it has like some of the characteristics of that game.
Yeah, it definitely does. Although I think in that game, he played better in the opening. I think what's often overlooked about the first round is that I think Ding had a slight advantage at some point, and he just totally underestimated Jan's plan, which was to build up the kingside attack.
Right.
Here, it's almost like he never had a chance. It's like from the moment he played b4, and Hikaru really helped me understand this in his interview, Black's position was just so much easier to play. I mean, he was never really in the game. He never got the car started.
And I think we're all saying this because of how much respect we have for Ding Liren. But if you showed somebody this notation, the score sheet, and removed the players' names and ratings, you would not think Black is a 2,800. White, excuse me, Ding Liren is a 2,800. You would think that it was maybe a grandmaster playing against a low-rated person, and just shows that Ding Liren, something about today's game, caught him off guard. The knight a6 move, perhaps, but 3 long games, even though there's a rest day in between the first win and the second 2. Maybe he's exhausted, but we did have an interview with him. Dina Belankaya caught up with him. He talked about his game against Fabiano and what he's looking for in terms of second place. So let's remind everybody of that video because second place is very important.
Ding, 3 wins in a row. How does it feel?
Of course, today is very lucky. I was in defensive mode entire game, but in time trouble he blunders the position very badly. So today is very lucky.
It all started with a very deep line analyzed by computers. Apparently, was knight g7 in your preparation?
Yeah, I briefly checked this line: knight g7, rook f8, knight f5, rook e8. It's equal. But he played h3, so I was more or less on my own. And after knight e6, here I have so many choices here. I believe my position won't be worse, but I don't know where I went wrong. The position seems very unpleasant for me. Yeah, he played very well after knight e6, I think.
Yeah, apparently there was this moment to play b4 that Fabio didn't use, and then bishop g5 in the time trouble that was giving a perpetual. Did you see that one?
When I take on e8, bishop g5, sacrifice the bishop, and yes, rook e1, queen e1, fg5, queen e7, king g8, queen g5, and he might exchange the queens at some point on h3. Yeah, I was worried about bishop g5 since I didn't find a clear win, but also no clear draw for him, so he didn't go for this sacrifice. But after queen g4, I think my position is I should be winning, yeah, slowly.
So was that moment when you sensed the blood that the win was coming to you?
Well, I think the moment he missed queen g3, he had to defend after that. And also I have much more time, also more pleasant position. So at that point, yeah, I smell the blood.
You are now in a clear fight for the second place, maybe even for the first, who knows. We were wondering, in case there are several players tied for second, what do you think would be the perfect tiebreaker?
If more than one player, then might be a rapid round-robin tournament for if 3 or 4 players.
Well, Liren said that maybe a rapid round robin if there are 3 or so players. If he does, in fact, resign this game, Hikaru Nakamura will join him, and Fabiano Caruana looks to do the same. So that's the big storyline. Magnus Carlsen here in Madrid, if he doesn't play that World Championship match, which looks all but guaranteed to be against Jan Nepomniachtchi, then one of Liren, Fabiano Caruana, or Hikaru Nakamura will have the right to play against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Robert, but how long will it take if 4 players will tie for the second place and they will agree to play in a tiebreak?
Oh, I forgot about Timur Radjabov. He's about to, when this game concludes, he'll have 6 points and be a half point behind the others. So how long will it take? I think that the players, they don't mind if it takes a while, but they always want it to be settled over the chessboard, because when you play the same opponents, you're all playing each other twice with white and black, having a slightly better tiebreaker, I don't think it's really important to the players, right? I feel like they hardly even know what it means half the time. When I played in chess tournaments, I never looked at the tiebreaks and was like, how did they calculate this? I want to learn the math behind it. It's just like, all right, I guess I'm a little bit behind.
Right. Tiebreaks are necessary to a degree. You know, when you have a big open tournament, it's impractical to always have a playoff, especially when you're talking about, you know, a tie for 5th or 6th place. So they're necessary, but I agree that they're impure. And I think the fundamental assumption you make in the candidates is that, you know, everybody has an equally difficult tournament. That's literally the definition of a round robin. So a tiebreak in a round robin just kind of feels weird. And I'm really, really happy that this discussion is happening. But I'm still processing what's going on in the Timur Radjabov game. We haven't talked about Radjabov too much in this tournament. In fact, that he's on 50% right now and rearing to go, and he's beaten 2 incredibly strong players. He's had an incredible performance, and I think we can't overlook that.
Yes, and what you were saying is true about in the round robin, or especially double round robin in particular. When you play in a Swiss tournament, you play different levels of opposition. Some people have a harder schedule, and they should be rewarded for that with the tiebreaks. But when you play the same exact cast of characters, there is something that feels wrong about concluding with some numbers after the score rather than playing it out over the board.
And if we look at the board, can we at least find a possible continuation for white? What happens after knight d4 here? He simply retreats his rook, or there is a tactical solution after this one?
I think there is a tactic. Amir and I were talking about this during the interview. Bishop g3 check, I think, is still incredibly powerful, forcing king takes c3. Now the bishop steps back to f4. Look at that b2 bishop. I mentioned earlier the battery. The queen is the hero of this position. It's responsible for both batteries. After the king moves and the bishop captures the rook, the white bishop on b2 is going to be captured by the black rook with totally devastating effect.
Oh,
yep, that's the move.
Drop the rook, that's one square short. Rook takes b2, on the other hand, is a problem. The knight would have to block, so the queen isn't lost. But then here, there are many, many winning moves. You can put the bishop on f5, you can deliver a check over here.
it's just a hopeless position for white with a weak king and problems everywhere.
Crazy. And we're getting word that the last time Ding has lost a game in under 30 moves with white was in 2015. That's 7 years ago against Indian GM SP Seturaman. He has made a move, and it's knight d1. And that probably is the best that he can do here. But even the simpler rook e8 preserves a totally winning advantage.
We were looking at some... what was the line we were calculating here after knight d1?
Oh, we were looking at knight takes d5 before. Oh, knight d1, I don't think we mentioned. It's a sad retreating move. Just to get the rook out of here, you can bring your rook right back and then bring this rook over to c8, bishop coming to c5, all this kind of stuff. Oh gosh, Ding Liren's pieces are not coordinated, and I wouldn't be surprised if you could just take on e2. Oh, the evaluation bar didn't change, so that's good news. And if you take with the king, I bring this bishop into the action. Your king has to go to a dark square, let's say f2. Here comes this bishop. Your king has to run over here to g1, and I'm one move away from checkmate, either with the rook or with the queen coming. So yeah, this looks really, really, really bad. But this situation is one where you don't just want to assume that you're winning as black because you give up some material to get the attack. So you would have to calculate to its conclusion. And I think Timur Radjabov is very capable of doing just that.
For sure.
You know, I think Timur, we overestimate, but Timur is a very dynamic player. He had to change his opening repertoire from the King's Indian to the Queen's Gambit, but nevertheless, he feels this position, these types of positions very well.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think talking about Tigran Petrosian, the world champion, a lot of people had this very myopic view of him as a purely positional player, without realizing that under the surface of his openings lay an incredibly powerful calculator and tactical player. You can't have the kind of style that Radjabov has and survive at the very top level without also having the ability to survive and thrive in these complex tactical positions. And the speed with which he's made some of these moves, including rook takes e3, is a foolproof indicator of that.
And his childhood openings undoubtedly help, where he was playing every game as if it were his last, super sharp battles, trying to win no matter if he had white, black, or blue. He was just going for it every single game. And he has been criticized for his more frequent chess, like the more recent chess, I should say. His style has become more solid. He plays very quiet lines. Even yesterday against Jan-Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces, it seemed like he played for the smallest of advantages, got nothing, made a draw. But when it boils down to what he truly loves as a chess player, it's games like this, and not just because he's winning in 20-something moves to black, but because it really suits him, this kind of free-for-all where he can have his pieces going everywhere across the board.
I was looking for some lines like rook e8, bishop d4, and queen c3.
You're still hoping that Ding can find something. No, I mean, rook e8, rook e7, sure, I'll put it there. You move your bishop, there's always rook to b1 coming.
And knight h5, let's not forget about that idea.
We keep forgetting about knight h5. But rook b1, queen c3, is it completely lost?
Knight h5 looks...
And knight h5 here.
Give me that square.
It's lost on all sides of the board, too. Center, queen side, king side. White doesn't have a single move.
Yeah, this is not what you like to see here if you're a Ding Liren fan, and we know he has so many. He is the #2 rated player in the world, #1 rated player from China, and there have been so many eyeballs from China watching him play in this tournament, but it's not his day after 3 consecutive victories. So we see Alireza Firouzja on screen here. We will bring up his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because Jan-Krzysztof, he did a rook lift, as we see in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Alireza's on the clock, and this is, oh my gosh, another game for Alireza that's out of hand. The last couple moves were knight h5, getting out of a threat, right? The queen was attacking the knight over here, and then rook d3.
But this is just so superficial by Alireza. I mean, he's making moves that set one-move threats, in that case, bishop e3 check. Duda's preventing them, and then, Alireza doesn't know what to do.
Well, but he's deviating from our analysis, which was bishop b5, queen g2, and look, king h8, queen f3. So he probably understood that this position is completely lost. So he's trying to find some practical chances in this game.
Yeah, and he would love to get his knight in, but unfortunately, knight g3 falls victim to this queen just coming over to g2. You can't take the rook on f1 because of the pin, and if you get out of the pin, I take your bishop, you take my rook, and then your knight is captured with rook takes g3. Important not to play queen takes g3, because queen takes g3 runs into rook to g8. You lose the game on the spot, so take with the rook on g3 instead, and that way you are up a bishop, you have all the firepower aiming down the g-file, and black might as well resign here.
Just
so
queen c1 and bishop f1 or
yeah,
like
good to finish the variation, queen f1 or bishop f1. The point is that this bishop returns to safety, and now white really is up a piece without any risk. No tactical ideas for black. Oh my gosh, rook d3, what a calm move, but with such purpose.
But professional players, they're defined in many ways by their response to adversity, and I'm very curious to see how Alireza, and we'll talk more about this toward the final round of the tournament, how will he respond to this very disappointing performance? How will he approach the games? How will he play in his next tournament? And it's just incredibly hard when your worst tournament also happens to be the candidates, where all of your opponents are the strongest players in the world. It's not like an open tournament where you have a disappointing game and you drop down and you play someone more beatable in the next round. With every loss, it's like Alireza's next opponent only gets harder. This is devastating to watch.
What I wanted to say, and we discussed this in earlier rounds, could it provoke the same kind of reaction as like after Fischer's candidates, that he took a retreat from chess, like for I think it lasted several years. He didn't play any competitive chess.
But Alireza hasn't played before this tournament, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like, what do you think he's going to do, Robert? Do you think another break is called for? What is the proper way to respond to this?
After 14 grueling rounds, not to mention all the preparation that goes in, you're exhausted, so a break seems necessary. But many of these players will take part in the Olympiad coming up soon. So I don't know if Alireza is playing. I think he is not. But yeah, you don't have much of a break because there's so many events.
Yeah, I mean, I think a short break is called for to all of the players. Hikaru mentioned that one of the big reasons he's not playing the Olympiad is because of the grueling nature of the candidates. But it is incredibly hard to analyze the games objectively, because when you look through the games after the tournament, you relive some of the pain of the losses. So it's very tempting to just say, I'm going to forget this tournament ever happened. I'm going to throw away the score sheets. But that's not what a serious professional has to do. A serious professional has to use these games as invaluable data points that allow him to move forward and avoid these tournaments in the future.
And Alireza's here just looking for any move at the moment. He's not finding one, and we should go to Ding Liren's game because he played that move knight to d1, rook back to e8, and then knight to e3. And I wouldn't be surprised if this rook could just take this knight, considering it took a pawn here, but the simple knight h5 should be good enough.
Yeah, knight h5 threatens bishop g3. So after knight h5, I suppose knight f1.
Okay, we'll analyze this position as Ding Liren is on the clock. Knight h5, knight f1, just to cover this square.
But now, the amazing thing is that, as I said, Radjabov is winning on all the flanks. So now bishop d7 to b5, striking at the other side and threatening bishop takes e2 and bishop g3 check. And at some point, Ding is just gonna decide that he's had enough.
You're saying it's bad that this rook is on h1 and can't participate?
No, it's great. Yeah, Ding's position is amazing here. My goodness. And Radjabov, yeah.
Maybe can we bring this rook into play, like rook hd1?
After knight
like
h5,
after knight h5?
And I guess bishop g3 check here, you have to be a little bit careful, because let's go down that line. Bishop g3 check, knight takes g3, forced. Queen takes g3 check. The king is as safe as it's been the entire game on g1. You can almost pretend that you've castled. As for rook takes e3, you need to find a response to rook takes d5 because, Amira, there's a vicious trap here. Black, quote-unquote, falls into the trap with knight f4. There's this move, queen c8 check. All of a sudden looks like you've blundered checkmate because bishop takes c8, walks into mate. But there is the cold-blooded bishop e8, or probably even better is to play rook e8, and white's counterplay has been exhausted. This looks totally one-sided and totally winning. I think Ding might resign after knight h5.
And we have no possibility of playing king f1 there because bishop b5, yes, after knight, like rook d1, knight g3.
Yeah, rook hd1, bishop g3, king f1 here.
Yes.
Yeah, there, bishop b5, I really like. You don't even have to rush to take this knight on e3 because that creates the additional threat of knight f4. And I guess the one other thing to mention here, you could try rook e1 in order to be able to defend the knight on e3 after bishop g3 check. But if you go down this line, even with the knight defended, I think knight f4 is totally devastating. So takes, now king g1, and just look at this position. Knight takes h3, rook g6. What isn't a threat here? Not much to say.
It's an absolute triumph of black pieces.
It's just crazy.
Strategy, yes.
It's crazy that this is a position that you have in the candidates. And honestly, I was thinking about this during the break. Bishop takes a6 was the first surprise, but this move b4, would you agree with me, Elmira, that that's where all of the trouble seemed to start because that allowed black to rip open the queenside with a5. That gave Radjabov a very easy plan.
Well, let's go back to the position before b4 here. And what was called for here?
I mean, even just castling. I think after castling, we would have been talking about a very different game. I mean, rook d1, knight g3, at least white's not going to get checkmated.
Yeah, it's very true, right? You can play against the isolated d pawn, and I think b4 allowed black such an easy game. And that's what Hikaru was saying. He was surprised by what happened because as soon as you push the pawns forward, it's easier to counter. And so when Radjabov played a5 and a6 and opened the position up, bishops thrive in open space. So this could have been more of a closed position, and the knights would have had a say.
Absolutely. And after b4, things continued to go downhill. Notice how Timur, he's taking his time. He's not rushing it. I think he sees knight h5 as he's nervously fidgeting with that pawn. He knows how close he is to scoring one of the biggest wins in this tournament and paving Jan Nepomniachtchi's path to first place, but also potentially his own improbable path to a tie for second.
That's the pawn he just stole on e3, by the way.
Oh, is it now? Oh, man, the irony of that, the cruel irony of that. Do you think Ding realizes that?
Well, the pieces have little magnets underneath them, right? So I don't think there's a way for us to verify it, but he did just take that pawn, so why not keep hold of it? And he's having a good time, right? A lot of players do that.
So knight h5 and then knight d5. One last try.
Almira still trying to find a variation that saves Ding Liren, and that's what Ding Liren has to do, is say, let's find something that maybe at least makes this complicated. And after knight takes, I think we can just play bishop
and
g3
rook
check.
b6 and bishop b5. And
oh, goodness.
Entire avalanche
so
piles up on that knight.
B6.
Oh, no.
Knight f4. Queen wherever. Oh my god, every single piece is attacking that knight on e2.
It's just so hopeless. This rook on h1 never got into the game. White's pieces not coordinated as well as they should be, and black, with the only light square bishop on the board, is about to use it to great effect.
So that's when you start negotiating with some higher powers.
Right. Start praying for a over-the-board mouse slip of some sort. I don't think there even is a move here that gives up the entire advantage. I mean, it's pretty hard to find one.
Oh, and you can, in addition to playing knight h5, which looks great, you can bring this rook into the attack and put pressure on this knight on e3. If the knight goes, well, then that opens the e-file for a future bishop b5, and black's pieces still come to life. And if you try to defend everything by keeping your pieces compact and close together, I'll bring my bishop to the party. pinning your knight. Knight can't move without losing the rook. If you take that bishop, in comes my queen, in comes my knight to e4. This knight on e3 is already under attack by 3 of black's pieces. You can't survive this.
Yeah, this game is 2 or 3 moves away from its conclusion.
Wow, what a day. I did my predictions at the start of the show, and I said that Ding Liren would get his 4th win in a row, and I just can't believe, not the fact that he is going to lose the game, because Timur Radjabov can beat anybody with any color, but the way it's happening, you would never expect this to happen to Ding Liren of all players.
No. That's all you can say, no. I mean, literally everybody voted for a win, and I mean 95% voted for either a win or a draw, and Timur Radjabov makes his choice, and it is indeed rook b3. And the death knell, it is sounding, and it is sounding loudly, and he looks up at Ding Liren with violence on his mind and in his eyes, and the knight on e3 is hanging, and the game is over.
Wow, wow, wow. Timur Radjabov. I mean, this goes to show that no matter what the expectations were coming into the event, every player will do their part to shake up the standings. And for Ding Liren, this is not the face of somebody who is happy. It doesn't look like the face of the player we saw the last few rounds. And he made his knight move, it looks like, to g4. So he is hoping that trading some pieces will mean that his king is safer. But I don't believe after his knight ventures out to g4 that the attack stops. I think it actually just rages on.
Well, knight takes g4 check, and then again, bishop d7 jumps out to b5. And the combination of the pressure on e2 with the pressure on g3 is what destroys white here. Knight d4 never works owing to bishop g3 check. And you don't even need to rush rook e1 check. You can play rook b e3 if you so desire. Or rook takes b2, literally anything on. Oh, what about rook takes b2 and queen f4?
Oh my God.
How's that? Queen d1, queen takes d4?
Well, I'll just show that you can't trade queens because black will not recapture. Instead, will deliver check and mate. The bishop takes away the escape squares. So if you don't trade queens and play queen to d1, okay, queen e3 check leads the mate, but queen takes d4 is far nicer because if you take the queen, you have the same problem with rook e1 mate. That's a beautiful tactic.
It is one-sided, it is easy, and it is over. As Timur grabs some more coffee, plenty of time on his clock. Shall we have a look at the developments in one of the other 2 games?
Well, we haven't looked at Fabiano Caruana's game against Richard Rapport, and you usually expect Rapport to be the one with, playing some hectic moves, but he chose a very solid approach for the 2nd day in a row. And in the top left there, the clock is what's catching my eye most because they played 25 moves. They have 27 minutes for Rapport, 35 for Caruana, but it just feels like the struggle is so tense that their next bunch of moves are just going to take a lot of time.
Oh, and just look at Richard. There was a moment where he was talking to himself. He was calculating a variation and was trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, because he's got to decide whether he releases the tension. He can release the tension in several different ways, or he can keep the status quo and keep everything hanging. I mean, you could move the bishop away from f4, and the temptation of that move is that it opens up the contact, the x-ray between the rook and the queen. But going back to what I said earlier, I think there's still a very high probability that you get some sort of mass liquidation on the queen side. And if all of the pawns disappear, despite the asymmetry of the pawn structures on the other side of the board, it's basically even. And there's also a chance that the knight is traded for the bishop. So Richard, he's looking for a way to spice things up, but he doesn't have too much longer to look. He's got 25 minutes, and I agree. I think he needs to factor in the clock and move pretty fast because we know what happens even in a risk-free position when you take too long. Just ask Fabi what happened to him yesterday. I think the clock played a big role in that meltdown he had near the time control on move 60.
Yeah, and Richard continues to spend time here. He probably doesn't want to draw. So you're saying that many of these positions, once trades happen, it looks pretty level. I'm sure Richard, he's looking at this because his rook on f1 is on an open line. His queen and rook on the h-file is on a line that's about to open, and the rook on d8 isn't quite as strong. That rook is staring into a brick wall, a protected pawn on d3. So if we go from piece to piece, the rook queen situation seems to be pretty good for white, but this knight on e6, I mean, that's been such a good piece all game, and it remains a good piece. So I feel like without a clear target, it's going to be hard for him to make any inroads.
And he's about to make a move. And what if he plays bishop h6 and g4, where this doesn't work?
There might be f4. That's the flaw.
f4, that's the flaw of this move.
Yeah, that's the fly in the ointment, because the threat of g5 forces white to, I guess, give up the g pawn. Otherwise, that would be a really interesting idea.
Yeah, the bishop gets trapped over here. It's unfortunate, but your idea is a good one, right? You're just trying to use the pin to your advantage and say that you can't move your pawn on f5.
What did he just do with his hands there?
Maybe he can play bishop h6, rook f7, then retreat the bishop and keep this idea.
Go for g4 next? Certainly. And oh my gosh, it looks like Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He made a big mistake, and we have him back on screen here. And the position went from what was like nearly winning for him to equal after his last move, rook f2. And it's not that clear cut. Sure, the engine says something, but his last move was rook f1 to f2, and that apparently is a big error.
Well, queen c5 was a threat, winning the bishop on c4.
Yeah, so there was the move king h1 here, with the idea of taking the sting out of queen c5, knight g3. We already know the procedure. It takes queen g2. But Duda wanted to combine two ideas, and he wanted to do it a little bit differently. That rook from f2 is threatening to migrate to g2 with devastating effect. But apparently, his move allows the bishop on f4 to drop back to e5 and open up the f4 square for the knight. And it appears he's allowed black's minor pieces and queen to produce a tremendous amount of counterplay here.
And I see what the evaluation bar says. I understand that black gets more play. But once again, as we say every single round, this is not how players think. They're not like, oh, I was +2 and now I'm +0.2. That's not what's going through their mind. So I don't think that Duda blundered. I think that's a bad way of putting it in this particular position. He just wasn't precise, and that gives Alireza a much better chance because he gains access to the f4 square for his knight, as we've been talking about. And this queen can always go to c5 at some moment. The dark squares are black's for the taking, but black's king does not remain sheltered. So with Alireza on the clock after rook f2, he has a new lease on life in this position. Maybe he will stop the struggles in his tournament, but we will see when we return here from the 12th round of the FIDE Candidates live from Madrid, Spain.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Prior to round 11, Alireza Firouzja decompressed before his game with the tournament leader Jan Nepomniachtchi by playing hundreds of online hyperbullet games, many of them against commentator Daniel Naroditsky, who won their match. Inevitably, questions arose about Alireza's preparedness for the game. He played the first novelty in a unique line in the Petrov, knight to d4. After Nepo's natural queen to b6, Alireza struggled to find a way to untangle his queenside, and he struck out, first with the dubious but playable g4, and then with the extremely aggressive, probably overly aggressive, h4. Jan calmly sipped his tea, stared Alireza down, and began targeting his pieces towards Alireza's weaknesses. On move 21, Nepo rapidly offered a piece, with knight takes f4 check, and he followed up a few moves later with the beautiful hammer blows, 24 bishop takes g5, and 26 rook takes d4. Though Alireza defended stoutly, after his knight wandered into b7, Nepo's bishops and rook were able to turn their attention to a vicious attack on the king. With either checkmate or catastrophic material losses looming, Alireza resigned. With 8 out of 11, which, as chatters noted, is a score more typically seen in Title Tuesday than in the candidates, Nepo has not yet mathematically clinched first place. But even his competitors are starting to concede that he has essentially locked up a victory.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
And we are back here in the 12th round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. This is chess.com's coverage. Excuse me, I just swallowed and almost lost my breath. That's how great the games have been. But we did have Dina Belankaya catching up with Jan Nepomniachtchi, talking about the tournament. And this was before Liren struggled against Timur Radjabov. So we're going to watch that interview, let you all hear Jan's thoughts.
Kind of expected it, but still had some hope, you know, for Hikaru going for a fight, and yet he chose Berlin. Do you think it was the right choice?
Well, it's hard to say. So it's, I mean, okay, basically the ball was on his side. So, I mean, obviously one can try few ideas against the Berlin, but because okay, a lot of players here. I mean, okay, for example, at least Hikaru and Timur, they play Berlin. So, I mean, surely it could be played differently, but in general, okay, once again, tournament situation probably screams that so far I shouldn't like burn some bridges. So I was like preparing for all kind of, I don't know, murky lines, like, I don't know, maybe some Birk or some, I don't know, rare Spanish lines, but yeah, I thought like, okay, if Berlin, then okay, then that's it. And in general, I would say he shows like very nice level of prep here with both colors, so it's, I mean, I can't say that I was really into, you know, refuting the Berlin today.
Right, and in general, overlooking at all your games here in at the candidates in Madrid, what do you think so far has been the reason of your success?
I don't know. I'm just trying to keep, you know, my head calm and not, you know, let, you know, any emotions drive me. So trying to do my job more or less, and maybe that could be this could be the difference with the players who like play their first candidates, but. I mean, it's hard to judge, yeah. So once again, it's like we, like as spectators, like we can see only, you know, very few aspects, and a lot, you know, the bigger part of iceberg is surely hidden, yeah. So we don't really know what's happening in every player's team.
Now that the stress is slightly going down, any particular plans for tomorrow, rest day, apart from lying in the bed?
Lying in the bed, yeah. So, I mean, okay, the tournament is nothing like over, yeah. So it's still I have 2 games which could be like extremely tense, and I mean, so far once again, so far it's so good, but I mean it's too early, you know, to give some promises.
Thanks a lot, Jan.
Thank you.
We heard from Jan Nepomniachtchi about his tournament thus far, about his decision making, and how he feels going into the final 2 rounds. He's at 8.5 out of 12. And if Ding Liren goes on to lose this game, that means that Jan Nepomniachtchi can do no worse than a tie for first.
A 2-point lead in the candidates. That's absolutely incredible. No, the 8 is not a typo. The guy actually has 8.5 points out of 12.
And I think if we did that interview right now and you ask him, oh, how stressed are you? You know, what are you going to do the rest of the day? He's going to be like, yeah, no, I feel really good. I'm up 2 points. I just need one more draw. I'll go to the Prado Museum. And we see that Ding Liren has resigned. He capitulates against Timur Radjabov. The Azeri player gets his second victory of the tournament, and now he's back up towards the top of the standings. He'll be in 4th place at minimum after this game.
I think even Timur Radjabov can't believe that he won with black pieces so easily against Ding Liren, and he's back in the race for the 2nd place.
He certainly is, and wow, what a way to upset Ding Liren in the tournament standings, because before the tournament started, nobody predicted that Timur Radjabov could win the event. I think that most people thought he'd be at the bottom, but Danya, he has only lost 2 games, and now he's won 2 games, so he's right back in the swing of things.
There were a lot of negative Nancys before the tournament, you know, and Debbie Downers saying that Timur's just there to make draws, and you know he's just going to slog through the tournament and try to kill all the games with white. And that could not be further from the truth. Yes, Timur has had some short draws, but even take yesterday's game against Duda. He wasn't playing what he was playing to make a quick draw. It's just that some players managed to neutralize his openings. But I am deeply impressed with his wins against Hikaru and Ding. He took out 2 of the best form players in this tournament. He took them out in absolute style, and his games from this tournament should be studied if you want to know how to be solid and combative at the same time.
Well, he's been criticized for the lack of fighting spirit, but on the other hand, you cannot play the candidates in the same way that you've played the other tournaments. So unless you're making the necessary adjustments to your play, and that's what happened.
Yeah, no, he's been very solid, and we hear Jan Nepomniachtchi talk about it. In the candidates, you shouldn't lose your games, and Radjabov is very difficult to beat. So even if he doesn't win so many games like others, he has lost 2 games this tournament, but he is not the type of player who's just going to throw away games. He doesn't go, at this stage in his career, into this risky territory like we've seen Alireza Firouzja do, for example.
Speaking of Alireza Firouzja, I think I found something crazy in his game.
Okay.
We talked about Duda making a big mistake with Rook F2. I think this mistake is based on a crazy miscalculation, and Alireza is going to have to do some serious tactical work to go for this line. We see bishop e5 on the board and queen e2 in response. If I look at this move and say, wait a second, there's a fork on f4. Is Duda that tired? No, he is not, because after knight f4, he could take on f4 and meet bishop takes f4 with queen g4 check, fork, bishop g5 forced, and now it may appear that after h4, black loses the piece. What else is there to say? But you can never, ever, ever stop calculating. If we make the move h4 on the board, black has the incredible defense, king h8, and this I think Duda might have missed. You move the king aside, and the point is that you can no longer take with the queen due to rook g8 as you're indicating, and if you take with a pawn, LPDO, loose pieces drop off, king is weak, the bishop is forked, the black king is safe, and now it is white who is losing the game. I have a feeling that Duda might have missed the move king h8, and if he goes down this line, the tables are going to turn. They've already turned.
And move order is extremely important because at this point, instead of king h8, I think you're very tempted to play queen c5 check because you see that the loose piece does drop off. But after king h1, you can't take this bishop on c4 because you get checkmated immediately after king h8, queen f6 check. Only move is king to g8, and your king is boxed in by its own rook, and that is check and mate. So after queen c5 check, the king slides to h1, and now you think, why not do the same thing? Danya just taught me that I can put my king in the corner because if pawn takes g5, I take this bishop, but there's a huge difference right here. The king is on h1, so queen takes g5 becomes possible. There is no rook g8 because there is no pin, and that would allow white to win.
Well, should we turn the tables literally, now give this position with white to Alireza Firouzja? Okay, defend this one now.
Man, oh man, this is a big, big moment.
It is indeed. And wow, this is quite a turnaround if, in fact, Alireza plays knight f4. And knight f4, just to show again, rook takes f4, bishop takes f4, queen g4 check. Queen g5 would also seem to solve black's problems, but here you can just take on g5, and after bishop takes, now rook g3, there is no counter threat. There's no queen.
If only there was another queen.
Right? There's no queen coming to c5 to check the king and attack the bishop. So after rook g3, you protect, I attack. Ooh, you can't move it. It is pinned to this king here. So this would allow white to win the game. So a huge oversight by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And for Alireza, does he have any other move candidates besides knight to f4?
Well, he does have knight h5 to f6. And if he misses king h8, and if he trusts JKD, then he's going to play knight f6. And we're going to get back to approximately the same position we've had, where black has clearly insufficient compensation, and he missed it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alireza Firouzja brings his knight back. And he just hasn't been as sharp as we've seen him when he ascended to 2800.
He's visibly very tired because before he was making his move, he was yawning. So maybe he doesn't sleep well during this tournament.
And I think Duda might have seen knight f4 because maybe my eyes are deceiving, but I feel like he just breathed a big sigh of relief. And I actually think that's why he was walking around. He couldn't bear to look at the position. He knew that he had missed king h8. What a crazy moment. This is something Alireza would have seen while in good form in a blitz game. And I'm not exaggerating. That's how good that kid is at tactics. Something is just not screwed on right for Alireza this tournament.
Oh my gosh, knight f6, that really is surprising to me because of how great at tactics Alireza is. He has not been in great form during this tournament, but knight f4, it was available to him, and now he's going to suffer. You see that Jan-Krzysztof slides his king over to h1. He wants no part of problems on the g file, and with the king on h1, there's no queen c5 ideas because a large part of that was that the king is in check. So the move king to h1, just getting the king out of there. I feel like now black has no counterplay whatsoever.
You know what surprises me, and I hate to be the Monday morning quarterback, the guy who just criticizes. It's what I feel like is a lack of stubbornness on Alireza's part. It's like he's already resigned himself to the way this game is going to go. Because from his perspective, if knight f4 actually works, it solves all of his problems. He knows that. So I feel like you got to spend more time. You've got 21 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever he's got. You know that your position is lost if you don't find something crazy. You know that knight f4 is a very forcing line. you got to spend longer in that position. You got to be stubborn. And Alireza just seems to have lost his heart.
Wow.
But now he's not totally lost here.
Do you just call him the Tin Man?
The Tin Man?
Wizard of Oz?
Did I say the word tin?
You say he lost his heart.
Oh, the Tin Man had no heart.
Yeah, the fact that I had to explain that to you really...
I listened to the Wizard of Oz in Russian, and I actually didn't know it's called the Tin Man. Is that a Drovosyak? All right. See, I did see Wizard of Oz, so lay off.
we outnumber you.
That's right.
You do outnumber me. I won't be able to understand what you say in Russian, but what I can understand is that Jan-Krzysztof Duda now has the upper hand here. He slid his king in the corner. Alireza did the same. One player has 2 rooks, and it is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He has a rook for just a knight and 1 pawn. Now, there's no clear victory at this point for Jan-Krzysztof. His position is better. He can slide a rook over to g2. He can bring his queen up in some direction like this. But how is he actually going to win this game?
Well, I think he's going to win it by gradually accumulating, or not so gradually, accumulating his pieces on the f and g files. So he can play rook g2. And in such positions, I think it's a good idea to formulate an ideal setup, a setup that you are going to aim for in the absence of specific counter ideas by your opponent. And I think that setup is rook g2, which I'm expecting within a couple of minutes, and then rook d3 to f3 to f5 to put pressure on the bishop. If the bishop moves, then the e-pawn shoves itself forward to e5. That bishop from c4, it looks good, it's putting pressure on f7, but you actually might want to bring it back to d3 in preparation for the black bishop moving away from e5. So something like this, maybe the other rook coming to g5 to push that bishop off of e5 one way or another. I feel like Duda is going to find a way to crash there on the kings.
Yeah, I'm just going to play some of these moves. Rook f3, very useful because rook b1 also looks like it's going to be checkmate, but you can block with the rook. You can also block with this rook. And yeah, this feels like a position where black is struggling to come up with any ideas whatsoever.
Exactly. It's like put yourself in Alireza's shoes. What is he going to do? He's going to move his rook, rook e8, rook f8, sit and wait.
Yeah, sit and wait, but I like Daniel's plan a lot of rook f5 because not only does that pose a question to this bishop, at some point you can slide towards the g file and create some problems for this king. So the rook on the 3rd rank has been pretty good, but it can't get to the open g file. So if you're all in for the checkmating attack, that rook lift, you take the elevator and you then walk to the side and go for mate.
Did he in fact play rook g2?
He did in fact play rook g2. That was his move.
And Alireza feeling the time crunch as well, 20 minutes for 10 moves in a position like this. Not easy at all. Man.
Wow. Yeah, 10 moves in this position?
Right. Even with 15 hours, this would be hard.
But really true. And to remind everybody, the time control, the players, they start with 2 hours. They have that amount for the first 40 moves. Then they get a full hour added after Black's 40th move. So we'll see how Alireza deals with the impending time trouble. This position is really difficult to play for Black, and I feel like White has 8 different moves at every turn that seem to keep him in the driver's seat.
Let's have a look at Fabiano's game.
At Fabiano's game, we should definitely do that. We will bring up Fabiano's game just to show everybody what's going on there as Jan-Krzysztof Duda aims for a 2nd victory in 3 games. He did beat Fabiano Caruana a couple games ago. And Fabiano, he's been struggling. He is trying to find a way to win his game against Rapport, but that one is an ongoing battle. But we have Alireza Firouzja on screen against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Alireza missed a huge chance. He's swinging his rook over to the queen side like we were predicting. So will Alireza find it within himself to continue fighting, or will Jan-Krzysztof Duda just score his 2nd victory with the white pieces in 2 tries?
The depressing thing about this is that I don't really see the long-term counterplay. White has so many ways to improve his position, and just looks like things are going downhill for Alireza, but we have a very special guest in the studio.
We do indeed. And as we turn away from Alireza and Jan-Krzysztof, we are happily joined by Timur Radjabov. Timur, congrats on a nice game today.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a pretty good one.
You're now back to an even score. How are you feeling about the tournament as a whole?
Well, generally just fine, but I mean, I was just fighting in most of my games. Like, I don't know, I've spent like a few days probably there on the, in the playing area. So yeah, I mean, I played 7 hours games with the Firouzja and many others. So yeah, that was very hard. And today I just want to play at some point some King's Indian to try to spice it up. But then I decided, I mean, okay, I'm not in the, I don't have enough energy to really look at the lines and everything, and still he will go some G3 line, and then, you're not getting the real King's Indian. So yeah, and then went for my lines, but I was surprised. I don't know. I'm bringing Ding traumas like this already the second time. I mean, first time was the World Cup, where he was close for, I think it was his second final in a row.
Yep.
And in first he lost the final, and then he lost to me while going like +1 after 2 games. Yes, I think he won the second game and then lost the third in a very, close to equal position.
And this moment here, this was what we're talking about here in the studio. Knight A6, your preparation caught him off guard.
Yeah, I think somehow he was prepared to start this pawn race thing with F3, G4, queen going to F2 and H4 and so on, where black goes C5, C4 and lines like this, because he had to push today for a win, I guess. And somehow he found himself in this strange situation, because like the position that he had, in that position you have to play positional to try to get an advantage. So you have to play for the A6, A7 pawns. You don't push before, I think, too early. I think we looked more at knight E2, knight coming to D4, then castling short, like putting the bishop on D2 and then trying to go around. Still black is fine dynamically, but I mean, they have to be precise. But I was very surprised already when he went for this B4 stuff. So I saw that probably he decided just to equalize and make a draw. And so I think he was playing between this type of position, was not giving him a possibility to push like directly. And on the other hand, he was trying to push. So I think that at this point he got somehow confused, because playing this B4 and then going B5 and not playing A4 and just having, I think, that kind of equal position. I mean, can do the same like in the game, but then he can castle, put the knight on D4 calmly. So he left his king in the center, rook D1 was a very nervous move. I don't know, maybe the pressure was too high. He also played a very hard game yesterday.
At which point did you realize that you were winning? Is it when he played F3 and you discovered the rook takes C3 idea?
Well, winning, yes, of course. I mean, after he just missed rook takes C3. Before I was not sure. I saw that maybe he will have some kind of knight D1, pushing, bringing the bishop to D4, even giving up the A3 pawn and like putting the knight on C3, and then some kind of, something like this for the A3 pawn. Still probably, for the engine probably it's still good, but practically I think this is kind of play he should be seeking for. But maybe already here he has to give it up. Like actually the engine is showing that, like bishop A1 and castle, playing like this. I don't think really in a practical game white is having too much risk, because at some point, knight D4, knight F5 is coming. Practically is very okay, I think, for white. Well, at least, that's why I'm saying, because he wanted to keep the pawn as well, he wanted to press, and then the position was not allowing this. I think after I played queen C8, he was very surprised. I think he wanted to castle and already like give up the pawn A3, but queen C8, bishop H3, of course, is a very nasty thing. And after this, I think he was confused about the position. Then he also missed rook takes E3, and probably could still, resist better, I guess, because what he was doing is just a direct loss. I don't know, but what is the evaluation here? Okay, it's -4. Yeah, so it's a bit too much.
And it kept growing. Two more of your 2 wins. Both of them were excellent against Hikaru, against Ding. Which one are you more proud of?
I think against Hikaru is more kind of a win where you feel that you did everything to win the game. So because today I think that it was like a very nervous play by Ding. Yeah, certainly I did my best, but in general I think missing this rook takes C3 and playing this kind of chess is not his style. Like F3, king F2, not castling normally, pushing before for really no reason. He didn't know the position. He at least had to take some time. We were already at move like 12 or something. It's a normal situation, not move 5 or 3. And that game I'm more proud of course, but because it was like, he did some inaccuracy in the opening. He gave up the pawn, but I think technically I found some decisions in the Zeitnote as well, and I think pressed hard. But in general, I did also a few inaccuracies there that I was upset about. And even during the game, I saw that he was having some knight F4 tricks, like rook G1, G2 was too much. and so on. But still, I mean, it's about the technical, stuff that you are analyzing after seeing with the engine. It's another story. Over the board, it seemed to me very natural to play Rook G1, G2, stabilize against Hikaru. But like in terms of like winning the game, okay, today I did like 2-3 good moves, but against Hikaru, I think in general, it was a good game.
And you said that today's game wasn't really Ding Liren's style, and a player in this competition who is young, so we don't know exactly maybe what his style is, but Alireza Firouzja, what have you made of his play? Because it seems like he's going for a win, no matter the color, no matter the round, including against you in the very first game.
Yeah, but I think Alireza in general, he will change a lot soon with this kind of tournaments that he will play. He will become more kind of stable player. He will have to go for slight advantages. He will have to skip this tactical style. It's not anymore this type of chess that makes you, on top in general. You should go more Magnus way, to try to beat the players, because many players are just playing dry stuff. And if you go like this, for example, like Ding did today and stuff like that, yeah, you can win like 1 or 2 games. Sometimes you're in a must-win situation, probably like he was today. But this doesn't bring too much result on the high level. So as we see also against Jan, because some people just play, without any reason for a win. And in that situations, of course, he's punishing them and gets a lot of points for this. But yeah, Alireza, I think, will change. But he's very young, so yeah.
Timur, you're probably the most experienced player in this entire field. You defeated famously Garry Kasparov with the black pieces, I believe, in 2003. When you compare your experience playing people like Kasparov in the early 2000s with your experience playing Firouzja and the younger players here at the Candidates, do you feel like the styles of the players have changed? And do you feel like the experience of playing and preparing for an important tournament has changed?
Well, I think honestly everything is changing, because now, let's say in the times when I played Garry and all this like top players like Kramnik, Anand and everyone, from time to time, like there were like 2-3 tables playing in the super tournament that were in the Zeitnot all the time. Nowadays, if you're in Zeitnot, everybody says, he's not in shape. So something is wrong with him, we have to beat him and stuff like that.
And that's time pressure, by the way.
Yeah, like time pressure, okay, maybe in one game, in a few games, of course, in the Candidates, but in general, people are playing faster, much faster than I used to. So having the Zeitnot was fine. I think it moved like 10 or 12 in Bilbao tournament. It was Ivanchuk. We were having like few minutes. It was Sicilian, nothing special, to be honest, but I don't know how we got this. He played some line with, e4, c5, knight f3, e6, like d4, c takes, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, a3 or something like this. And I was confused because I was not playing any Scheveningen systems and stuff like that. So we went there. He was also confused because a3 was without any b5 is kind of strange. So yeah, we were thinking, and then it was like 3 minutes for, I don't know, 28 moves or something like this. And that was kind of strange. But I'm telling you, at the time, it was normal to be in Zeitnot. Nowadays, usually if you're in Zeitnot, especially in a few games, already people consider that you're out of shape. So that changed a lot. So opening preparation, of course, changed a lot. So, before, you could find novelties. Now you have the correspondence bases and all that stuff. Like all the people are analyzing like the best moves on the engines. Engines are improving every day. Well, it's hard to compare the generations, because I think that, let's be fair, Kasparov, Kramnik and Anand, if you put them in like 20 years old or I don't know, 25 years old in nowadays situation, they would also be on the very top for sure. I think that they're like geniuses, like all these 3 players, let's say Kramnik, Anand and Garry, of course. So yeah, as well as with all the other champions. So it's hard to compare. Yeah, probably we're playing better than Capablanca, but yeah. But in terms of Capablanca starting like we did, I think he would also be on the very top.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. And a question for you about your relative inactivity. Of course, the pandemic happened, but a lot was said about you hadn't won a game of classical chess in 3 years. Playing in the Candidates, winning a couple games here. What are your ambitions like?
Yeah, but I don't know, they're counting like 3 years, but it was like 2019 I played in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Actually, I won against Ding.
Right.
Yeah. So then I finished the tournament. I was in a very bad like physical condition and so on. After 1 month playing the World Cup, I went to the FIDE Grand Prix in Hamburg. I played like 2 games, which ended like in 15 moves in a draw against Dubov. And then I played just 1 or 2 tournaments. So it's a bit not the same like if you are so active like, I don't know, Caruana and all the other players, and then you're not winning a single game. Yeah, right. You will be already 2,500 probably. So in my case, yeah. And in terms of this, it's like a bit strange comparison in terms of 3 years. But yes, officially it is like two something or something like this. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty well, of course, especially beating Ding. Let's be fair, in a good shape in this tournament. And I mean, the way it happened today certainly was his fault in general, but also I had to show some class to punish this kind of play. It's also a thing, and of course I'm feeling good about winning 2 games against the players. Probably I'm getting more. I mean, I'm more motivated to play against the players that are leading, I guess. I don't know why, because many players, brought traumas in my situations when I was, going on good places, like catching some good results and so on, and then they were beating me without any, sentiment or something. Yeah. So it's a professional chess. Yeah, you have to score when you have chance.
Final question for me. We asked Jan what his plans were for the rest day. He expressed a desire to spend a lot of the day in bed. Do you find it more relaxing to stay in your room most of the time, or do you like to explore the city and be active during the rest?
Yeah, pretty same. Because I mean, first of all, there's not too much energy to do anything except being in the bed or watching some YouTube and watching the streams and so on. And some walking is good, I guess. But you have to walk anyway. I'm walking from here to the hotel. Let's say it's a nice walk in general in the central part of Madrid. And I think that's more or less the same. But I can't say it's much a different style than when we're at home, like the training session, for example. Mm-hmm. Training session is also kind of tournament, I would say. It's easier, it's less stressful, of course. Also, there are some, the coaches, the friends, and so on. You're talking to everyone. Here, it's sometimes, of course, hard because you're preparing all the time. Then you have to play for, from time to time for 7 hours or something. And then there is a rest day. Also, it runs super fast. It's like there is no rest day almost. You don't feel it. So it goes so fast on the tournaments. In a normal situation, at home, if you would have just one empty day or something that you have to spend, you don't know what you're doing. You're just asking yourself what I will watch or something like that. You're making plans. Here it's like, I don't know, you ate the breakfast and then it's like 10 o'clock in the evening. You have to go to bed and also prepare for the next game. I don't know how it happens, but on tournaments it's like this. Time runs much faster.
Well, you said you might watch streams, but you have some questions from the chat, if you don't mind answering them. So
I'll watch Hikaru's stream maybe. Or recap.
You already watched his recap? Well, we have a question here. Do you like Rapport's jacket? Do you like his sense of style?
Yeah. I like it in general. I think that he gave some interviews about the jacket.
Yeah. Oh, so you're watching everything?
Yeah, I'm watching it from time. I mean, it's always. I mean, it's, on Instagram, it's somewhere else all the time. Hikaru, I think he has 3 different recaps for each day. I think he makes them before the match. It seems like for the different result, the way he plays. But I mean, it's like amazing what he's doing to play the candidates and make the streams. Or I think he was on the stream as well.
Yeah, the title Tuesday.
Yeah,
he played not only the titles Tuesday. I think he went for some stream explaining his game. Also was a recap, I guess, or something with the ladies. It was some kind of recap in first round or something like this. And I don't know how he's doing this. It's just amazing because I don't have free 20 minutes to do something.
Well, this next question is just about that. When are you going to come back to streaming on YouTube?
Well, I don't know. I first have to finish this tournament because I'm telling you, here to stay. A few things: to score some points and to stay alive are 2 main goals.
Yeah.
So afterwards, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Roshan729, for that question. So the answer is TBD on that one, and I think we have one more question coming in from the chat.
Can you put on your sunglasses?
Yeah. I did actually once. I think in the World Championship at the time. It was in Libya.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I was playing Dominguez, and I lost the first game. And I had some inflammation in my ear.
Yeah.
So that was not the for showing the class. It was just an inflammation in my ear. So I was having the tears and all that stuff. So I had to put the sunglasses. I think it was probably rare case for the professional chess. It was quarterfinal of the World Championship at the time. Yeah, so I was playing in the glasses, and then the arbiter told me that, is everything all right? Why are you watching? Why are you wearing the glasses? And I was not really in the mood to explain, so I just took them off, and he saw my eyes like full of tears and so on. And he saw that I'm, unhappy because I will be leaving Libya soon. But actually, I won that match, and so and then went to the semifinals, and that's the only time I think when I played in sunglasses.
Well, they wanted you to put it on. I don't know. Show us.
Yeah, but okay.
You don't have to do it.
It's not on-demand show.
I ignore chat all the time. And I will ask you one last question before we let you go. Magnus Carlsen, of course, says that he might not play a World Championship match. Now that you have 6 out of 12, you're just half a point behind second place. Are you thinking about that a lot? Like with the next 2 rounds coming, are you going to be ambitious? And
yeah, I mean, I will try my best, of course, in any case. I mean, not depending on Magnus playing the match or not. And I'm sure that he will play the match. I don't know why everybody is so stressing out about this. I think it's not the first time that he's saying this. All the world champions, I guess, and the people who reach the peak in their career, they are probably from time to time thinking that maybe I can do something else in life or go to politics. I don't know. In Magnus' case, I don't think that he will go there. Maybe he will try to beat Hikaru in streams or something.
He's playing the World Series of Poker.
So poker, I think maybe he will be in, I don't know, in soccer team, something like this. But already it's, I mean, in this age, it's not easy.
Yeah.
So he's also, I mean, I'm used to that he's a youngster and so on because I've played the first match, I think I've mentioned today, I think he was 12 or something. I was playing against him in Corsica in rapid match. And somehow all the time, even though he became the world champion and so on, I have this perception that he's a youngster somehow. But now I saw that, okay, I mean, if he's going to play football, it's just a few years left for the normal career. Yeah. So I'm not sure that he will not be playing the world championship because it should be motivating and I don't know, for him, once again, to show that he's the best in the world. Otherwise, why to play the normal tournaments, the commercial tournaments?
And we've asked both Ding Liren and Hikaru if there is a tie for second. We don't know whether that is important, but do you think that the tiebreak should be played out over the board rather than by any sort of tiebreak system?
Well, the tiebreaks are good in general. I think it's the right way. And also for the World Championship format, I think also Carlsen was proposing this. I think the World Cup format is a good thing, like all this, knockout matches and so on. It's a very good thing, I think, in my opinion.
So you would prefer knockout matches for the candidates rather than a double round robin?
You said knockout or naka?
Both can be true.
Yeah. So the knockouts, I think, are a good thing. Also for the people like watching, it's fun all the time because I mean until the very end, I mean it goes like in the candidates, for example, if you started badly and then you have to play for 14 rounds and you are like -4 and there's no chance to win the tournament or something like this, it's like useless tournaments. Everybody's trying to beat you and so on. So it's a bit tricky thing, I think. But for the World Championship, I think can be used, the knockout system. In general, it's also a lot of fun and it's normal, I think. I think it's a good thing to try at least. They used it for some time, but world champions were not participating. That was the problem. The only problem. So I think at some point it was Topalov playing and like all the Kramnik, Kasparov and all these guys, they were not playing the tournaments. That was the problem. If they would be there, of course. But world champion in this case, of course, should be consulted because I mean he's the title holder. So
yeah. Well, you heard it from Timur Radjabov, all of his thoughts about his game, about second place, his ambition. So thank you, Timur, so much for joining the studio.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Well, as we let Timur get on out of here to enjoy his rest day, we look at the standings once more. He is right now in clear 4th place, ahead of Fabiano Caruana, who is still playing his game and only a half point behind the player he beat, Ding Liren, and Hikaru Nakamura, the streamer that he watches. So a lot left at stake for Radjabov. And he said, no matter if second is important or not, Almira, he is going to keep fighting.
That's true. That was actually a very long and insightful interview that Timur gave us. But I'm walking out of the studio, I'm coming back. All I wanted is to see Fabiano's game.
Well, we can bring up Fabiano's game because that will impact the standings. If he can somehow win, he has the black pieces against the man you see on screen. Oh, now you no longer see him, but now we see him again, Richard Rapport. So this matchup is still going on. And for Fabiano Caruana, it's a position with queen, rook, and 5 pawns per side. The engine slightly prefers black's position because presumably the activity of the rook on f2 versus the rook on h1. And as we look at this, I mean, Almira, you first. Do you think that Fabiano has legitimate winning chances, especially given the clock situation?
Legitimate winning chances? I don't think so. But Richard has to find a way to activate his rook. What should be the possibility? He can play rook e1 here.
But then
simple move.
You lose sight of that h5 pawn?
I literally don't care, as Hikaru would say, because I want to infiltrate the 7th rank.
So you want to get your queen and your rook up there together going for some kind of aggressive intentions.
Yeah, I mean, queen g6 here looks like the natural move to me. But the problem is that black plays queen f4. And there's two, I mean, first of all, the disparity in the activity of the rooks is very concerning. It's not that white is in danger of getting checkmated. You always have the move rook c1. Let's not overstate the case. But the problem is that if black's queen gets to d2, for example, and then forces rook c1, and then black goes rook h2, now we have a problem, because if the queen, let's say, moves back to g6, white can't just stall, because already queen g5 wins the pawn on h5. And if black wins that pawn, the defensive task becomes prohibitively difficult, largely because black's king is unbelievably safe. Look at that pawn cocoon that surrounds black's king. That eliminates any threats of perpetual. I think Richard will lose the game if he loses the h-pawn. So these next couple of moves, and they're far from trivial. He's got 5 minutes on his clock. I think he's let this one slip, and I feel like he needs to be very, very precise not to fall into a lost position by the time control.
So uncomfortable playing a position where your opponent has so much more activity than you do, where it's even material. In the back of your mind, you're like, if I looked at this with an engine, I know it should be a draw, but every move is challenging to make.
But that's exactly the situation that I wanted to avoid. It's very important to find a way to activate your rook. So we are looking for an active defense, even if we have to sacrifice the pawn, but to activate our pieces at all costs.
And we know that he needs to move 40 at all costs. He has over 5 minutes remaining. Does Richard report? Oh no, he has 4 minutes and 24 seconds. A little bit of a DGT issue, but you see here on screen that he has 4 minutes and 19 seconds, and he nervously brings that queen to g6. We were just analyzing that variation. So the queen for black can venture on over to e3 or f4. E3 seems a little bit more flexible because you have two different infiltration squares on the second rank, and if this rook has to go to c1, this is starting to get mighty unpleasant for Richard Rapport, and I think Fabiano is going to play this out forever, and he might just win this pawn h5.
Now that I look at this, white might want to get a situation, the lesser evil might be a situation in which white does give up the pawn on h5, but under the conditions that it leads to a queen trade, and that white's rook gets behind the pawn on h7 or h8. I feel like black's damaged queenside pawn structure would make it very, very difficult for Fabi to actually win that. But Richard still needs to figure out a way to make all of that happen after something like queen e3 or queen f4, which largely lead to the same position, and they threaten queen d2 as we were discussing.
So how are you going to get your rook out? And queen to e3 was in fact played. So how are you going to get your rook out into the open?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. I mean, first of all, find a move for white, because the queen on g6 is optimized. You're almost in Zugzwang. And queen drops back to g1, I think.
Wow, that is not a move that you really want to play. It's very awkward with the queen and the rook next to each other. So as we get to the live position, queen g1.
I think Richard has found a way to get the semi-optimal position. Queen d2, queen c1.
Okay, but
now queen e2.
Yeah.
And you just keep the tension.
I was going to wonder, if I take your queen and you take back, you don't want to take with the rook because the rook comes to h2, and then
Or you don't even have to move the rook.
Right, I make some kind of move. As soon as your rook moves, I go rook h2 and go for the pawn. I guess you can maybe try to make this move rook e1 and protect this way, but once I go rook f5, your rook has to go back, and you're in a passive position once again. Even if the queens are off, it doesn't solve your problems. But we got to go to the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firouzja, because we see a position where Alireza can win back his material in the bottom left.
Oh,
you have a position there. And oh my goodness, knight g3 check, because if the king steps up, there's all sorts of threats with rook b2, and this is a forcing variation. We'll bring up the analysis board here. Knight g3, king g2, rook b2 check. If you move your king, you lose your bishop, and maybe there's some play left there. But if you go rook f2, after the swap of pieces, there's bishop to d4 check, and the rook on g1 is lost for the knight on g3.
Looks like Alireza is going to save the game after all. What an unbelievable turn of events.
This is such a strange round.
It really is. I mean, what weird stuff isn't? I mean, weird stuff is happening on all the boards, and Alireza, he sees it, and he plays it, and he's going to make time control. And the next couple of moves are completely forced.
And I'm just going back to rook g2. See what happened. Rook b8, bishop a2 looks normal. Knight e8, and then somehow that knight went over to h5. So queen e3, knight d6, and after rook d1, here comes the queen to f6. So black is stabilizing in this position, not letting this rook come
rook
to
d1
f1.
might have been inaccurate, allowed black to get better positioning.
That's right. And after rook f2, queen g6, rook g1. This looks pretty good, except for the fact that he gave away the e4
Duda
pawn.
blundered knight g3.
He blundered knight g3 completely.
I mean, takes rook f g2, and you keep a big advantage because black can't push that f pawn due to the mate on g8.
That's right. Rook f to g2. You stop.
Excellent winning chances.
And you threaten this pawn. And if the rook comes to f8, thinking you cover both g8 and f7, this bishop in many times can take on f7. Here there is knight g3 check, but you have to watch out because it's not like black can do anything. You're kind of paralyzed here. So a big missed opportunity to continue the advantage. Knight g3, king g2, and well, this is looking like it's going to be a split point here.
Yeah, Duda could also play king f3, rook takes a2, and rook e1.
Oh.
But the rook can capture the pawn on a3, and the simple fact is that white's king has no safe haven. It has to drop back to g2, and then you get a perpetual check, 3-time repetition with rook a2 check. Don't go king g1 there because of bishop d4 mate, but king f3 forces the draw. So this game is decided, and I think Jan-Krzysztof will probably go rook f2 here to make sure that nothing crazy happens.
But just pointing out that the bishop cannot move because there's a back rank checkmate, a ladder mate, and white can throw in a move like black can throw in king g8, and then this rook goes somewhere along the 7th rank, somewhere over here, and the bishop still can't move. So black's best bet is to do, as Danya suggested, rook up and down, check back and forth, make a draw this way. But Jan-Krzysztof, I mean, he had such a good chance at securing his second victory with the white pieces in as many games. And Alireza Firouzja, he brought his knight back to f6, but then he went knight f6 to e8 to d6, all around the board, takes on e4, finally lands on g3, and I think Jan-Krzysztof sees the end, and he's going to go rook f2.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. Rook f2, rook takes f2.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, he just seems despondent a lot of the time, and I feel like that, sometimes that negative self-talk, it starts getting to you. Even when you have a good position, you're starting to almost expect yourself to blunder, and that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're already dejected to begin with as rook f2 is on the board, then that greatly increases the chances of a blunder.
But they're trading off everything. So after bishop d4 check, scoops up the rook on g1. It's an extra pawn for black, but that doesn't matter because of the presence of opposite color bishops. And it's not like the game between Liren and Richard Rapport, where there are pawns all over the place, pass pawns, that is, for one player. Here, they're just going to make some kind of repetition pretty soon because they know that the result is not in doubt. And yeah, Jan-Krzysztof can't believe it.
The only thing I would do here is play a4 for white, just to make sure the black doesn't fix the pawn on a dark square. Not that it matters, even if black plays a4, then it's mutual destruction of the a pawns, but just to make sure there are no shenanigans.
He can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, he really is in shock about how he threw away what was a very clear advantage.
Twice. And the first time Alireza didn't capitalize. He got a second chance, and he threw it away again.
Right. And while this game is about to conclude, Fabiano Caruana has in fact traded queens, and he believes in his endgame because the queens were actually traded on the d1 square. As we see in the top left, the players get more time, and that h5 pawn is falling. So Fabiano Caruana has winning chances, zero risk at all. And now the task is Richard Rapport's to hold onto this game, and it will not be easy.
Robert, but what didn't he like in the position after rook e1?
Which move? We'll get
just
at the analysis board.
The move that I suggested, just in case that, well, to keep the queens and the rooks on the board.
Okay, so back after queen g6, before queen g6.
Yes.
And we have a result there. The game is drawn. The players discussing missed opportunities. I think Alireza, yes, he's pointed knight h5 and the g3 square earlier when he went knight f6, right? That was probably what he's asking about. But knight f4 was available there. I wonder if either player really has seen it, because during the game they were calculating, it seems like a mutual miss.
Yeah, seems like a mutual spot of blindness, but as a result, the game has ended in a draw, with Alireza finally able to stop the bleeding one way or another. He can't wait for this tournament to be over, but all's well that ends well for Alireza in this game. This could have easily been another loss.
It could have indeed. And that leaves us with just one game remaining in the tournament hall. It's pretty empty there, but there is one game, two players trying to figure it out. Fabiano Caruana's St. Louis Chess Club jacket, they're on full display. It is a very tall chair. The jacket is proudly seated on it, and the player is taking a break as they have reached move 40. So we will do the same for now. When we return, we'll dive into all things Rapport versus Caruana. This is the 12th round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. The coverage here by Chess.com continues in just a few.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American Grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
And we see the beautiful interior of the Palacio de Santonia, the artwork on the walls. It's just so bright. Everyone enjoys touring this place, and all around here you will find not just beautiful sculptures and statues and paintings, but happy chess players who are enjoying the competition, even if Richard Rapport at the moment does not seem to be enjoying his game. But while Richard Rapport is on the clock trying to figure out if he can hold this rook endgame, we have Daniel Naroditsky at the Telstrator with a fun game.
Thank you, Robert. Well, Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana are very likely to play a long endgame. Of course, Timur Radjabov played a short game, and on the topic of short games, I've got another episode in our Opening Traps new series, episode number 3. I'd like to show something called the Legal's Mate. This is a very, very important opening trap. It really illustrates the power of minor pieces. It's named not after legal of illegal fame, but a French master, 18th century master whose last name was Legal. I think that's how you pronounce it. Rumor has it that the original application of this trap was played in a very famous Parisian cafe called the Café de la Régence, where you had tons of chess masters meeting for cigars and coffee, and of course, brilliant chess games. Here's how it goes. Legal plays e4, and his amateur opponent plays e5. So far, so good. His opponent essays the Philidor defense, which was later named for another illustrious French chess player, and that is d7, d6 in this position, a move that is still considered very solid. But now the trouble begins. Legal develops his bishop to c4, and black makes a somewhat ill-advised move, bishop to g4. This is still not that bad, but knights before bishops, that's the way that you're supposed to develop. Legal continues to develop his knights with knight c3, and here his opponent makes a very unfortunate move. He decides that since the d-pawn blocks the dark-squared bishop, let me fianchetto the bishop with g6. Looks pretty natural. Looks like nothing could possibly happen here, and yet Legal, he takes the cigar out of his mouth, he takes a sip of his coffee, and bang goes the dynamite. Knight takes e5. His opponent looks at him and says, I think you had something before you had that coffee. Thank you very much for your queen. Except this is Legal's mate. White has only 3 minor pieces developed, and that's the only minor pieces that white needs to deliver checkmate in the center of the board. Bishop takes f7 check, forces the king up to e7, and now the beautiful final move, knight c3, jumps into d5, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, despite the abundance of black pieces, this is checkmate, and Legal's opponent shed more than one tear. This is Legal's mate. There's instantiations across many different openings, and as I said at the start, it's a great illustration of just how powerful piece tandems can be in chess. Back to you, Robert and Elmira.
Wow, that is a very famous example of activity and delayed casting king in the center, how you can get checkmated very early on. But this is Richard Rapport, not afraid of checkmate, but afraid perhaps of this rook endgame where he will lose a pawn. So as we remind everybody of what has transpired in round 12 of 2022 FIDE Candidates, we have one decisive result. Timur Radjabov wins the black. Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, they drew as soon as they sat down. And then Alireza Firouzja, he withstood the pressure. He was in big trouble. Jan-Krzysztof Duda could not score the full point. That game was a draw. And as we see the standings, Jan Nepomniachtchi in first by 2 full points. He needs 1 draw, and he will be the winner of the 2022 Candidates Tournament.
I actually think in some ways he wouldn't want a rest day tomorrow. He just wants to get it over with. He wants to make that damn draw and just secure first place already. He's going to spend some of the day in bed stewing over the momentousness, I don't know if that's a word, the importance, let's just say, of the occasion. But the good news for Jan, he's got the white pieces. He's got the white pieces against Richard Rapport, who always promises an interesting fighting game. But if Jan plays to even 50% of the form that he has displayed this tournament, we can fully expect that he's going to wrap this tournament up in the next round.
C'était merveilleux.
What does that mean? You assumed I spoke French because I pronounced Legal correctly.
It was marvelous.
Thank you.
So before we dive into this endgame,
I know you want to look at that position with rook e1, so we'll bring up the analysis board. We're going to get to it right now.
You guys are finishing each other's
Oh,
sentences.
no, I know exactly where Almir wanted us to go to. So at this point in time, after h6, you were suggesting rook to e1.
And I was looking at the move queen h2. Maybe this was the move that Richard didn't like when he was analyzing this position, attacking both pawns at the same time.
But there's rook h1, yeah? Saying sorry, as Kaidanov would say, going back to the square you came from. One of the hardest things to do in chess.
Yeah, and I think that black still has the upper hand. You can move your queen back to from where it came. So, yeah, I think rook e1, that might be a really nice move, coordinating the pieces and getting activity, because there's no immediate way for black to win this pawn over on h5. You can play with like queen g5, aiming directly for it, but we already get in a position where white can try to defend actively, and if black is stubborn and says, I'm going to win this pawn, I think that this queen has many options. You can go for something similar to what Almira was suggesting. Let's get the queen and rook active and even threaten the checkmate. I would be tempted to bring my queen to c7 as well and try to get my rook up on the e-file with two different kinds of mates. So it does feel like a position that, with an inaccuracy, Rapport went from potentially active defense, maybe giving up material, to a situation where he is now going to just give up a pawn without the queens on the board. So that means that there's no active counterplay.
Yeah, and I mean, this type of endgame where you have one pawn on one flank, an extra pawn, versus 3-on-3 or 4-on-4, this type of endgame has been very well studied. What makes this particular endgame interesting is the unusual pawn structure for both sides on the queen side. So you have a 4-on-4 on the queen side, and Richard Rapport is an incredibly important decision to make right here and right now. He can either get down to business, try to get his rook behind the pawn, rook e1, rook f1, rook g1, all of these moves lead to Rome. Or you can play d3, d4, and you can try to effectuate a pawn trade before getting the rook behind the pawn. If black doesn't play c takes d4 after rook takes h5, white can either push the pawn to d5 and then secure it with c4, tempting, or take on c5 and then play rook d7, rook h7. So there's essentially three different decisions wrapped in one move for Richard Rapport, and changing the pawn structure is always important in the endgame. He's got the extra hour, and he's trying to put it to the best possible use.
It feels uncomfortable. Rook h1 check, king goes here, and what if I just start pushing my pawn? Like if I just bring this one to h3, and I think one important thing that we will show everybody right now is that you don't actually want to push your pawn all the way to h2, because that's how these kind of games immediately end in a draw. As the players, we saw d4, and actually Fabiano took on d4
immediately.
And he didn't want to see d5 happen. That's why he took on d4. But I'll quickly show that in this type of position, where if you're just pushing your pawn, don't play king a3 because rook a1 would be checkmate. But if we just make waiting moves and this pawn goes up, you don't want to play h2, because what you actually want to do is bring your king to g3. And then you have the h2 square to hide on if your king is checked. But as soon as you play h2 and this rook moves, I will allow your king to get all the way there. So we'll just quickly see the king run and have some fun, but it's not going anywhere with great effect, because once the king gets all the way, but no, I clicked on the wrong thing. The king gets all the way down here. As soon as the king touches the pawn, that frees the rook to move away and then the pawn to promote. So you give a check, the king has to step away. You can give another check or just go back, and the rook is frozen. The king has to come back. I keep giving the checks, and this game's a draw.
That's exactly right. And if I'm honest, I'm pretty shocked that Fabi took on d4 as quickly as he did. Because in the endgame, you never want to miss a moment when you have a certain decision to make. You never want to sleep through that, and I think that's exactly what he did. If we look at the current position in the game, rook takes d4, rook takes h5, very accurate move by Richard. I think it's a dead draw, because you can get the position. The problem isn't getting the pawn to h3. You can do that at whatever pace you want to do it. The problem comes after you put the pawn on h3. That black king on a7, it's going absolutely nowhere, because black's pawns are too vulnerable. There's no way to reposition them in such a way as to allow black's king the necessary tempi to make it all the way to the queen side. By the time you do that, the Earth will have been destroyed by an asteroid, and White will have definitely taken all of Black's queenside pawns and made his own queen. I think this game is going to end pretty quickly.
Yeah. Almira looks like a position where it's hard at this point to see how Richard goes wrong, because we can always give this check on h1 and then push the pawn, but White has an easy task. You can push your pawn up to c4. There's no more mate, so your king can also join the party, but it feels like there's no risk in White's position at all because the plan is very simple.
Well, Black can always try and play b5, but I will fix your pawns with b4. And, well, this is a dead throw. I agree with Daniel.
Let's say h4. And I think White can continue to defend actively b3, even potentially preparing c4. Let's say h3, king b2. And the problem is clearly illustrated after, let's say, king b8. I like the idea of going c4 or rook h7 simply. Goodbye. Let's go to dinner.
c4
There's no way to make progress.
For sure. And if the king tries to do what it did in the game between Liren and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, where the king ran to chase the rook, you lose this b7 pawn. So as soon as you keep running and I can do nothing, and you go here, I can try to take this pawn on b7. Now, the reason why you typically don't want to take a pawn like this is because it frees up this rook. The rook was tethered to the pawn on h3. Now the rook can slide to c1, and you may think no big deal. I'll go king b2 to attack your rook and defend the pawn, but as you see in the evaluation bar, it's actually a bad decision because I'm not going to move my rook just because it's attacked. I will play h2, I will play h1, my rook defends here, and that means Black would be able to win the endgame. So what you really want from Fabiano's perspective is to be able to free that rook up, but it's never going to be easy with the rook staying behind that passed pawn.
Maybe you should keep your king on b2 and place Danny's move like c4.
Yeah, that also works for sure. c4. No reason that you have to keep going king a2, king b2, and so on. And if we get a trade,
yeah, b6, for instance, but White can even play c5, I think, and use the c pawn as a decoy. There's mutually assured destruction. The Black king can never move outside the radius of the c pawn. Black has nothing better than to just shuffle the king between the 8th rank or the rook between h2 and h1. And Fabi, he's coming to terms with that. There just isn't much to analyze here. There are no attempts.
Right, and that's the frustrating thing for Fabiano, because it probably felt like he would have some winning chances. The game would go on forever. Richard would get tired. He would be left with a few decisions and make the wrong one, as Fabiano did yesterday against Liren. But this position is so clear-cut. The plans are quite straightforward. You put your rook behind the passed pawn. You can pretty much do whatever you want if you're White with your king and pawns over there on the queen side. But just leaving the rook on the h-file for White is all it takes.
But it's also so uncharacteristic for Fabi to make those moves like c takes d4 very quickly. So like yesterday, to make a few inaccuracies, which finally led to a blunder, he's showing also signs of like impatience.
Yeah, impatience, fatigue, and even if this game ends as a draw and he remains behind Hikaru Nakamura and Liren, he still have 2 rounds to go. So he has a chance to get a win, maybe even 2, and fight for second place. But as we had Timur in the studio, and we also have had Hikaru say this, they both believe that Magnus is going to play a world championship match, and that's why Fabiano has been all in for the last several rounds. He wants to get first place or it's bust, and he's been showing that, and it hasn't been working out in the second half of these candidates.
It's funny how much I'm influenced in the moment by the participants' opinions. It was very reassuring when Timur was claiming that it's clear that Carlsen was trolling and it's obvious that he's going to play. I felt the sense of reassurance. Yeah, of course he was trolling. But then I hear somebody else say, well, why would he bring this up if he were trolling? And then all of a sudden I think, no, there's no way he was trolling. So there is no way to find out, and we have to operate under the assumption that second place is important. The players certainly have to operate under that assumption. But can we just really quickly go back to the moment after d4? Because
let's analyze it.
This game is going to proceed slowly. I think I understand what it is that Fabi overlooked. After rook takes h5, d5, king b8, I think Fabi fell under the illusion that following c4, White gets this protected passer, and how could this possibly be good for Black? What I think Fabi might have underestimated is the power of the undermining technique. b6, b5, and the doubled b-bonds are actually good. Why are they good, you might ask? Well, because after b takes c4, b takes c4, after a random move like king c2, the second b pawn is used once again as a battering ram. You advance it to b5, and white can use his doubled b pawn to once again support with b3. But you can tell the pressure that the c4 pawn is under. Rook h4 comes into play. This ain't an easy draw for white at all. And Fabi is definitely going to be kicking himself for, for falling for the illusion and playing instantly.
And that careless king c2 move, which I know you were just saying offhandedly,
Rook h2
it already
check. There we
shows
go.
the problem. If you go king up, b4 check separates the king from this b2 pawn. And if you go back to either b1 or c1, I bring my rook to h4. And now the only way to keep your pawn chain is to make a move like rook c1. And after b6, you're stuck here. White has to defend. Black's king will venture forward. And then this rook and pawn will keep white tied down. And in fact, it's already a losing position. Despite how similar it looks to the game, white has a passive setup. Black can put pressure on white's pawns. And the game continuation on the left-hand side of your screens, there is no pressure against white pawns. There is no undermining going to happen. And black has these double pawns on the b file, which can't spring free any kind of pass pawn.
And Richard plays once again a very precise move, which is b4 here. Like, reminds me of the game against Hikaru yesterday, and the move f5, which was very precise and guaranteed him a draw.
Yeah, and both players, the look on their faces. For Richard, it's like, let's get this over with. You know it's a draw. For Fabiano, it's desperate searching for winning chances. But he knows that this game is going to fizzle out, and it is a draw. There aren't too many things that he can do here. There's not even like a spicy variation, right? There's just nothing to do when this rook is going to go right there on h7, and that means that this king is not getting out into the territory it needs to be over here on g3. So Fabiano, he's had a tough second half. He has lost 3 out of 4 games. That's not a sentence you hear very often when referring to Fabiano Caruana. And he gets black in the next round against Timur Radjabov, who he has a monstrous score against. 5 wins, no losses. But Timur suddenly in good form, and Fabi not.
Timur seems to be brimming with confidence right now. He's in a great spot in the tournament, and the rest day couldn't come soon enough for Fabi, who will need to press the reset button because he's got 2 games that when he's at his best, he's capable of winning. He's got, as you said, monster scores, not only against Radjabov, but also in the final round against Firouzja. That's a game he will definitely expect himself to win. And let me tell you, Fabi will find it a lot more pleasant to analyze the disappointing second half of the tournament if he wins the last 2 games or at least gets a 1.5 points than if he continues his tailspin and doesn't manage 50%.
And look at that move by Rapport, by the way.
b3.
Fabiano attacks the pawn on b4. Richard says take it, because if you take the pawn on b4, you lose the pawn on h6. And 3-on-2 on the same side of the board is a theoretical draw, even when the pawns are not doubled. But with them doubled, it makes it even easier. So this game coming to its conclusion. But as we're talking about Almira, what do you think? Will Fabi play some kind of sharp, risky opening against Timur Radjabov, or will he settle down with black and then try to win that last game with white?
It's very difficult to predict what will happen, but Fabi has accustomed us to very risky opening choices, especially with black pieces. Well, one game comes to mind against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I think he actually regrets the draw that he took in this game because there was a very powerful exchange sacrifice. So I think it's a double-edged decision, but it depends once again on Timur's repertoire.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we have a very random tweet by Dan the Man Crow saying, I bet Richard Rapport plays guitar.
I can see that.
I could see that too. Yeah.
I hope that
maybe the banjo though.
We can ask him though.
Yeah, that would be a good question. See if he plays any instruments. And well, you're right, Almira, though, that the second round game all the way back then was an opportunity for Fabiano to be a shark, as Magnus has called it. And
what if You know, what
if for sure. Like, you know, if he knew that Jan Nepomniachtchi was going to win all his games, he would have tried to beat him in the second round. But there was no guarantee, obviously, that Jan would have round 2 of the candidates. Well, not round 2 of this one, but a reprisal of his first candidates tournament where he really shined. And I think people were caught off guard by the first candidates win by Jan because he hasn't won major tournaments. Like, he's been towards the top, but it's not like he's been winning the Sinkfield Cup or these Grand Chess Tour events. He has done well and maintained his rating, but he actually didn't really have too many big tournament victories until the candidates.
Well, that's true, but it's also like it's an incredible breakthrough. It's such a milestone, like in his career, and winning the second candidates back to back is absolutely impressive. But when I was looking at the results, I was asking myself a question: like, I have never seen Fabi losing 3 games out of 4.
No. When it's not blitz chess, you don't see that.
It's crazy. He did lose, I think, a couple at the U.S. Championship, but it was early enough in the tournament to where he came back to such an extent that he almost won the tournament. Here, he's doing it in the second half. He just doesn't have, he's running out of real estate. He's running out of miles left in the tank. And at this point, you know, his tournament is largely in the tank, but that doesn't mean that he can't influence the course of events in the last 2 rounds. That doesn't mean he doesn't put in full effort. Fabi is a consummate professional, and that's why we like watching him so much. We can expect an incredibly high level of play come hell or high water.
And it's a very relevant question based on what you just said by Jerome Moro. Has Fabi played the most hours total in this tournament? Most of his games seem pretty long. Amir, you've made this point on several occasions that his style of chess, the way he plays the games, is exhausting because he's giving it his all. He's thinking, calculating so much, and he doesn't have these short games that other players seem to have.
Well, actually, you have to take this element into account because, well, I know how elite players prepare, and well, their repertoire. So sometimes you prepare it in a way so you wouldn't consume that much time and energy in the opening phase, so you will be fresh, you know, after the 4th hour. So, well, I think it suits Fabiano, but on the other hand, well, this is the drawback.
For sure. And, well, his second half has not been one that he would like to remember. And we have Azazel Tycoon saying, how does one offer a draw over the board? Okay, so it depends on the situation. In a tournament like this, you see the players repeat moves because that is their way of offering a draw. They know it's completely even. But in a casual, not such a serious term as the candidates, how do you offer a draw? You say, I offer a draw, and then you see if your opponent wants it. But some tournaments don't allow draw offers, in which case players can be smart about it and just find a way to repeat, even if the position seems unclear. But usually, without any sort of regulation, players just offer a draw. You know, after with their move, they offer a draw. So they are pushing their pawn, say, I offer you a draw, whatever it may be, and the player can either accept or decline.
That's well explained. The only thing, yeah, like you're saying, it's ethical to offer a draw only on as you're making your move so that your opponent can think about on their move. Offering a draw while it's still your turn I think if that happens, you're allowed to ask your opponent to make a move, and you're forced to make a move, and you may not retract the draw offer as you make a move.
I've done that before for sure. If someone offers me a draw on their turn, I just see it as like kind of poor etiquette, unless the position is like completely drawn. There's no material made.
And at that point, you're basically extending your hand. Like if it's a rook in 3 against rook in 3.
It's not much of an offer as a declaration, but there are circumstances where people have been like, they're thinking, and they're like, I offer you a draw. I'm like, I mean, make your move, because I can accept no matter what. So if you blunder on this turn, I'm not accepting it. But if you make the normal move, then I might accept it. So in general, I mean, I've had this conversation before. I think draw offers should be banned. I feel very strongly about this. It deprives fans of understanding why a game concludes. A lot of draws at the high level come in situations where there's a lot of life left in the position. And players, they can force a draw if they really need to, but draw offers by themselves where you can't just explain, oh, the rules of chess stipulate that when there's a 3-time repetition, the game is over, or there are no pieces remaining on the board. But when you have a messy position and a player just makes a draw, you're left wondering why. Or they were scared of something, but play it out. like I don't mind to draw as a result. That's really not the case. It's more so that when you watch chess, no other sport you can just be like, all right, I'm gone. In tennis, you can retire if you're injured. That's true. But if you watch a game of basketball, they don't just leave and be like, all right, we're done with this. And there are no ties in most other sports, so that's part of it. But yeah, I really do not like draw offers. I think that if they banned them from chess, players would adjust and they wouldn't have too big of a problem with it.
Well, that was Robert's manifesto.
Right.
Well, I'll go to a much nicer and kinder person. We have Ding Liren's interview ready for you all, so let's take a look at that.
Ding, appreciate you joining. There was a bad opening outcome. What do you think went wrong?
Yeah, I regret the opening choice. Yeah, especially when I saw he played knight a6 very quickly, and I'm already out of the book, so it's very difficult to adjust myself. I would like to push for a win, but it's not the way to play for a win. I played very badly. I missed rook e3, and after that, it's totally lost. Yesterday, I win a lost position, but today I lost the game. So chess is fair. Chess is fair.
Our commentator suggested maybe bishop takes a6 was incorrect, or was it b4 allowing a5?
If I didn't take on a6, I don't know how to play. Maybe take on c5 and castle or something else. Also, yeah, before bishop did b2, I don't want to castle too quickly, but it turns out that he can challenge my queen side very quickly. After h3, I thought he will take on b5, then bishop a6, it might be a draw, but he played a very strong move, bishop d7, and it's clear that he is better.
Wow, and that explanation that we just heard from Ding Liren, he said, I could have played this, but I was worried it might be a draw. So he lost his objectivity. He understood how to evaluate the position, but he felt like he couldn't make a draw because from the very beginning of the game, he was playing for a win.
And also, at the very beginning of the interview, he stated that chess is fair. You know, you win some, you lose some, and it makes me sad.
Well, you know, it's interesting because he felt he was lost yesterday. Maybe he analyzed the game, Danya, but he said, I scored a victory I shouldn't have yesterday, and so losing today is fair, but yesterday already happened. That's in the past. So, that's karmic balance that he is discussing. I think that maybe he's trying to remain composed and not, fret about the game. He still has 2 left, but that was just a really bad game.
Well, he's obviously going to be really, really upset. And he mentioned that knight a6 took him out of book. That's something that he will be upset about, among other things. The fact that he seemed to overlook a move that had already been played. It had been played many, many times. And it's a very dangerous idea. And you could tell that he, from his comments, he was flustered after Radjabov played c5. He wasn't sure what to do. And I think it's very important to point out that Ding felt this massive additional burden of having to play for a win. And that's constantly in your head. The fact that you have to get a position that's combative. And so certain options, as you could see, were rejected by Ding on the basis of the fact that he wouldn't have chances to play through. And even if those options offered objectively the best chances to keep the balance, and one of those options involved castling kingside. So even when he was in trouble, I think Ding subconsciously was trying to keep winning chances alive. And that merely exacerbated an already dangerous situation.
And I think what he said with his actions rather than with his words is that he was playing for first place. That he could have made a quiet, peaceful draw, stayed ahead of Hikaru Nakamura for second place, hoped that Magnus Carlsen doesn't play the World Championship, and then Ding gets to face off against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But he was going for first. So he went for broke, and unfortunately for him, his position fell apart completely. He missed tactics early in the game, and I mean, you don't see that very often from Ding Liren, and it's great that he still gave an interview. I mean, it just shows the type of person he is, that he's willing to talk to the media and talk to Dina despite a really terrible game that he undoubtedly is quite upset about.
Well, there is a rest day tomorrow, so he will be able to to analyze well, not only this game but his future openings and maybe repair some of the lines.
And we also just don't think of Ding Liren as somebody who gets caught in the opening that often. It happened against Hikaru Nakamura, but he was so fundamentally knowledgeable about the position that even though he spent a lot of time, he handled it perfectly. That was a great game of chess, a great display of countering preparation with calculation and understanding. But in this game, after 96, he just fell apart. And it happens to people. So it's not just Ding Liren. But it's the second time in this tournament where Ding Liren, with the white pieces, has faced an opponent that just crushes him and pretty early in the game. So round 1 and now round 12, Ding Liren losing with white is not something you would have filled out on your bingo before the tournament.
No. I mean, if I'd heard that he had lost 2 games, I would have bet a silver dollar that both of them were with the black pieces. I mean, he's one of the most solid players in modern history. He's got phenomenal opening preparation. This tournament has been crazy.
Hit a 100-game unbeaten streak.
Case in point. And speaking of unbeaten, we are still following the last remaining game of the day, which is Richard Rapport's dead drawn endgame against Fabiano, and we're waiting for Richard to give a check on h7. That's over on your top left as we look at the bird's eye view. Only one decisive game today, but not for lack of trying. Well, maybe for lack of trying on Jan Nepomniachtchi's part, but the other games have been very colorful indeed.
And we have been informed that the players cannot make a draw by agreement. They can offer a draw before Black's 40th move, and that's good. That's a start, but still, no draw offers.
Well, I've played many tournaments where draws were forbidden, so you had to play until the long, like, how do you call this? The kings are left on the board. So
Kings,
that's it. French national championships was played under the same rules. I think it increases the number of decisive games naturally.
Yeah, no, it's true. It does. And we have a good comment, a good question here from Lost in the Woods. What is the first thing the commentators will eat when they get home from Madrid? So, Almira?
Oh, well,
You live closest by.
Well, I'm close by, but I'm coming back to my restaurant.
Yes.
So like I will basically eat everything on what is on the menu.
That sounds delicious. I know your restaurant is doing well, so look forward to visiting sometime. Danya, what are you gonna eat when you get home?
Well, 2 things: big old-fashioned, juicy American burger,
okay,
fries, and all the fixins, and some Thai food.
Oh,
because
yeah.
that's like part of my weekly routine. I know there are some Thai places in Madrid. There's actually one near our hotel, but I don't know if I'm in that of an experimental mood. And also, Spanish food is way too good to allow yourself anything else while in Madrid.
Has been unbelievable. I know I'm going to eat some good old New York pizza. So when I get home, I'm going to have a bagel and I'm going to have some New York pizza because I'm a New Yorker through and through. I know that's the answer that everybody wants, including our production team who spammed New York pizza on the teleprompter, and they're still doing it.
Yep.
But I will, in fact, have pizza when I get home to New York.
And we can hear them laughing.
Yeah, no.
And they're still laughing.
No, I didn't say that it's like French Japanese,
Oh, yeah.
So that's the menu.
Sounds delicious, honestly. So now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, me too. And Richard has delivered the check on h7, and a repetition of moves is inevitable as Fabi offers a draw. The handshake happens, and the round is officially over.
And there was a smile between the two, and that's because they're friends, not because Fabiano Caruana is the least bit happy about this result. We've heard from Richard Rapport in interviews that he's ready to be done with this tournament. Fabiano probably feeling much the same, but he still has a chance. And you could see smiles, conversation. These two players know each other very, very well at this point, and they are good friends, get along really well.
Well, actually, they were in my restaurant and then played some bug house chess together.
You played bug house with Richard and Fabi?
Yeah.
Who was the 4th player?
No, but there was also Livon Aranyan, Christian Kirilla, there's Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, don't hold back. You just told us 2 super GMs, but you have the best chess company in the world.
So you're saying I won't be the highest rated player to visit your restaurant? See, that makes me less likely to visit it. I'm just kidding.
Well, I couldn't reveal those stories.
Well, I think Richard is being self-deprecating or questioning his moves. He kind of slapped his head. He's like, oh, I forgot about that, or I missed this. and they're just discussing the game. So there is the rest day tomorrow. It's not like they have to rush on out of here and be fresh for another day of chess tomorrow. But Fabiano, he has not been having a good second half of the tournament, but still in relatively good spirits, right? He's having a good conversation with his buddy. So I wonder how long they're going to sit here. And this is the longest post-game conversation we've had.
Yeah, probably.
And that's what chess players do, right? How many games have you played where you get scolded to leave the tournament hall because you just want to talk about move 14 and how you thought about sacrificing a pawn but weren't sure if it's good, and then you just get down all these variations because with engines, it kind of kills that fun because you see exactly where you went wrong, and that doesn't leave the wonder of chess, and that's always my favorite part. And for these two who love the game, Richard's so creative in his style, Fabiano, an amazing calculator who works really hard on his openings, trying to find inroads against his opponent's lines. But this game, the fourth and final one here at round 12 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates, has come to its conclusion, a draw between these two players in the third draw of the round.
They have a funny story, like a small story about these postmortem analysis. Petra Kochnoi always accompanied her husband and was sitting there throughout the round, and even if it lasted for 7 hours. But then Victor would always analyze the game, and those tournaments were played on the stage. So Petra was coming there and and took his pants. It was like, just come on, time to have dinner.
Well, speaking of pants, Frodo the Fair wants to know where they can get Richard Rapport's suit. I don't have the answer to that question. Maybe we'll find out where he does his shopping, but it seems like he says his wife is the one who picks out many of his clothes.
So we need to track down Ivana, I see.
We do indeed, but we don't need to track down the results because they're on screen in front of you. Timur Radjabov, the player from Azerbaijan, scores a huge victory with the black pieces, puts himself in the running for that potentially important second place. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, the tournament leader, he secures no worse than a tie for first, even if he loses his final two games.
And it seems that when everyone slows down, there have been 3 draws, it's where Timur, changes the gears.
That's true. And, he came in here and talked about it. He said that he was trying to fight. He's had some really long games with both colors, from better positions, worse positions. So Timur, he knows that this tournament is grueling, all 14 games, but he seems to be ambitious.
Absolutely. He seems to be high energy. He's happy with his wins. He's fueled by the fact that he's now on 50%. He's within striking distance of second place. Imagine that. And, Nepomniachtchi Nakamura, well, that was not a surprise for absolutely anybody. And once again, Nepo secures the tournament win with a draw. In the next round, a very high-level game in Rapport Caruana, and for Duda and Firouzja as they stumble and bumble their way toward the tournament's conclusion, a topsy-turvy affair where JKD, once again, he's been upset with himself repeatedly throughout this tournament, and he is going to be upset with himself again because he missed golden opportunities to deal yet another blow to Alireza Firouzja.
He did. The Polish #1 could have played a little bit more accurately to maintain the advantage, but that's neither here nor there because Jan Nepomniachtchi is the talk of Madrid in the chess world. He is at 8.5 points after 12 rounds. There are only 14 rounds. Everybody at home, hope you can do the math. 2 games remain. He's a 2-point lead, which means that even if he's to suffer his first 2 losses of this event, he will still be at minimum tied, and he can only be tied by 1 player because Hikaru Nakamura and Liren, they square off in the 14th and final round, which means that even if Jan loses tomorrow, not tomorrow, he's resting, so he can lose all he wants. That won't impact his tournament. But if he loses round 13 and those players draw their games tomorrow or something like that, then he's got this in the bag. So I don't expect him to lose a game. He has been so solid throughout. But look at these standings here. Alireza in last, Jan running away with the tournament. This is surprising.
And do you think that playing Richard Rapport with white is like playing against Vasily Ivanchuk? So Richard can play any opening. So Jan is going to study every possible line, or he's simply going to rest?
I think he's going to rest a large part of the rest day, maybe toward the evening. He'll do some preparation. 1e4 is to be expected. He's hoping for a Berlin. He would not mind repeating the same moves as today's game, but it is a scary matchup. I mean, it's not necessarily who he would want to play with white, because I don't think Rapport's playing the Berlin. He's got nothing to lose, and he's putting everything that he has out there on the board. So, you know, a crazy miracle has to happen for Jan not to win the candidates, but he's not going to relax in the sense of assuming that the tournament is in the bag. He knows better than that. But what a tournament this has been, and plenty of reasons to watch the last two rounds, even if Nepo secures it. As these players are running out of energy, they will put everything else they have left in the tank out on the chessboard in the last two rounds. So we can expect some incredible fighting chess.
We certainly can, because look at these matchups. I think we have to start at the bottom there. Timur Radjabov, he wins a good game against Ding Liren. He has the white pieces in the next round against Fabiano Caruana, but that lifetime score is as one-sided as you'll see at this top level.
Yeah, 0-5. That's a lot to process. Not a single win for Timur. And the odds are in Caruana's favor, but the momentum might be on Timur's favor as he feels confident after a win. And Fabi will try to score his first win of this forgettable second half of the tournament.
And Almira, I mean, with Fabiano sort of playing for a win every single game, that might open the door for Timur to go ahead of his even score right now and finally get into the plus territory.
Well, I think that he will go for, once again, for a risk-free opening. So he will expect Fabi to take risks once again. And I was also looking at the next matchup, Firouzja Alireza against Ding Liren, because I was thinking, okay, I think he simply needs to play a good game of chess, Alireza with white. And yesterday he lost almost in the same manner as Ding Liren lost today against Timur Radjabov. He needs to calm himself down and just to play chess.
I think that's true. And Ding Liren, he'll be waiting there, hoping for Alireza to become overly ambitious, because after today's debacle, Ding Liren would like to score that victory. And Nakamura, he gets the white pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda, he's been better as of late, but Hikaru has shown great preparation. He didn't even have a game today, which means that he has even more time to focus on the Polish number one.
Yeah, like you said, easy game today, rest day tomorrow. He's got the white pieces. He's feeling good. He's got his fan base behind him. I see no reason that Hikaru won't put the heat on JKD. And let me put it this way, Jan-Krzysztof cannot afford to miss as many chances and commit as many errors as he did today against Alireza, because Hikaru, in his current form, isn't going to let that slide.
And Almira, Hikaru was maybe the biggest winner of the day, despite not winning his game, because he moves into a tie with Ding Liren for second.
Of course, and like I'm a typical chess player. What day are we today?
What day of it?
Yeah.
Of the week? It's Friday.
It's Friday. So there are no title Tuesdays tomorrow. So
No.
Hikaru is going to take his time and to
Sleepy
prepare
Saturday.
carefully.
There is the Rapid Chess Championship if he wants to play in that. The Saturday. Oh no, there might not be.
No, not tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, they took time off during the candidates. But when I think of Saturday and Sunday, I think of the RCC. So Nakamura, we do have Rapid Chess Championship tomorrow.
Oh, we do?
Wow, if I had known that, I would have asked Hikaru about that for sure.
Oh man.
I mean, he wins those Saturday Swisses in his sleep.
Quick draw on Sunday, and maybe he'll win that too. I wouldn't put it past him.
Wow. So we'll see what Hikaru does on his rest day. And of course, we have our fourth and final game. I mean, that's an important one. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he gets the white pieces, but against Richard Rapport, he could probably just try to make a quick draw and end his tournament with one round to spare as the victor of the 2022 candidates.
Yeah,
We'll tell.
We'll see. There's only one way to find out. It's been a long day. It's been a long week, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to rest up and he will try to lock it up on Sunday.
That is correct. So we look forward to the future. And as we say goodbye from the 12th round FIDE Candidates, Almira, Daniel, I'm Robert, but we do have a great recap of the last two rounds of action. Enjoy. We'll see you on Sunday. Oh my goodness, did we just see a big move by Fabi?
Apparently g takes f6 might have been a little bit off the edge.
Yeah, I just played for complication because draw didn't make so much sense. So.
But look at this. I mean, this is just gorgeous.
Absolutely amazing.
How are you feeling about that?
I mean, to use a classic line, I literally don't care.
He's still much better. He has to keep his composure.
Oh, he looks so upset. he's about to lose several pawns, and with it, the game.
Yeah, this was a complete collapse. Fabi blundered queen g3. He completely missed it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you can see Hikaru. He's not happy right now.
Is anything coming out of the thermos?
It just happened.
And
at
has
this point.
anything come out in the last like 3 times that he's poured it?
Hikaru. Hikaru's face is like, what in the world has happened here?
Yeah, you can't believe that Fabi is on the defensive.
Do you ever pretend to drink tea, or do you always actually have tea in your thermos?
I'll always have tea.
Told you, Danya.
Yeah.
Fabiano looked at the board in complete disbelief. He's like, what have I done? And he left the playing hall immediately.
Whoa.
That is trolling.
That's a joke. That's gotta be.
The move B3 was played as the ceremonial first move. So that is amusing stuff. Ding Liren just made a, wow, what a move he made. That looks terrible. Oh my gosh, his problems on
not be good. This game is over, and Jan Nepomniachtchi will move to 8.5 out of 12.
Jan trying to at least wait for the photographers to leave. I don't think that's happening. We're about to see a draw.
This would be mate without the rook, the queen, and the knight.
That is a gorgeous checkmate. This is why you study your checkmate patterns.
Yeah, I think if the players got together and said, let's just play some kind of tiebreaker, I think that would be a reasonable way to resolve it.
He is not the happy Ding we've seen over the last 3 rounds, and his winning streak is about to come to an end.
He just played terribly.
I mean, he knows it's over. Ding never quite felt comfortable.